This great book is called The Treasure Map Checklist: The Clues for the Treasure Map to a Great Fortune. Written by Justin Allen. Narrated by Elliott Sweeney. Legal introduction. This book is solely the opinion of the author, all rights reserved. Copyright 2021. No part of this publication may be reproduced, distributed, uploaded onto YouTube, or transmitted in any form or by any means, including photocopying, recording, or other electronic or mechanical methods, without the prior written permission of the publisher or the author, except in the case of brief quotations embodied in critical reviews and certain other non-commercial uses permitted by the copyright law. Public disclosure that this book contains a brief summary from the book called Think and Grow Rich by Napoleon Hill, published in 1937 from the original version found in the public domain. Also, this book contains a brief summary from the book called The Millionaire Fastlane by M.J. DeMarco, published in 2011, and a brief section from Millionaire Success Habits by Dean Graziosi, published in 2016. This is a public notice that under the copyright law of fair use of the Section 107 of the Copyright Act, that the use of their content is for criticism, comments, teaching, research, and for educational purposes to the public. Introduction. Ahoy! This book has been written by Justin Allen, the Uber driver. And yes, I'm the author of my other book called Obsessed About Financial Freedom. So in this book, you are going to fully download the brain of what an obsessed person's way of thinking is. All the information in this book is from everyone and everything that I've been engaged in. So what I mean is that everybody in the world, if they were to write a book called The Treasure Map Checklist, it would be based on the reflection of the information they have chosen to take in. This book is really how I talk and think in real life. No bullshit or fake shit here, just my true personality with trying not to swear too much. I'll tell you straight up that my motivation in writing this book is for it to be a win-win for me and you. That's if I'm going to all the trouble of acquiring great specialized knowledge for myself to create my own treasure map. That, to me, the right thing to do is to help other people that really want and need help too. The ones who keep on thinking that they wish they could be someone of great importance and be admired by everyone like a superstar. That I feel my main purpose to the world is to help the obsessed who refuse to settle for an average life. It is my calling to the world that I'm here to give you good advice for a better future and to give you the best chance to succeed in the pirate battle of what we call life. To learn the clues from the ones who dared to choose to become an entrepreneur, which to me means a business warrior, a fearless pirate. Remember, no pain, no gain, and no prey, no pay. Another reason why I have decided to write this book is that I believe you have not learned anything unless you can explain it to yourself or to others or both. I know I have the knowledge to help you create your treasure map faster. You need to understand that great wealth is just the ability to create your own treasure map, which gives you the opportunity to speedily achieve creating value to the world's people fast. That is, if you bother to create your own treasure map to financial freedom. To me, most people don't want it bad enough to take massive action, or to consistently keep thinking about it every day until they wonder and ponder on how to think and grow rich by creating their own map to a booty load of treasure. I would also like to be remembered like my favorite authors, Napoleon Hill and M.J. DeMarco, for writing an exceptional book as well. My major purpose in life is to become a legend by providing massive value of knowledge, motivation, and entertainment to millions of people. If I provide value first, then it's only fair that I deserve to receive help in return to assist me with my own problems. Look, I will honestly tell you right now that you can either be one of those people who are just dreamers. To me, that is all they do, which is just reading, watching, listening to self-development content, and wiring their brain to only fall in love with the fantasy, the dopamine high of learning something new or being entertained, but that's all they ever do. Well, don't expect to become a master pirate of great success. Fat chance of that. Well, maybe if you desire it badly enough to get your hands dirty. And bear in mind that being a fearless pirate is not all just fun and games. It's actually one crazy rough ride on a pirate ship from hell, which can be quite stressful, extremely boring at times, full of hard work, very tiring, and maybe even require you to repeatedly be willing to get out of your comfort zone and to be willing to take action despite being in a state of fear. If so, come with me through the jungle, you lost pirate. I have the compass of knowledge of the treasure map checklist to help you go in the fastest direction through the ocean and the jungle to achieve financial freedom as soon as possible. But wait, First, before we go any further, do you want it so badly that you are willing to slowly become a totally different person than you are now? Quote from Tim Ferriss. You must want to be a butterfly so badly, you are willing to give up being a caterpillar. So shiver me timbers, you son of a biscuit. Do you want the treasure chest badly enough that you won't drink the clap of thunder and take drugs? So you can have every brain cell in your crew to go to battle with, helping you remember all the specialized knowledge to seek the treasure chest of a great fortune as soon as you can. To desire and stay hungry to find your own personalized treasure map that you will not absorb much useless information which is not related to the clues for finding your treasure chest to financial freedom. To be very particular on what content you choose to remember. For example, I use my GPS to navigate the pirate ship around so I don't have to use my brain cells to remember routes, names, and shit. I tell my GPS where to go, and then it's automated so that I can be thinking or engaging in better things. Hey, Bucko, do you want it so bad that you become friends with yourself and regularly think out loud about your goals, problems, lessons learned, your future plans, and even writing your own treasure map? Well, I do, and it's helped me heaps to find many treasure maps of great knowledge that are in this book to help you on your journey. You know your brain is like a muscle. You could have an average IQ, but if that brain was worked out nearly every day, it would become very strong and ready for a big mental workout if required. Keep in mind that we only learn through desiring to learn. We are all consistently filtering information from what we choose to desire to what we have the habit of being hungry for. Are you hungry for the specialized knowledge for the treasure map checklist to a great fortune? Have you got what it takes? Was that a yes or a no? If you said no, it's time to walk the plank and become shark bait. If you said yes, then it's time to become a fearless pirate and come and learn from me. Chapter 1. Let's talk. I would like you to imagine that it's a bright, beautiful sunny day in summer. I drive around to your house to pick you up because you want to have a long talk about how to learn information to increase your likelihood to achieve success in life. After many times of nagging the shit out of me, I decided that you must want it bad enough to actually be someone who will actually apply what you have learned into a plan of action. I arrive at your house finally early in the morning in my white Toyota Camry hybrid and toot the car horn. Honk honk. You rush to the front door, feeling excited that the day has come when you're finally meeting me in person. You walk out the front of your house all dressed up in nice clothes, then you open the door and hop in and say, "What's up?" Wow, this feels like a dream come true. You put on your sunglasses and we drive off to have a coffee down at the cafe to have a long chat. So, can you tell me what you know about what the checklist to success in life is? Well, I can tell you everything I know, but it's a game that you will never stop learning how to play. That time changes everything in life. The correct mindset has to be developed over a good period of time. It's not going to happen overnight. Look, I want to really help you as much as I can to become successful in life. But at the end of the day, I can only increase your odds to achieving success. By passing on what I've learned, you can have many reasons for backing up your decisions and not just taking a complete gamble. The best way I can put it to you would be this. Pretend you just joined the army and are going to go to war in a couple years' time. You do all the relevant studies, eat correctly, get enough sleep, keep fit in regular high-intensity exercises, and learn all combat and survival training. You get trained by the best of the best Army lieutenants. Set with a mission from the captain, you get sent out to go to war. Basically, it's still a gamble on whether you live or die. All you can do is be well prepared to go to war with your dreams and use everything you have to go to war with your dreams. It's not going to be easy. If it was, you would be considered a 1 in a million. But for most of us, we need to realize from the beginning that it is not going to be easy. That you need to realize everything you have is other men in your army helping you fight to win the war. From every bit of energy, your mindset, your mentors, your role models, everything you have learned, your health, who you know, what skills you acquired, your fitness and strength physically and mentally, every brain cell, every dollar, every tool, and to realize you can't do everything yourself and must hire the right people to help you achieve great success. Gee, Justin, you make it out to sound very hard to become successful in life. Well, to go from being unfamous to famous, to turn an idea into reality, or even from rags to riches is not easy. If it was simple, everyone would be successful, including the people who don't deserve it. You can also have a lot more to lose when you are rich, and everyone will think of you that way too. Finding a car parked quickly, we pull up at the coffee shop. The beautiful weather brought out everyone to enjoy the beachside location with many palm trees. We both walk into the coffee shop and order our coffee. "I'll pay," Justin said. "Thanks, Justin," you respond. "Okay, no worries. Now let me tell you everything I can about helping you in creating your own custom treasure map checklist to gain great success in life." "Wow, okay, thanks." "There are some sexy girls out today." "Yeah, sure are. Look, I don't want to scare you off from achieving your dreams, but I would like to just make you fully understand how darn hard it can be in achieving great success in life. I just wanted to explain how hard it will be from the very start, so you can adopt that mindset that it will be a very rough and stressful roller coaster ride to success." "Is it really that hard?" "Well, why do you think only around 1% of the population are extremely wealthy? We all just need to accept it from the get-go, to plan for the best, but also accept what life would be like if given the worst-case scenario." "What else can you teach me, Justin?" "Everything I'm telling you is a lesson to keep in mind on your journey through life, and to acknowledge that everything can be very similar to more than one thing. Always remember that." Chapter 2. The Scale of Life. Here is a very important lesson to always remember called the scale of life. "What is that, Justin?" "Well, just imagine that all of your life's decisions, one at a time, will be placed on an imaginary old-fashioned scale. Alongside the scale will be 2 plates. One plate on the left side of the scale and another plate on the right side of the scale. Say each plate represents your very top 2 decisions on a circumstance in life, and then the scale of life will be balanced perfectly. That's 100% equal. That's totally level. Say, for example, the left plate on the scale has yes, and the right plate has no, and the scale of life plates are perfectly balanced, even, and level. Now say, with every reason was a rock, and the bigger the reason, the bigger the rock. Then with every reason being added to the plate with the most rocks of reason weighs more, and it will tip the plate down, and that is the one that you will select to do, either yes or no. Another example, regarding your main motivation in life. One side of the scale plate has pain, and the other scale plate has pleasure. With the pain side, you think, what if this happens, or if that happens? I couldn't deal with losing all my money. That's too hard. I can't do that. That will never work. Everyone will think I'm a loser if it doesn't work out. Everyone will criticize me. If I fail, they will laugh at me. I don't want to get out of my comfort zone. I won't. I'm scared. I'm unlucky. I'm not giving up that. On the other side of the scale plate is pleasure. Are you willing to go through all the stress, all the sacrifices, all the time, all the energy, all the pain, and all the hard work, only then to receive the pleasure? This is why you need to think of the pleasure first from the get-go, because you can be willing to go through all the headaches if the pleasure weighs the plate of the scale plate right down. No matter what pain you will go through, you don't care because you crave to receive the pleasure so badly. But acknowledge the fact that there are still no guarantees of receiving the pleasure. Even know how much trouble and how much diligence of great intended efforts that you've been putting in. So fundamentally, in all likelihood, all your great efforts will just amount to receiving a very good chance at receiving a great successful outcome. With every of life's decisions, think of the scale of life at first, of whatever plate side tips down to choose to incorporate into your life from all your many rocks of reason of all your most biggest values in life, as that will correspond to which road you go down in life in the short and long term, in which you will ultimately end up where is most important to you. To make sure you fully understand, I will say it again. Okay, I'm ready. Well, just imagine that all your life decisions, one at a time, will be placed on an imaginary old-fashioned scale. Alongside the scale will be 2 plates. One plate on the left side of the scale and another plate on the right side of the scale. Say each plate represents your very top 2 decisions on a circumstance in life, and then the scale of life will be balanced perfectly. That's 100% equal. That's totally level. Say, for example, the left plate on the scale has situation A, and the right plate has situation B, and the scale of life plates are perfectly balanced, even and level. Now say, with every reason was a rock, and the bigger the reason, the bigger the rock. Then, with every reason being added to the plate with the most rocks of reason weighs more, and it will tip the plate down, and that is the one you will select to do, either situation A or situation B. Always remember the scale of your decision-making in life. This basically means that all your decisions in life will always come down to your top 2 main choices of options to select. The one on the scale that tips down. That one will correspond into what decision you will decide to choose to make and then to act upon. Note that other people are using the imaginary set of the scale of life without knowing it, with making all of their decisions in life. You will notice it when you stop and think for a moment about why in the heck they are making their decisions from, and then if you ask them to tell you what their reasons are. Keep this in mind for in the future. Here's another explanation to remember on your journey in life. That to imagine if there were 2 versions of yourself from when you were born into this beautiful world, that which depend on what side of the plate that tips down on the scale of life. That with each decision that you decide to select and base all of your decisions on, that with each of your decisions in life, that it will eventually correspond to where you end up in life. So firstly, be thinking about and be taking the scale of life into consideration from now on with all your decision making and with other people too from now on. Okay, sure, I will. Cool. Chapter 3. Find your purpose. So, Justin, why is finding your own purpose so important, and what's your way of looking at it? We are all wearing a unique uniform that states to ourselves and others what we are. Like the kids' school uniforms indicate they go to a place of learning. The police officers' uniforms show they are law enforcers. Football players in their team jerseys show they play a sport. Doctors in scrubs or white coats show their job is to help people with health issues. To even negative people wearing a balaclava while holding up a bank. We all play a role in society, and we all need each other to work. Some people may provide more value to more people, so they in return deserve more for their role. When the time comes to be rewarded in life, those who previously went above and beyond are on the top of the list to receive the rewards. Just remember that everyone who hates their job can use that fuel as a form of motivation, and if used correctly, can make them work hard to get the money they need quickly to move on to their higher purpose that's more enjoyable for them. I'm not that religious, but imagine God said this: you can do anything with your life, but it's best to base your decisions from these 4 checklists to get the best results. First, what you believe deep down inside that you were born to do, your destiny. Second, what the world is willing to tip the scale plate down and is happy to give their hard-earned money, their time, or trade something of value to you. Third, you are first to give in order to receive. 4, you need to be marketing yourself. How in heavens are people going to know you and the value you are providing unless you tell them from your heart what you are providing is going to be useful to them? The secret clue to finding your own treasure map is when you work out what you're fascinated with in life, your core strengths, passion, born talents, what you're proud to do, and all your developed skills cross the needs of the world. Then X will mark the spot. So, Justin, it's up to ourselves to decide our fate? Yes, it is. Chapter 4. The main 3 treasure maps. Hey, here are the 3 main treasure maps to riches. It's up to you to decide which treasure map that you decide to pursue. But first, I would just like to make very clear of what I mean before we go any further. When I say to become an entrepreneur, a business warrior, a fearless pirate, that I mean a humble, wise pirate, one who is following a treasure map in line with their own true passion and purpose, what they believe that their destiny is, which is also aligned to have the power to change the world in a positive way first, and secondly, they will deserve to receive their desired great fortune, to eventually become a master pirate once they have acquired lots of specialized knowledge, and have gotten to the top of the mountain of success. Remember the fact that the rich are rich because they have provided a service of great value, and therefore deserve to be rewarded for all their great efforts, and will be highly admired for their great achievements by many other people, and then to be placed in the history books and on the internet of their great success. The evil, deceptive people who become rich from deception will also be rewarded with great wealth, but soon after to be short-lived, and to be caught out, and then deserve to be rewarded by being taken to jail, with all their riches being taken away, and then to therefore after to have permanently damaged their name, remembered for deceiving other people and damaging their lives. So, here are the 3 main treasure maps you choose from, so pick your fate. Deception. It is to plan from the beginning to achieve money or something of value, by doing something negative in return for money. Before you decide to become an evil pirate of thievery, or maybe even death and destruction, be cautioned that many pirates eventually get shot or sentenced to be hanged, such as William Kidd. And even famous Blackbeard was eventually killed after enough toleration. Captain Blackbeard's real name was Edward Thatch. He lived until approximately 35 to 40 years old and was originally from Bristol, England. Here's the rough story of Blackbeard's last day alive. Tipped off that Blackbeard and his men might be moored off North Carolina's Ocracoke Island, Maynard's forces departed Williamsburg on November 17, 1718. After anchoring off the southern tip of Ocracoke Island the night before, Maynard ordered his 2 ships to advance on Blackbeard on the morning of November 22, 1718. The Virginian expedition quickly lost the element of surprise, however, when both the Ranger and the Jane ran aground. Blackbeard attempted to make a run for it out of the channel, but the British managed to extricate the Jane and pull within shouting distance of the pirates. At our first salutation, Maynard recounted, Blackbeard drank damnation to me and my men, whom he styled sniveling puppies, saying he would neither give nor take quarter. Blackbeard took full advantage of his superior firepower and unleashed a booming broadside of partridge and swan shot that killed the commander of the Ranger and severely wounded 5 of his men, including the 2nd and 3rd in command, and scattered the men on the Jane. Demonstrating quick thinking, Maynard set a trap for the pirates. He ordered all his men except for the pilot and midshipman below deck. Seeing the deck of Jane clear of most of its men, Blackbeard brought his ship alongside and led his men over the rails with a rope in hand to lash the vessels together. As soon as the pirates' feet hit the deck, the pilot signaled Maynard, who rushed from below with a dozen men. Blackbeard had quite a shock and must have been thrown off balance a bit with the number of sailors who came up ready to pounce, Dolan says. We have no idea whether Blackbeard was a great swordsman or not, but we know the British sailors were trained in hand-to-hand combat. During the 6-minute melee that ensued, the combatants slashed, thrust, and shot at one another at close range, their grunts, screams, and groans intermingled with sounds of clashing swords. Fists flew and exploding guns fired before the British sailors subdued the pirates. Blackbeard sustained a terrible plummeting before finally succumbing. He fell with 5 shots in him and 20 dismal cuts in several parts of his body. When the smoke finally cleared, the great Blackbeard lay dead, and the rest of his men who had followed him onto the Jane were either killed or severely wounded. At about the same time, the Ranger arrived, and its men boarded the Adventure and beat the remaining pirates into submission. While doing so, one of the Navy sailors was killed by friendly fire. Pirates who lost their nerve and jumped overboard, rather than fight to the end, were shot in the water as they tried to escape. None of them survived, and one corpse was found in the reeds days later, with buzzards circling overhead. According to Maynard, none of his men on the Jane, whom he said fought like heroes, were killed during the fight, but many of them were miserably cut and mangled. Although various accounts disagree on the numbers, overall approximately 10 Navy sailors and 10 pirates died, and more than 20 sailors were wounded. Maynard took 9 pirates prisoner, 3 of whom were white and the rest black. Blackbeard's headless body was pitched into the murky water of Pamlico Sound, where, according to legend, it took a few laps around the Jane before sinking out of sight. Maynard added, I have cut Blackbeard's head off, which I put on my bowsprit in order to carry it to Virginia, as a warning to those who might consider piracy a profitable career. The end. Blackbeard was in his just a glorified pirate that had nothing but evil intentions to steal and destroy other people's lives. His main strategy was to be known as the most feared pirate of all time, from being the most biggest and baddest, scary-looking pirate, crewmen and pirate ship in the seas, and to use that as a scare tactic for others to surrender and to give up very easily and quickly. The first option is deception, to provide poor value, causing the customer to never return, or with customers asking for refunds and leaving bad reviews. To be evil, to plan on masterminding organized crime, to steal or damage something without the knowledge of the owner, to form the habit of being a pathological liar to other people and to yourself, to plan on perpetrating identity theft of other people's personal information to create fake accounts with pretending to be someone else for financial gains, to create a scam or a fraudulent claim, or to rip customers off with using perceived value claims that are nothing but polished turds. To become a computer hacker with planning unauthorized computer access with the intent of financial gains by stealing, or to demand funds from the owner of putting something of theirs to be held at ransom, otherwise will do something of evil intentions if the payment has not been made by a set time and date. To have no conscience of what you are doing, to ignore the damage you are causing to another person's mentality and what hard work they endured to achieve what you are taking from them. Some people tried the honest way of making money, but thought that it was too much hard work, so they turned to deception, only for it to get out of hand quickly. Most people that become rich from deception will also hang around like-minded people, and they will eventually most likely deceive each other. If you are a good person and you switch roads to achieving riches by deception, remember that your name may be damaged permanently and very rapidly. Law enforcement can also take your riches from you too. A deceiver may end up having to always watch their back from people being out to get them and harm them, and may even lead to their death. Living in complete fear is not a great way to live. There's also the possibility of risking your freedom being locked up for a long time, or could even lead to joining a gang, being stabbed or forced to harm others, being bashed, taking drugs, lead to gambling, being raped, committing suicide, and maybe even have to be involved in money laundering and trying to appear that the illegal money had come from a legitimate source. With negotiating from the silent intentions to never split the difference with them is an evil strategy that will never get you a repeat customer or future help to be aware of. That is best to be used for hostage or criminal-related negotiations with evil, crooked people. The second option is luck. The definition of luck is the force that causes things, good or bad, to happen to you by a level of chance, and not as a result of your own efforts or abilities, or the events or circumstances that operate in your favor or against an individual in any given situation. You could say that you being alive right now is the result of luck, that you were the lucky sperm of your dad that made it to your mom's egg out of the many thousands of other sperm and many previous sexual encounters, eventually for you to become the lucky one to be born and live. Luck can simply be the correct timing of a situation, and bad luck can simply be the incorrect timing of a situation. Luck is to be in a situation that you don't have full control of the outcome, but you can increase luck through having as much research, acquisition of relevant information, following a checklist, having control of the conditions, and doing something that has good odds of success. Someone's bad luck can become somebody else's good luck, and vice versa. Yes, luck is a part of success, but not the only ingredient, and you will have to be fortunate to have some good luck along the way to the mountain of success. Acknowledge that there is many different levels of good luck, or bad luck, such as low, medium, and high. Luck can often come down to a mathematical equation, say like a coin flip, guess of having a 50% probability of guessing the correct side correctly. People that fall into complete luck eventually run out of it. Say, if someone won the lotto, they did not learn the skills to achieve it and have totally bypassed the necessary mindset, specialized knowledge, and skill set that you need to become to achieve it and to keep it. It's like being given an Olympic gold medal for doing nothing at all but entering a raffle and then winning the raffle, versus many years of the backstory of hard work, then to earn winning the event, to then be given the Olympic gold medal. Having 100% luck will most likely only happen once, so when the money runs dry, that person will try to win the lotto again and will most likely never win again. Luck can be in control by those that are in control, because of their reasons that they wanted that outcome to be that way for their own benefits, such as artificial intelligence, terms and conditions, or they simply created the game, and subsequently created the rules of the game in their own favor. So don't rely on pure luck alone. The odds are just too slim and hard to manipulate in your favor, unless you're cheating or you are the owner of the gaming venue or the one who makes the rules of the game. Don't. I repeat, don't just wish and hope. That magic wand will only take you so far. The persistence of being hard at work increases the likelihood of luck. You can increase your luck by doing a lot of research, of acquiring specialized knowledge firstly, then to create an appropriate checklist for that objective before fully committing into deep and taking action, by evaluating how risky the situation is before fully committing, to basically be evaluating the risk versus the reward analysis. Also, remember that you should only gamble with what you're willing to lose, and that means everything. Because you're most likely going to lose, and also remember to not push your luck too far as it will eventually run out. The third option is, providing a service of value is to render a valuable service that people have decided to see value in what you are providing to the point that the scale of life has tipped down to where they desire the value in whatever you are providing. That could be anything that will be on their checklist of what will tip the plate down, such as giving you their time to interact and engage with something, their money, their energy, or their opinions. They've declared that the scale plate has tipped right down to wanting to take action. That could be doing anything that is extremely desired by an extremely large amount of people, or doing something for a low amount of people, but charged an extremely high price each. The better service value you render, the more likely that the customers will return again and again, with repeat service that would be then achieving of providing the most value, and then you will be given the most rewards for your service that you are providing. Remember, there is a big difference in perceived value and actual value. That perceived value is false value, and actual value is true value. The big money will come from providing a service of actual value. Chapter 5. The Science Summary of Achieving Success. So, Justin, can you please share what you think is the main checklist for the science summary of achieving success is? Before we go any further? Well, okay, if that's what you are hanging for me to talk about. So here is the summary of achieving success, but you will still need to understand everything else that I'll be talking about later on. The truth is, you will never stop learning. As time passes, the game of success changes. Like 100 years ago, things were much different than they are right now. And great success will ultimately come down to many choices, not just a few. Science to success is defined as the gaining of something desired, planned, or attempted. In other words, a successful scientist is one that can actually get an experiment to work. Keep first in mind that all success leaves clues, and there was a backstory of what had to happen first before it was achieved. Backstory means the set of events or steps or decisions that occurred previously in order to lead up to a specific outcome. When the average person desires to achieve success, they tend to only to desire the end result of success, because that's the fun and exciting part. But success is only ever achieved from doing the backstory first. Success is then the end result from going through the whole process, then to achieve success. The science summary of achieving success. If you don't desire change, then no change is possible. And you can't bust out of a prison cell unless you know that you're in one. Until the day that you have finally achieved financial freedom, you are never financially free from that prison cell called poverty. Desire an objective until you become completely obsessed about achieving it, to the point of wanting to achieve that goal so badly that you feel like you have no reason to live without reaching it. Work your mind and butt off like nothing else matters. Let me repeat that. Work your mind and butt off like nothing else matters. Serious results will only ever come to those who have and apply a serious attitudes toward their goals in life. So create your own personalized treasure map. That is your planned strategy. And remember that we are all going all in to somewhere in life. Whether it's one or many situations, such as buying or owning a house, or many houses, or buying land, working a dead-end job, getting a degree, operating a business, in a relationship, having kids, wasting our spare time, choosing to not work at all, and on and on. So, you must clarify what you do want and don't want in life. So you can define what your goal is, and then to create a summary of all the steps and details to obtain it, and what things to avoid. So you can clarify the following: where you are trying to go, and clarify what is related to your goal, and clarify what is relevant information, and clarify what are the correct people that can help you. So aim to create a plan of execution in the correct order, and then to start implementing that plan. Remember that what you do today will become your future, that the future was created by the past. Aim to stick to a budget with your time, energy, and money, as your goal may require a lot of it to get it off the ground. You have to really understand that money is for two main uses. 1, to buy something of no great importance. Or 2, be used as a tool to buy something of great importance. When everybody in the world is saying, "Buy me, buy me, buy me," you don't care because your money is for a bigger and better purpose towards building your chosen treasure map. Money is just simply a tool used to fix your own life's problems and other people's problems, and the more money you have will ultimately give you more options. And more options gives you more power of controlling your life of what you can afford to do and what you don't want to do, and who you can afford to help with it. Create a self-vision of how great it would be if your goal became a reality. To think daily about your goal and how happy you would be once achieved as a huge short-term and long-term motivation into inspiring you with energy to persistently take massive action daily. You have to enjoy the process and use the power of your self-discipline every day to avoid giving in to time-wasting distractions as much as possible. You have to develop the habit of making the most of your time by eliminating distractions, so you can ensure that you will have more time and energy to use to work on your main objective. When doing anything in life, to not only think of how much money it's going to cost me, also think on how much time the activity is going to cost me. Also, have the willingness to make whatever sacrifices required along the journey and form all the required habits that may be required, with also deleting any bad habits that are not serving you any benefits. Seek only relevant information to your goal only, and pay attention by filtering everything and everyone as needed. Either it's useful towards your goal or not. You must determine if it's a waste of your time, brain cells, and energy before moving forward. Be willing to try new and better things, and be open-minded, since doing the same thing again and again can only give you the same outcome and results. You also may be required to be doing something different to have something to compare with. And be willing to go the extra mile if required and not be lazy like most people. Once you have acquired many months and years of specialized knowledge, you will be able to back your decision-making by your acquired specialized knowledge and educated decisions, and not by a complete guess, fluke, or chance, and therefore reducing the risks of failing, and will also give you more confidence in taking massive action continuously. With over time, you will gain experience and skills with gaining a better understanding of making better decisions from the track record of the science of what has previously proven to work. You will have so much faith in your chosen treasure map that you don't care about what other people may negatively say, and only take advice from people with a proven track record of success. You could have and be in the process of implementing the greatest idea, and yet will still be full of self-doubt fed from other people's feedback. And you may also encounter doubts bred from things outside your control, like doubting the people you have hired to work for you, that they cannot fulfill a high standard of work in line with your vision. Aim to have your positive mental attitude of faith to be set to 60% positive and 40% negative. To be more positive to use as motivation, and 40% negative to be aware that you are bound for many obstacles in your path on your journey to the mountain of success. To be thinking and looking through everything in life through the eyes of positive and negative at first, and with weighing up all of the cons and pros. To be thinking, is my decision based on emotion or logic? Success is achieved by choosing what will be in the best interest in achieving success in the short and long term. Acquired as quickly as possible and weighing up all the logical-based reasons. You should constantly be reviewing what is working and what is not through trial and error of the feedback loop and aiming not to overcomplicate the situation. Then to reinvest back what is working and delete what isn't working. To reinvest what is working to then achieve the compounding effect to success rapidly. You need to keep persisting with cracking through the learning curve to go from a beginner to an expert. Say, for example, in Kung Fu martial arts, at the beginning, starting as a white belt to eventually become a master having earned the black belt, then from being a sensei teacher to a grand master, then from being a sensei teacher to a grand master. To accept that you're not going to become as skilled as Bruce Lee overnight, that it's going to take a long time of hard work and commitment. You will need to be given some lucky breaks along the way and to greatly appreciate them with using them in the smartest advantage possible and to not waste them. Remember from the beginning that you have to meet failure from time to time in order to achieve great success. But always see failure as a lesson, an experience, and a clue to success. Always find a way to turn a negative situation back into a positive. Failure is only when you have accepted it as such and have 100% given up and have decided to not put in any further efforts. When you feel like giving up, say this to yourself repeatedly. I refuse to give up on my dreams. I refuse to give up on my dreams. I refuse to give up on my dreams. The ones that do give up on their dreams will simply be making it easier for the ones that are called the obsessed. Success will require more efforts of energy in the beginning, but become easier as time goes on, with the power of success that it can be used to leverage more success. Remember that every second counts, and you haven't passed the finish line until you have passed the finish line. Once you have ultimately achieved great success, you will still be required to be playing it very smart, thinking long-term, and also be mindful with your self-discipline to maintain your hard-earned success and to not lose it, as most likely it won't last forever. Chapter 6. The Power of Energy. I keep thinking this, Justin. To become rich is to buy something at the low price and then to sell at the high price. To provide a service in exchange for money at a profitable rate. To be doing something of great value to the world with the potential into getting paid large sums of money regularly and for it to eventually be paid off. Or to be paid one large sum for your service and then do it many times over. To simply find a way to accumulate wealth extremely fast compared to the average person. Yep, spot on. I now would like you to fully understand the power of energy. To desire wealth is to desire big. To desire big is to desire large numbers. And to desire large numbers is to desire a large amount of energy. Quote from Albert Einstein about energy. Everything is energy and that's all there is to it. Match the frequency of the reality you want and you cannot help but get that reality. It can be no other way. Gee, that's a great quote. Yeah, I like all great quotes. They are worth remembering. Look, I am trying to make you realize the power of energy, and if you desire to receive a great fortune, you must think big energy. I will now demonstrate some examples of what I mean so you can fully understand. If you were to imagine that you are on an exercise bike hooked up to a meter that detects the energy being produced, that the readings would say a low amount of energy is being produced. Say maybe enough to power a small light bulb. Now, we change that to a petrol 1000cc on a road motorbike on a reading machine. The bike is then revved up to the engine's safe potential. Maybe enough energy to power a small house's electricity. Now let's think massive energy. As of 2019, the largest power generating facility ever built is the Three Gorges Dam in China. The facility generates power by utilizing 32 Francis turbines, each having a capacity of 700 megawatts and two 50 megawatts turbines, totaling the installed capacity to 22,500 megawatts, more than twice the installed capacity of the largest nuclear power station, the Kashiwazaki Karawa in Japan, at 7,965 megawatts. As of 2019, no power station comparable to Three Gorges is under construction, as the largest under construction power stations are hydroelectric Bayhetan Dam, 16,000 megawatts, and the Bellomonte Dam, 11,233 megawatts. So with this much energy, just imagine how many people can be using all that energy in their daily lives. So you need to remember that to achieve anything big, you need to use something with high energy. To probe further into the power of energy, here are more examples. Right. Pretend there were two blocks of land side by side and are the exact same size. They are now both getting the same house built on it. The one on the left is going to be built with low energy and the one on the right with high energy. The left house built with low energy is built first. One person does all the work but is tired as shit, using no electricity, all old-fashioned tools, with no energy from the sun, not being able to see shit. He gets tired easily and cannot see what the hell he's doing, and ends up taking too long. He is a contractor and gets paid a fixed amount for each house being completed. In order to make a great fortune, he needs to finish building the house as quick as possible so he can move on to the next one. Well, with the lack of high energy, it will take him too long to make a lot of money, and he will never have energy to enjoy life as a result of being too exhausted to do anything fun in his spare time as well. Now, to build the house on the right with high energy, the goal is to get the job done as quickly as possible, so he can then be able to move on to the next house, again and again, to make a great fortune for everyone that is involved, and also can have as much time and energy to enjoy life in their spare time. The house is now going to be built with the power of high energy. So, 20 men are contracted to build the house, all specialists in their job, and are well rested with high energy. They also eat healthy and are full of energy. One by one, they do their role of their job with power tools powered by batteries, electricity, gas, and air. The home is put together fast as they can see what they are doing because the high energy of the sun emits a huge amount of energy called heat that also gives the workers vitamin D. The house is banged up very quickly, and everyone gets paid quickly, and then to do it all again and again with the power of high energy. Then, to finish work quickly, and then everyone can go back to their free time to do whatever they choose to do with their spare time, money, and energy. So, acknowledge that this is why the internet has and is becoming so big so fast, because it has high energy, high speed, high scale, and is constantly in motion 24/7 nearly all around the world. I repeat, it's extreme darn high energy. Wow, I see what you mean now. That nearly everything in life is energy and could be turned into energy, that we can either be growing or dying, and even if something is dead, it's still moving. Energy is required to grow fruit and vegetables. Food once eaten turns into energy that will power the body. The energy from a battery powers our mobile phone. That also, if you were to desire a car to produce more power, that it will require to use more gasoline to achieve it. Spot on, you got it. So keep in mind that one of the main ingredients in achieving anything big is high energy. Chapter 7. Think big from the beginning. Hey, Justin, what's the biggest clue to the treasure map to success that you can give me? Well, I think the biggest clue would be to realize that we all need to create our own personalized treasure map to success. That if everyone had the same treasure map, the map would not work. Say, if everyone in the world started up the same business, then it would be too oversaturated. Then everyone would have to lower their prices to the point that the treasure would not be worth your while. So, the best thing to do is to research all your options first, while gaining wealth and knowledge, and going through your own custom checklist, with even choosing the level of success that you are aiming for in the beginning. Then, pick one thing to become your main definite purpose and to become your main focus in life. So everything else can be forgotten, other ideas or businesses or whatever that is not related to that goal. You can still have many other goals, but one has to be chosen to be your main priority that will always come first to prioritize over everything else. Always remember to think big from the beginning, especially if you have a big dream. Say, pretend that for an instance, your goal could be to achieve being worth $10 million. You need to be playing a game that can lead to that outcome eventually in the quickest possible time frame. Being rich is really just the ability to create wealth faster than the average person. If you were to work a dead-end job or low-paying job, or if you were to pull out your mobile phone and the calculator would read, "No way," well, that game is shit. Most people are stupid with being short-sighted upon their current circumstances or whatever that may be. That their job's income is not for buying a low-paying investment, but to be used for building their higher calling, their definiteness of purpose that will achieve financial freedom the quickest way possible. But with that said, somehow you have to find a way to enjoy working a dead-end job, or the negative energy will drain you and cause you to be even more unhappy and run you down feeling tired, while also causing the adoption of a negative mental attitude on life. The sooner you get the money, specialized knowledge, and come up with your own treasure map, the sooner you can move on from your dead-end job or low-paying job onto a bigger and better role in society. So always just simply ask yourself the big question when selecting your treasure map. What is the best case scenario? To work it out on your calculator, so you can roughly tell if it's the right treasure map that is in line with your end goal. The reason why to ask yourself the best case scenario: why stick to a plan that will never give you true happiness of the feeling of being in ecstasy? The feeling of being in a state of shock that every day that you totally can't believe that you are now living a once-thought fantasy. If huge wealth is not possible, then you're playing the wrong game, unless that's the game you would like to play. The one thing that I've learned is that financial freedom is basically to have a passable amount of money or cash flow where you can have the money and time to have a great life. To be thinking big from the beginning so your plan lines up with the end goal. Even a good idea to reverse engineer your goal from achieving it to what you would have to do each day, each week, and each month to eventually get there. Say, if you were to build an apartment complex sky high, you would have to plan from the beginning to have the end in mind. From the foundation to withstand the load, to the correct steps it would require to be done in the best order. So you can only achieve something big if you plan big from the beginning and desire it to become big. Thinking big also can be a fuel of motivation that all of the trouble will be worth it for something that will blow your mind of how big it could eventually become. That's if you put in the hard work, of course. An example, if you had $1 billion idea, you would be more likely to bounce out of bed in the morning and work your ass off until you fell asleep. Okay, Justin, I'll remember to think big from the beginning when creating my own treasure map. Cool. Chapter 8. How bad do you want it? Right. If what you're currently doing isn't working, that means that it's time to bust out of your shell and unleash your true potential, and with lifting your game to the next level from now on. Now, I would like to make you aware of just how bad do you want it? We all have limitations that we can choose to believe, or we have no choice but to accept it. Like we are given the same game of rules of the law. We all get 24 hours a day to work with, a roughly similar time to live. Most of us have access to the same information on the internet, you could say. The choice on whether we use our spare time for business or for pleasure. Look, there is no point in doing anything in life unless you are completely 100% committed in the beginning and in the long term. Like, what's the point of losing weight this year and next year to put it back on? What's the point of going from rags to riches only to lose it all by gambling at casinos in Las Vegas? What's the point of buying a Lamborghini if you can't afford to drive it? It's the same as giving a bum on the street $1 million, but he never spends it. What's the point of that? It would make no difference at all. It's like, what's the point of learning knowledge if you are not going to use it? Yes, I just want you to learn, then apply, learn, then apply again and again to complete the process. I could give you a treasure map to $1 billion, but unless you make a plan of action in the correct order, the information has no value. You will eventually forget all the knowledge and probably might as well use the treasure map to wipe your ass with. Somebody else will eventually come up with a similar treasure map to yours, and with making a plan to pursue it, would then eventually become rich and then laugh at you because you had no balls or guts to go after your treasure map. Right. I'll now ask you some big questions. You start to feel nervous and take a deep breath, and then you say, "Fire away, Justin." Please get out your mobile phone. So, you grab your mobile phone. Yep, got it. Now, go to your notes section and put down your 10 deep reasons for why you would like to achieve a great fortune. And it must refer to yourself and other people. That if you had finally earned and found your booty load of treasure and could buy with it whatever your wildest dreams were, what would you plan to do with it? But remembering that there is little riches for people that are selfish and greedy, the most riches come to those who deserve it in providing the most value to the world. This list will be a source of motivation to help you on the good days and also the bad days on your quest to keep the scale of life tipped right down to pleasure and to be numb to the world of whatever stress and problems that shall arise, to just always be consistently persisting forwards towards your goals. Writing down your goals will mix emotions into your goals, and then you will be planting seeds into your subconscious mind of what your wish list is. So once you 100% know your treasure map off by heart, then and only then will the world conspire as a tool in helping you accomplish growing those seeds, and even your conscious and subconscious mind will too. Quote from Justin Bieber: "If you don't dream big, there's no use of dreaming. If you don't have faith, there's nothing worth believing." Now, list your checklist of your 10 top reasons for why you would like to achieve a great fortune. Yep, okay, Justin. About 10 minutes later, yep, I've done it. Well, read them out to me. Okay then. Number 1, so I can provide massive value to as many people as possible. Number 2, so I can achieve financial freedom and then to work as much as I choose to, rather than work at a dead-end job all my life and not have the time and money to fulfill my wildest dreams. Number 3, so I can afford to have a relationship and kids. Number 4, so I don't fear the lack of money all my life and can feel more relaxed. Number 5, so I can afford to take my family on amazing holiday trips all around the world. Number 6, so I can afford to spoil my family, friends, and whoever I choose to with whatever I choose to buy them. Number 7, so I can afford to buy my dream home, which is a complete mansion overlooking the ocean with a spectacular view, filled with my dream furniture, electronics, and hypercars. Number 8, so I can afford to buy many rental properties. Number 9, so I can afford to donate money and gifts to people that I believe deserve it and need it the most. And number 10, for my life to change the world in a grand, positive way to as many people as possible. Wow, Justin says. Gee, if that doesn't motivate you, then nothing will. But if you still need more motivation than that, well then create your own custom vision board that is related to your 10 deep reasons list. The checklist of what to put is photos of inspiration. Cars, family, friends, your dream house, favorite locations, also your favorite mentors and role models, your list of reasons why, favorite quotes, and whatever you like to. Have your vision board somewhere you see regularly in your house, and it's best to have your greatest inspiration on your mobile phone lock screen, as it will give you a long-lasting faith and energy each day to use towards your desired goals. Another way to gain high emotional energy is to go in person and to interact in something from your vision board to actually see, smell, and touch it. With even taking photos and recording a video of anything that will spark you with energy in the short and long term, this could be talking with your mentors, going to your dream car provider, say a Lamborghini or McLaren dealership, going to a brand new display home, or so on to whatever that may be for you. The trick is to mix the following ingredients all together to increase your likelihood for success. So add your desire, imagination, faith, and energy into all your goals, thinking about them every now and then, to keep that motivation accelerator pedal to the ground towards the obtainment of them. But remember to be patient, as another ingredient required is called time. Big things will take a big amount of energy to put into your step-by-step plan of action. Yeah, sure, Justin. Thanks for the advice. I can see what you mean. Like you say all the time, the pain will become the pleasure. Yep, But most people only want the pleasure, but the pain is required first, and most people can't endure the pain. That's why I might be a little tough on you. But I'm trying to toughen you up to handle the pain, so you become one crazy, badass, fearless pirate that no one wants to mess with. Chapter 9. The Meaning of Life. Hey, since it's such a nice day, let's walk by the beautiful beach for a while and check out the eye candy. The sexy girls out and about today. Yeah, okay, let's go. We start walking down a busy path with many people about and joggers and bikes passing constantly. So, Justin, what would you say is the meaning of life? Whatever you want to decide to perceive it to be. Why you gotta do me like that? Okay, I'll tell you. Well, we all have different values in life, and that makes us all unique and different. So there's no right or wrong answer. The correct answer is up to you to decide. The meaning of life to me is to live, to survive, to eat, to seek a shelter, to learn, to thrive, to grow, to love, to mate, to find your soulmate, to breed, to develop, to be happy, to appreciate, to enjoy, to achieve, to be consistently making the most of what you have, to sometimes be relaxing and be reflecting about your past, present, and future, to be concentrating on your desired main mission in life, and to also be looking forward to achieving something in the future. Quote from Charles Darwin: "It is not the most intellectual of the species that survives. It is not the strongest that survives. But the species that survives is the one that is able to adapt to and to adjust best to the changing environment in which it finds itself." The purpose of life is to find your purpose. The meaning of life is simply a game that we are all born into, and you have to decide what games that you want to play in life. Then to play each game's level until completed, and then to choose the next game of whatever fulfills you most. The rules are different for everyone, depending on where you live, what your parents can do to help you in life, the people who really care about helping you, what you make of it, and what you think is worth spending your time in doing with it. The meaning of life has always been to survive, to kill or be killed. That every day something is dying, something has become dead, or something has just been born and become alive. The meaning of life is to be happy as possible in all areas of life, not just one or two. We are all on the constant pursuit of happiness. We all just simply are trying to relive what has made us happy in the past again, and also what we have brainwashed ourselves repeatedly to believe will make us happy in the future. So basically, we have wired our brain that if and when that happy situation was to happen, then you would give yourself permission to be happy. So then the dopamine would then be released, causing you to feel happy. It's the same with everything in your life, from your happiness to sadness, to depression, to anger, to stress, to love, to death from someone or something that you had a strong emotional feeling for, and so forth, to every emotion and your beliefs and your perception on everything in life. The human brain works on how we choose to wire it. Everyone's brain works similarly, but we have the power on how we choose to wire it. Like, for example, from the past, you may have wired your brain to enjoy watching football on the television. Your cat is on the couch nearby, and then all of a sudden your team kicks a goal. You feel happy because you have wired your brain to give a shit if that was to happen. Then you would be happy. Your cat looks at you and thinks, "Why in the hell is my master so darn happy about?" The cat looks at the television and does not understand what in tarnation is going on. The cat thinks, "Who gives a shit about some human kicking a ball?" So, I'm saying, happiness only works depending on what you have wired your brain to choose to perceive of any given situation. Like a light switch flicked to a specific emotion to come on instead of the light. I'm just making you understand that only you have the power to reprogram your brain on everything in life. No one but you. If life was not about being on the constant pursuit of happiness, then why do so many people that suffer from depression commit suicide? They commit suicide because they have wired their brain to be that way. Then the next day, they wake up and feel that way again every day until they stop feeling depressed. To then think this way for a long time, you have created a high emotional negative chemical brain energy. That has to be released somewhere. You can either decide to hold the energy inwards, causing you to feel depressed and stay that way. A piece of you may never be the same again, but your brain is simply having a strong rock of reason on the scale of life. That's warning you of an awakening not to do it again and to approach in complete caution from then after to not repeat your circumstances. So decide to accept what has happened, while remembering the experience and all the lessons learned, and simply just move on and keep moving forwards. Say you were at the gym feeling down, causing you to feel unenergetic. To be feeling negative emotions with that feeling is like they were shutting you down, feeling like a flat battery. Or you can decide to turn your mind on to go nuts, releasing your negative energy into your workout. Another way of looking at it could be if your emotions were a car and you drove into a town called depression. You have the power to decide to park your car there and to continue feeling like shit. Or you can decide to floor that car and get the hell out of there. So keep driving towards whatever gives you hope, whatever will make you happy, and also replay what made you feel happy in the past. Remember to be mindful to always appreciate what you have and make the most of what you already have, and also every lucky break you've been given thus far in your life and every future one too. And yes, there's always someone out there worse off than you in this world that wishes to be you. It's up to you to set your GPS and to move towards what you believe that gives you high hopes and happiness. Remember that if you are so busy moving towards what gives you hope and happiness that the negative emotions cannot get in your car with you unless you stop, otherwise they will jump in your car and make you stuck in the town called depression. So, keep this information in mind to help you in your future situations. Yeah, absolutely. We all have to always aim to find a way to enjoy each chapter in our life, even if you know that the next chapter is going to be much better. Okay, I'll keep this in mind if life knocks me down on my journey to the mountain of success. Here is another great quote to remember on your long expedition. Life's a puzzle to happiness, but only you know how to crack the code. Chapter 10. Time. We can all easily forget that our time is the most precious thing we have. Not money, not your house, not your toys, not your health. Yes, time is the main ingredient to life. Okay, I will prove it to you. What good is $1 billion if you had only 2 weeks to live? Would you need only that ingredient to enjoy the rest of your life? What good is your house when most people waste most of their time at work paying for their home? What good are your toys if you don't have time to use them and are always at work? If you always sell your time for money, then you will always have to sell your time for money. You can trade your time for money, but you cannot trade that money to buy your time back. Even if your health went bad, there is always something you could be doing. But without the ingredient of time, you either have no time to do something, or you're dead out of time with your life's clock ran out and pronounced dead to the living world. Our time is limited, with every passing family member, friend, and even our pets. We are reminded that our time is limited. That feeling of sadness you get at a funeral is meant to be really a big wake-up call of action. That in between now and the day that you are the one dead in a coffin. That with no regrets, you really lived your life like a bloody legend. Say, when the time comes and you are dead in a coffin, that you lived like a car that really lived a great life, with heaps of miles on the clock, and with heaps of dents and scratches of the memories of living a life of someone that pushed themselves to their limits. We all need to remember that one day it will be our turn to be dead at the funeral, and to ask ourselves with our last breath that whether we achieve our goals in life or not, that we gave it 100%. Now, from today forwards, it is your turn to get on the stage of life and do your thing, before the Grim Reaper strikes you dead. We are all obsessed about something, so why not be obsessed about your financial freedom as well? Remember that the best thing you can buy with your money is to spend on an investment that pays you money and time. Otherwise, you will have to keep selling your time in exchange for money to keep the money tap turned on to be continually coming into your bank account. So, before you make your next purchase, just think how much of your life at work it will cost you to pay for it with your life's credits. It's not that we don't live a long time, but we expect to make each day really count. To have no regrets on how your time was spent, that when you take your last breath, you achieved what you really wanted to accomplish with your life, and acknowledge that no one gives a shit about your life as much as you do. Sadly, most people have to grow gray hair to suddenly have a midlife crisis of an awakening that they are not going to be alive forever, and then to think about making what they really want out of life a bigger priority therefore after. The simple things in life can often be the best. It's not just about chasing the money train all your life. Trust me, it's not a very good game to be playing forever with just swapping your life in exchange for money. We always need to be thinking of what could have been with our time, energy, and money. Life can be like a book, that no matter how long it is, that it will have to come to an end eventually. Nearly every day I wake up, I tend to think this as my first thought of the day. Another day of my life has gone. Acknowledge that everybody at one point in time or another had to go in the wrong direction in life and wasted their time in order to wake up and realize that they are going the wrong way, which was most likely due to the fact that you don't know what you don't know, like being cautioned and told that the fire is hot, that most people have to be burnt to only then know and realize that it is very hot indeed. That's why true wisdom comes from knowing great knowledge off by heart, and also later in life when your brain has then been fully developed and also has been on this planet of Earth for a long time, gaining many of life experiences and with learning and understanding the game of life. Another good concept to keep in mind is that many things in life will require you to give that ingredient called time. Until you set aside time to work on it, that it will never eventuate and it will simply just stay on a complete pause until you allocate in making time for it. And in life, you can only work less hours or to temporarily have a good break, but you can never stop. Chapter 11. Distractions. So, I've thought of a question to ask you, Justin. Yes, what is it? Why are most people not focused on their higher calling in life? And why are they not majorly successful in life? Well, from what I can see, hear, and believe, there are many reasons why. Number one, most people become like programmed robots and doing the similar routine each day, every week, and each year after year, getting similar outcomes and results as well. Number two, wasting their free time on unimportant activities that can simply be repeating the past of doing something again and again for the sake of something to do. Number three, most people accept their fate of where they are heading in life in the short and long term. Number four, most people give in to distractions and simply become a part of helping someone else move towards their dreams, with buying their products, watching their content, and so on, rather than spending most of your time, money, and energy towards your own obsessions, dreams, and desires. Number five, most people don't make a rough plan of action to follow in the short and long term. Number six, many people decide to take drugs, alcohol, or both, with forming the habit of regularly doing so when they are happy or sad, or for something to do, or because their friends influence them to do so, with the negative side effects causing the wasting of money, time, brain cells, health, feeling hungover, tired, irritable, and going into lazy mode. It makes them stupid, not ambitious, and to be accepting of their fate. When thinking of moving on to something better, they think they have to go through a lot of trouble and learn new skills and give up their normal routine. Number seven, most people cannot make up their mind on what career to do, and then down the track to what business to pursue, causing them to just settle for whatever is easiest to do. Number 8. Most people don't engage in learning and developing their specialized knowledge, and are consistently engaged in talking to other people about very low of importance information, about total unimportant gossip talk, just for the complete sake of talking about something that is of no great importance, and also watching way too much TV. Basically, the information is not going to help it to achieve one's major definite of purpose and be worth writing down on a notepad. Number 9. Most people get into too much debt and have an extremely high cost of living in which they have to continue working their job whether they like it or not. Thus, it's called the golden handcuffs. They think about moving on and simply accepting their fate to be stuck in their circumstances, rather than to create a plan to eventually move on down the track as big things take time to happen. We all have to realize that our circumstances can either be a dead end or a stepping stone to something better. The choice is up to you. Number 10. Poor people's wildest dreams consist of their dream car, dream house, dream holiday, and their dream junk. Most entrepreneurs originally thought with the poor people's mindset, with copying the normal way the majority of the population way of thinking, but to eventually have an awakening and realize they also dreamed of providing value firstly, then they knew the money would come to them eventually. Entrepreneurs provide a valuable service, take on huge risks, provide many jobs for other people, and if they can pull it off, they will get highly rewarded for their efforts. Number 11. Most people form the habits and routine to always be in fun mode, causing them to always spend their free time on distractions. Quote from picturequotes.com. You can't do big things if you're distracted by small things. To explain distractions further, we all have things that make us happy that are good to do for a while, but unless you have extraordinary self-discipline. To only give in to distractions for a limited amount of time, or you are simply just the cog in their wheel to help them to grow forward at the price of your own progress going on pause. Time wasters can be activities such as TV, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, Snapchat, YouTube, newspapers, spending too much time with friends, Twitter, games, notifications, emails, cleaning too much, or anything that is really just a waste of your time. To get to the top of the mountain of success, just expect for every day to be bombarded with interruptions that will be trying to distract you from climbing to the top, causing you detours, lots of stress, wasting your time. Buy me, play this, do that, sending you notifications, sending you spam emails, trying to sell you shit you don't want. And if you did that, you would be contacting them, not them contacting you. Everyone can be getting in your way with trying to slow you down. So, to pass the determination test and make the grade of a master pirate, you need to see past things for what they really are. They are just trying to slow you down in hiking and climbing to the mountain of success. Here are some options and advice to help reduce your time wasting on distractions. Number 1. Set a time limit and write down your time spent on each distraction to make you fully aware of how much time you're wasting as a wake-up call. Number 2. Turn off all notifications and set your mind to wait until the end of the day. Save all your distractions for the end of the day till everything set out for that day has been completed. For instance, plan to allow a couple of hours before going to bed and only as little as possible during the day. Number 3. Delete mobile apps and as many distractions as possible. Remember that a habit is something you do on a regular basis that over time you will automatically want to do all the time. So, if you can see in the beginning that you are creating a habit, then it's best to stop before you get addicted to the habit. Also, it's a good idea to make your distractions harder to do. Like, leave your phone in your car or out of your reach and delete mobile apps that are getting out of hand or other distractions. Number 4. When I'm engaging in a distraction, I form the habit of looking at it from an educational perspective and also think from the other side of the game called producer. Both aspects of the game are the user and the producer. What I can learn to apply into my own life to give me an advantage. Watch commercials not to buy junk, but to learn for your own advertising. Number 5. Make the distraction the reward or the end prize. To do the important tasks or activities first. Then, once completed, give yourself the reward of the unimportant activity. Number 6. Always remember that if you were, say, to become 65 years old and you didn't achieve your goals in life, you must have not wanted your dreams to become true bad enough because you chose to give in to distractions. If you really want your dreams to come true, then you will turn them into a reality. And then you can decide to turn back on your TV and distractions with living your dream as a reality. We all only admire the ones who had the power of self-discipline to make all the required sacrifices of saying no to distractions and be grinding on what really matters to them. your dreams and turning them into your goals. It's easy to be average, but to be admired, you have to be willing to achieve something that others couldn't do. Number 7. You are more bound for success to be a minimalist, which means to only have what you ultimately require and need. The less toys you have, the less distractions you will also have. So, more time, money, and energy from eliminating temptations for what really counts. Number 8. When you start to engage in a time-wasting activity, plan from the beginning to stick to a habit of a short time limit. As the longer this activity is engaged in, most people will end up falling into that state of mind and doing it for hours on end, called lazy mode. Number 9. Adopt a negative belief for a negative habit or distraction activity when you think of selecting to do it. All the negative reasons will come to mind and then will tip the scale down of reasons why not to proceed in commencing into the negative habit or activity. Quote from Lucius Annius Seneca. It is not that we have a short time to live, but that we waste a lot of it. Life is long enough, and a sufficient generous amount has been given to us for the highest achievements if it were all well invested. But when is wasted in heedless luxury and spent on no good activity, we are forced at last by death's final constraint to realize that it has passed away before we knew it was passing. So it is. We are not given a short life, but we make it short, and we are not ill-supplied, but wasteful of it. Life is long if you know how to use it. Chapter 12. See past things. One thing I've really learned about a business is to think big and on a large scale. I always think this way now. You need to see past things and really think big and to always be thinking big. Here are a list of questions to ask yourself when considering to start a business. Number 1. How long will it take to make $1 million profit after tax and expenses? Number 2. How many hours a day is the business open? Number 3. How many towns and countries can I serve? Number 4. How many people can I serve at once? Number 5. What's the best case scenario to make in one day? Number 6. How automated can my business become by a system or machine or hiring people? Number 7. How much would that cost? Number 8. What are the ongoing costs? Number 9. Is the profit big enough to outsource to hire more employees? Number 10. Can I afford to buy more equipment or anything else required to grow the business? Number 11. Could your business handle an extreme load of work? Number 11. Or would you be forced to knock back the work? Number 12. How can you become rich fast if your wealth vehicle can't handle the high speed? The faster you can serve people, and the more people you can serve faster, then you will have the checklist to increase the likelihood for fast wealth. Basically, see past shit jobs and businesses for what they really are, a snail pace to making huge wealth, and also see past everything in life for what it really is. Some things are just a time waster. Some things are not really important to be doing, but you just think that they are. Some things are not as difficult as you thought. Some things you do turn out to be a terrible idea. Sometimes people can be complete liars. Sometimes if it's too good to be true, it most likely is, unless there are strong reasons stating otherwise. So wake up and see past things for what they really are. Okay, Justin, good point. Chapter 13. Successful again. You gotta understand the concept of this. Once you've learned how to lose weight and gain weight again, you would have developed all the relevant skills to lose the weight again. If you were to learn how to ride a bike and did not ride a bike for 5 years, you would still remember how to ride the bike again. If you were to go to the gym for many years, nearly every day, and become very fit and muscular, and you completely were to stop going for 2 years, but immediately started training again, that very quickly, if you strongly desired to do so, you would be in shape once again because you previously had developed all the relevant skills. Also, if you were to become a millionaire and were to start again from scratch, if you strongly desired to do so, you would become a millionaire much faster because you learnt the relevant skills previously in the past. So, remember that it may be hard the first time around, but much easier the next time around because you have created that skill and know where to acquire the relevant information and have built that mobile app into your brain. Good point, Justin. That skills are just many combined habits that are just merely like computer programming uploaded into your brain. Yeah, there's an old saying in neuroscience. Neurons that fire together, wire together. This means the more you run a neural circuit in your brain, the stronger that circuit becomes. This is why, to quote another old saying, practice makes perfect. The more you say practice anything, the stronger those circuits will become and will also stay more strongly hardwired into your brain. Okay, Justin, I'll be more mindful of that from now on. Chapter 14. The Compounding Effect. Well, now I would like to talk to you about the compounding effect. Yeah, I know a little about it, Justin. Isn't that when something can grow more quickly down the track or something like that? Yeah, I will explain it better than that. Okay, let it rip. Well, an easy way to describe it to you is, for example, it's a lot of work to get off the ground in the beginning. Like a space rocket going to the moon will need a massive amount of energy to get off the ground, but once into outer space, it does not require as much energy to move then therefore after. Another example, pretend you were to push a car yourself on a flat ground surface. It would require the most energy and effort at the beginning to get the momentum of speed up to 1 mile per hour. Then would be easier and require less energy to continue moving the car. Another example, if you learned something new every single day on the topic of self-development, and you listened to a full range of audiobooks and watched YouTube content, how much would you compound your knowledge in 1 month, 1 year, or 1 decade? How smart would you become? Well, another way of looking at the compounding effect is to imagine you had a dream of becoming a movie star. An extremely famous one, and shit with all the good stuff. Lamborghinis, designer clothing, a massive mansion in the Hollywood Hills, and millions in the bank. Like also once you're famous, that you will automatically have a crowd in line to buy or watch anything that is related to you, and that will create much more wealth much easier compared to an unfamous person. Alright, let's go back to the future. The classic movie. Let's pretend to go back in time. Like now, bang, pop, crackle, and pop. Here to the backstory now, the Lambo and stuff is the end prize, but would have never happened if the seed of success was never planted. They would have worked for hardly any money in the beginning, and as their success grew, fans would attract more fans or followers, and which would attract more value, which then can justify getting paid more money. Each movie would grow bigger and bigger, which is the compounding effect. Once you understand the compounding effect, you will realize that it is how you and others can become wealthy via doing something of value, which you can apply the compounding effect into your treasure map. However, keep in mind that you have to use a system that can handle the rapid compounding effect when you have a brilliant idea, whatever that may be, and it has been put out into the market correctly and advertised. The right idea will take off rapidly as a big sign that you have a blockbuster idea, and will continue to rapidly compound long into the future. No problem, I'll try to recall that, Justin. Alright, cool. Chapter 15. The Law of Attraction. I hear a lot of people talking about the Law of Attraction. Is it bullshit, or do you believe in it, Justin? Well, my thoughts are that it can definitely help you succeed in life if you understand it first, and then use it in your life in advertising. But it's not the only ingredient to success. How many people brainwash themselves by absorbing information from law of attraction gurus and never achieve much from it? What is law of attraction? Basically, like attracts like, and like encourages like. To be like a magnet in which everything either attracts to something or it distracts from something. And with emotions, they work like a radio broadcasting station of emotion frequency waves sent out that will encourage that emotion to be playing, and you can only be playing one emotion at a time. There also are different power levels of the magnet of the law of attraction to keep in mind, such as low, medium, and high. The 7 laws of attraction. Number 1, the law of manifestation. Number 2, the law of magnetism. Number 3, the law of unwavering desires. Number 4, the law of delicate balance. Number 5, the law of harmony. Number 6, the law of right action. And number 7, the law of universal influence. The law of attraction can be related to watching TV, say, like clicking a television remote control on every station in the world. People will pick a show they want to watch, and if they don't like it, they will change the channel to what they do like. If they're not fully engaged in the program, they will neither enjoy the program nor absorb the information. They will also not want to remember the content because they have declared it is irrelevant. Also, the law of attraction can work with our emotions, like a radio station frequency. We all have many emotions, but we can only be playing one at a time. Like if you had a very happy or depressing day, then you will feel that way the next day. A smile attracts someone else to smile. Laughter attracts others to laugh. Scary, horror music and sound effects attract you to feel scared. Uplifting music can encourage you to feel uplifted, and someone crying and being upset can make you feel upset. This can all happen, say, when you're listening to audio content, watching television, around other people, or talking to other people. Say when we're growing up as kids that we can imitate our surrounding influencers, and say, for example, with teenagers into rap music, that they will be influenced by their content, with wearing what their rappers wear and thinking and talking their lingo. Even with when we are wearing clothing, that we can have a mind shift to that outfit via the power of habit of programming our brain that way, and other people will also see you for what you're wearing. Say with putting on gym clothing that everyone will think you must work out, be fit, and would know a lot about the gym. When you train all the time and you train in your gym outfit, it soon tunes your mind to gym mode in that outfit. It's the same for many outfits and uniforms that say a police officer uniform, military uniform, martial arts uniform, and so on. That like attracts like. That even a uniform or outfit can encourage what manner of thinking and what others would see you as. The downside is thinking too positive about your goals is bad. More so, repeatedly thinking about everything too positive is a bad idea, as you can set yourself up for being handed your desired outcome, but the truth can be that it can be harder than you anticipated. Others can want the prize too and screw you over. People or other things can get in the way of the magnet attracting. Others can fire you up in an argument and attract you to change your frequency to anger too, and so forth. When this happens, remember the law of attraction and see that they are encouraging you to change to their station. So say a few words and move on. Pretend that when someone is angry, they have started a little fire, and if you keep feeding the fire, it will get bigger and bigger until it eventually gets out of control. So avoid feeding the fire, or arrange to come back when it's had time to calm down and burn out. Aim to always find a way to stay in a state of mind that is full of tranquility, peace, and calmness. Don't let the negative vibrations of energy flow into your brain. Quote from Bob Proctor: "You will attract everything that you require. If it's money you need, you will attract it. If it's people you need, you'll attract it. You've got to pay attention to what you're attracted to, because as you hold images of what you want, you're going to be attracted to things, and they're going to be attracted to you. But it literally moves physical reality with and through you, and it does that by law." The law of attraction can be used with advertising to keep in mind. For example, if someone loves basketball, they would like to buy items related to that sport, such as clothing, shoes, or basketball equipment. The same applies to someone who enjoys going to the gym and buys workout clothes and supplements. Girls tend to like beauty products, and kids like cartoons. Old people like old-fashioned things. If you target your advertising to the right people, they are more likely to be attracted to it and be willing to hand over their money. Quotes from Napoleon Hill: "You are a human magnet, and you are constantly attracting to you people whose characters harmonize with your own. Remember that your dominating thoughts attract, through a definite law of nature, by the shortest and most convenient route, their physical counterpart. Be careful what your thoughts dwell upon. Success attracts success, and failure attracts failure because of the law of harmonious attraction. The law of attraction is the magnetic power of the universe that manifests through everyone and everything. It is part of the creative power of the universe. The law attracts thoughts, ideas, people, situations, circumstances, and the things you think about. The law of attraction manifests through your thoughts by drawing thoughts and ideas of a similar kind. people who think like you, and also corresponding situations and circumstances. It is the law and power that brings into your life people who can help you with creating your own treasure map. It is the power that can create the situation and circumstances you want. It is also the power that draws into your life the things you want and helps you achieve your dreams. It is the means to create the life that you want. So, similar energy attracts similar energy. Put positive energy into your thoughts, and you will bring forth positive situations. Negative thoughts attract negative events. It can get into your dreams and desires. This means that you have to be careful of what you think. This law is used by everyone, though mostly in an unconscious manner. Filling your mind with happy thoughts will attract happiness into your life, and if you desire to be blissful, form the habit of being happy every day and link it to some activity. You will be attracting to you the vibrations of thoughts and the vibrations of energy that you are sending out into the world. So you need to be careful to always be thinking of what's going on around you at all times, with what you are doing and what habits you are choosing to adopt into your lifestyle. Be aware that a person who can fully understand their mind can learn to control their habits and therefore what they attract into their life. With fame, some people can lack the desire to become famous, but no fame, no fortune. That you, or something that is related to you, is required to become famous in order to attract the masses of people to you. That one of the big reasons why advertising is very important as a means to scale in attracting the masses of people to you. Likewise, we are all more attracted to a beautiful and a very entertaining person that is full of charisma and has a positive mental attitude, rather than an ugly and boring person that is a down-on-life person with a negative mental attitude. Therefore, the odds for success will be much greater if attracting success to you, as the main difference between a successful person and an unsuccessful person is based upon how many people are attracted to following and engaging into their content, and to be very hungry for it as well. With finding a partner that will be attracted to the person you currently are right now, the spouse you may have attracted 10 years ago would most likely be a totally different partner via the power of law of attraction. If you desire to attract the partner of your dreams, you will have to become the checklist of what he or she is attracted to. You must fully understand and use the power of the law of attraction, firstly, because you will be required to become obsessed about attracting great success to you, and to strongly desire to the point where you're willing to completely brainwash yourself with all the information that will greatly help you the most and is related to your chosen treasure map and goals. And also to be obsessed with attracting great success to you and your treasure map and goals, with also doing whatever is favorable and whatever is required to turn that dream into a reality. Then, and only then, will it be your reality eventually, once and when enough value and energy has been released to obtain your desired treasure map and goals. Quote from Jake Ducey: "Brainwash yourself before the world does." Quote from Jack Canfield: "The law of attraction states that whatever you focus on, think about, read about, and talk about intensely, you're going to attract more of into your life." Chapter 16. Mentors and role models will help you. Hey Justin, can mentors and role models help me? They sure can. We all look up to those who we admire. A mentor can be like your parents. Deep down inside, they truly want you to succeed in your journey to the mountain of success. A mentor is someone that has previously had the courage in doing something of great importance or great difficulty, and managed to find a way to achieve success eventually. The right mentor will completely blow your mind and shift your life to a completely new and better direction. A mentor can be anyone that is in line with your chosen treasure map. I recommend to do this from time to time. Say that next time you're alone, you should fully tap into the full potential of your deep imagination, and to go to your alone space where you typically go to be alone. Your quiet place that you can relax. It could be in bed, driving a car, going for a walk, or at home by yourself. Now, pretend that wherever you are right now, that your two favorite mentors or role models are with you right now. Whether they are dead or still alive, it doesn't matter. Now, talk out loud to them. Say to them what your main definiteness of purpose in life is, if you haven't found it yet, to aim and keep on searching for your treasure map until you do. Think about what advice they would tell you to do to achieve your main purpose in life. What would you say to them about the advice they have given to you, which you have memorized and has completely changed your direction in life? When life knocks you down, don't give up. Go back to your mentors and role models and ask them for courage and motivation to keep persisting forward. Even go back to their books, audiobooks, or videos again and again. I have listened to all my favorite audiobooks on a regular basis. You have to remember that big outcomes can happen in your life and that they are not impossible. Except that big achievements will most likely require a lot of time and energy to achieve. It's basically a marathon, not a sprint, so keep that in mind. Another way to help solve problems that you may face is to think out loud to yourself about your life in your alone place. For instance, what would your mentor or role model do if they were in your situation? How do you think they would tackle the problem? If you discussed your great ideas, would they think your ideas were brilliant or bad? If someone else had your problem and came to you for advice, what would you tell them? We all need inspiration from others to give us a leap of courage to unleash the tiger within, which is called the Eye of the Tiger Spirit. Tai Lopez has said on his YouTube channel that he has done his own research and concluded that everyone that eventually climbed the mountain of success by working hard and smart, by learning from mentors and role models to use as more leverage to succeed and base upon their decision-making by. A mentor is really just a coach to learn from all their mistakes on what has dramatically gave them the quickest and best results over their career and then passing it on to you. They have already been through that jungle and have now learnt the best way to climb the mountain of success the quickest and smartest way, because they have already been the test pilot with now having a proven track record of success and knowledge of the many shortcuts. Here's a list from Tai Lopez of some famous people and their mentors that helped them on their journey. Number 1. Steve Jobs and founder of Apple, and his mentor was Robert Friedland. Number 2. Albert Einstein developed the theory of relativity, and his mentor was Max Talmy. Number 3. Stephen Hawking developed theory of black holes and quantum physics, and his mentor was Dennis W. Sciama. Number 4. Mark Zuckerberg created Facebook, and his mentor, Steve Jobs. Number 5. Bill Gates created Microsoft, and his mentor was Ed Roberts. Number 6. Bruce Lee, famous martial artist, and his mentor was IP Man. Number 7. Warren Buffett, chairman of Berkshire Hathaway, and famous investors, and his mentor was Benjamin Graham. Number 8. Jeff Bezos, the creator of Amazon, and his mentor was Bill Campbell. Number 9. Conor McGregor, famous MMA fighter, and his mentor was John Kavanagh. Number 10. Andrew Carnegie, industrialist that expanded the steel industry, and his mentor was Thomas Scott. Number 11. Batman and Robin fought evil supervillains. Number 12. Michael Jordan, 6-time NBA champion and 5-time NBA MVP, and his mentors were Phil Jackson and Dean Smith. Number 13. Oprah Winfrey, having the highest rated talk show, and her mentor was Mary Angelou. Number 14. Sam Walton created Walmart, and his mentor was L.S. Robson. Number 15. Jay-Z, famous American rapper, and his mentor was Leor Cohen. Number 16. Martin Luther King Jr. led civil rights movements, and his mentor was Benjamin Mays. Number 17. Will Smith, famous actor and producer, and his mentor was Muhammad Ali. Number 18. Barack Obama, former president of the United States, and his mentor was Frank Marshall Davis. Number 19. Tom Hanks, famous actor and filmmaker, and his mentor was Raleigh Farnsworth. Number 20. Denzel Washington, Academy Award-winning actor, and his mentor was Sidney Poitier. Number 21. Larry Page, co-founder of Google, and his mentor was Steve Jobs. Number 22. Bill Hewlett and David Packard started Hewlett-Packard, and their mentor was Frederick Terman. Number 23. Mark Benioff, founder and chairman of Salesforce. Number 24, Michael Dell, the chairman and CEO of Dell, and his mentor was Lee Walker. Number 25, Jack Dorsey, the founder of Twitter, and his mentor was Ray Chambers. Number 26, Kobe Bryant, 5-time NBA champion and 4-time NBA MVP, and his mentor was Michael Jordan. Number 27, Nikola Tesla, famous engineer and inventor that invented the Tesla coil, and his mentor was Sir William Crookes. So, make sure that you find yourself with as many mentors and role models to inspire you with motivation and wisdom to keep moving forward with whatever problems you may face. They too would have had to overcome many obstacles and headaches to achieve great success to get to the top of the mountain of success. Keep in mind to compare yourself to your mentors and role models to where you are currently in life right now, to where your mentors were at that stage. Remember that they were once at the beginning of their journey at one stage, like you. Okay, Justin, I will use the power of having great mentors and role models on my journey so that I don't go at it all alone. With many things in life, the more we do something, the more we will do something. Yeah, you're right. Everything in life can work off that principle. Also, if you were to listen to your favorite role model's audiobook, after a while you will think and talk like them, provided that you deeply desire to do so and listen to it many times. You must, I repeat, you must know what motivates you, and to use that as extra energy to help you on your journey to the mountain of success. Let's get some lunch at a restaurant. We've got a lot more to talk about. Okay, cool, I'm starving. We decide to walk there and arrive at a nice restaurant by the beach, with a spectacular view of the ocean that felt like a dream to take in. We ordered a few soft drinks and our food. Then we kept continuing on, talking furthermore. Chapter 17. The summary of my favorite book. So, Justin, which book completely shifted your mindset to a totally different direction in your life? Well, I would have to say that all great information, and not just books, have a lesson to be learnt from everyone and everything in the world if one wishes to search for it. All information from talking to others and also learning on the internet, audiobooks, and from YouTube has basically compounded into a great brain upload of information that can be used to go to war with our goals and provide massive motivation. Once you have gone from a beginner to a master of education, then it's time to select your own custom treasure map. Well, here is the summary of my very favorite books that I've listened to over 14 times and has become the way of my thinking and uploaded to my subconscious mind. I strongly recommend to get if you are serious about becoming a master pilot, and have also listed other books throughout my book as well. The first favorite book is called The Millionaire Fastlane. Crack the Code to Wealth and Live Rich for a Lifetime by M.J. DeMarco, published 2011. If you want to keep getting what you have been getting, keep doing what you've been doing. Corollary, if you're not getting wealthy, then stop doing what you've been doing. People who drive Lamborghinis and fly jets around the world did not get there because they got rich slowly by investing in mutual funds, clipping coupons, and maxing out their 401ks. Those techniques are not an effective road to wealth. The get-rich-slowly approach is faulty because it takes a lifetime of work, and it's dependent on getting lucky with your investments. Even if you do get rich, you'll be too old to enjoy it, except for very few people, such as lottery winners. When life sucks, escapes are sought. I don't need television because I invested my time into a real life worth living, not a fictitious escape that airs every Tuesday night at 8 p.m. Wealth is not an event, but a process. People focus on events like selling their company or winning a big contract, but the real story is not the events, but the processes and hard work that made those events more likely. If you skip the process, you won't get the events. People come up with all kinds of reasons for why they deserve to be wealthy. They come from a prestigious background. They have a great business plan. They think positively. Or they are doing what they love, and so on. None of that stuff matters. Becoming wealthy is not about having the right prerequisites. It's about taking smart risks, putting in the hours, and not quitting. Self-made millionaires don't become millionaires by stumbling into money, just as financial failures don't become failures by stumbling into poorness. Both are the direct result of the financial roadmap chosen and the actions and beliefs that evolve from that roadmap. Poor choices are the leading cause of poorness. People drown in the misery of their own choices while neglecting to acknowledge they are the cause. The 3 financial roads. Number 1, the sidewalk. Number 2, the slow lane. And number 3, the fast lane. Number 1, the sidewalk. Living well today at the expense of having more security tomorrow. Living paycheck to paycheck and buying everything on credit. The sidewalk's destination is poor. Number 2, the slow lane. Sacrificing today so that you can be better off in the future. The slow lane destination is mediocrity. Number 3, the fast lane. Working hard today on something people find value in so that you can become wealthy in the next 5 to 10 years. Sidewalkers view debt as an asset that enables them to buy more stuff, value spending over saving, and live a life of instant gratification. Sidewalkers don't plan for the long term and blame external factors for their situations, such as taxes, bad luck. Because the sidewalk is all about the short term, it doesn't work well in the long term, and you usually end up mortgaging a stable future for a pleasant present. The sidewalk is a precarious place to be because of external events like job cuts, recessions, interest rate hikes, and so on. It can be devastating for someone who lives paycheck to paycheck and doesn't plan ahead. Note that being a sidewalker doesn't mean you are poor. Plenty of rich people like athletes and lawyers make a lot of money and then immediately spend it. This means that making more money will not help sidewalkers because their philosophy urges them to spend whatever they make. Being wealthy is not about money, fancy cars, expensive vacations, or vacation homes in Fiji, but involves the 3 F's: family, fitness, and freedom. Being wealthy means being healthy, being surrounded by great friends and family, and the freedom to live life how you want to live it. False wealth is the illusion of wealth. It's having nice, flashy things that you can't afford, which take away your freedom and make you even more dependent on your existing sources of income. If you think you can afford it, you can't. When you buy something cheap, like a candy bar or a pair of $10 sandals, you never ask, "Can I afford this? How can I make this purchase work?" If you are trying to justify a large purchase to yourself, then you can't really afford it. Wealth, like fitness, requires hard work, discipline, and delaying gratification. If you can't immunize yourself from the temptations of instant gratification, you'll be hard-pressed to find success in either health or wealth. Both demand a lifestyle shift from short-term thinking of instant gratification to long-term thinking of delayed gratification. A good process creates events that others view as luck. People see how you're lucky to go to the school you went to, lucky to find success with the product you launched, and lucky to sell your company. They rarely realize all of the work and sacrifices that went into getting lucky. Thinking that people get rich because they are lucky is a very disempowering belief. Sidewalkers tend to pursue wealth events such as lotteries and casinos instead of processes. They assign control of their financial future to others, such as banks, employers, or etc., which greatly increases the chances of becoming victims and having poor results. The slow lane. It's a poor choice because wealth is best enjoyed when you're young, and not after decades of soul-sucking work. Furthermore, there are many factors outside of your control. For example, like how your 401k does, or whether your house price will appreciate, and it's possible that after all of your sacrificing and patience, you still won't end up wealthy. Plenty of people lost 50% or more of their savings during recessions or major crises. Slow laners give up their time for money. For example, spending an extra 2 hours on something is worth it if it saves $10. Budget aggressively and look for deals and coupons and believe that compound interest will make them rich. Some of these strategies are fine, and it's not bad to look for deals or to have a budget, but the problem lies in these strategies being the entire plan instead of being part of a bigger plan. Slow laners sell their Monday to Friday so that they can enjoy Saturday and Sunday, both literally and figuratively. People wouldn't trade $5 for $2, so why would trading 5 weekdays for 2 weekend days make any more sense? In general, jobs suck, because you have limited leverage. Being 50% more productive will not get you a 50% raise and limited control. What if you get fired? What if your company is doing poorly and forces you to take a pay cut? General problems with jobs: you're selling your time and your life for money, and the experience you accumulate is limited. For example, you learn much more running your own business for a month than working for someone else for a year. You're subject to the whims and orders from your boss, and you have to deal with the office politics, and you have almost no control over your income. The problem with the slow lane is uncontrollable limited leverage. This means you don't have a lot of control over your income, and you don't have opportunities for huge wealth accumulation. When you have a job, the measure of your value is time. If you want to do 20% more, you have to work 20% more. But the problem is that there are only so many hours in one day. You can double your work hours and be miserable, but you cannot 10 times your work hours. On the other hand, if you have your own business, growing revenues 10 times is certainly possible. Basically, time has no leverage. Another problem with slow lane is that compound interest does most of its work at the end of your waiting period. When you see charts that show investing $10,000 will yield $2.5 million in 40 years, it seems great. What is less obvious is that your investment is $600,000 in 30 years and $160,000 in 20 years. Almost all of the wealth is accumulated in the final decade. Having an extra $2.5 million in 40 years is not nearly as nice as having it now. To top it all off, what if the stock market doesn't grow as much in the future as it has in the past? What if you have a heart attack in 30 years' time? What if inflation makes your $2.5 million feel like $200,000? A survey by the Harrison Group found that 10% of those with a net worth of over $5 million got there through passive investing. The age of the data was not provided, but it's obvious that these pentamillionaires are not young. Quote from the book called Think About It by James Stayer, John Mauk, and Karen Mauk. Have you ever met a college student who got rich investing in mutual funds or his employer's 401k? How about the guy who bought municipal bonds in 2006 and retired in 2009? I wonder if that guy driving a $1.2 million car can because of his well-balanced portfolio of mutual funds. These people don't exist because the youthful rich are not leveraging 8% returns, but 800%. The slow lane is filled with hope, and more hope. Say that your stocks go up, you get a promotion, your employer stays in business, and you keep your job. Hope is not a good plan. If you don't control the variables in your plan, then you can't control the outcome. Slow laners believe education is the way to raise value. You only have 10 hours per day to work, so if getting a degree or certificate raises your hourly rate, then you'll be making more money. The problem is that education is expensive in terms of time and money. Becoming a doctor will get you a $200,000 salary, but it will also take 10 years to achieve, with leaving you fewer years to work and saddles you with a lot of student debt. Furthermore, you become an indentured servant to your loans, which means that you'd still have to clear that debt even if you decide you no longer want to be a lawyer, doctor, and so on. Meaning you're kind of stuck because you have a big bill to pay. Watch out for the advice of financial gurus. They rarely get rich following the advice they give out. They get rich by writing books and giving seminars. When you take financial advice from people, make sure what they are teaching you is what actually worked for them. Dangers of the slow lane. What if you lose your health by the time you're ready to retire? What if you lose your job, hit a ceiling on the corporate ladder, or work in a dying industry? What if your home value plummets instead of rising like you planned? What if you're not happy living in a frugal, basic lifestyle? What if the economy hits a recession? The stock market sometimes loses half its value over a few years. What if that happens right before you planned on retiring? What if you get too frustrated with frugality and go on a spending spree only to become a sidewalker? The way to build wealth quickly is to dramatically grow your income while controlling your expenses. For instance, your income triples while your expenses go up 10%. The difference between slow lane and fast lane millionaires are: slow laners take several decades to accumulate their fortunes. Fast laners usually take 10 years or less. Slow laners need to live in middle-class homes. Fast laners can live in complete mansions. Slow laners let the market control their assets. Fast laners control their own assets and have the power to change their value. Slow laners are employees. Fast laners are employers. Slow laners use mutual funds and stocks to get rich. Fast laners use them to stay rich. Slow laners let others control their income streams. Fast laners control their own income streams. Slow laners use their house as their main part of their net worth. Fast laners use their house for residency. The fast lane. It's all about controllable, unlimited leverage. You want maximum control over your success, and you want your success to be scalable so that you can get 100% return or even more than that, not just a 10% return like most people. The fast lane road is all about business, self-employment, entrepreneurship, and building wealth rapidly. Fast laners view debt as a useful tool for growing their systems, time as their most important asset, and making something of value as their primary means of wealth accumulation. Say, in contrast, slow laners view passive investing as the means to getting rich. The fast lane is all about get rich quick, but that is not the same thing as get rich easy. It will take a lot of work, and you might spend 5 to 10 years focusing on your business before you reach the kind of success that you want. The upside is that once you've reached your desired level of wealth, you will have the freedom to do whatever you want for the rest of your life. The fast lane mindset requires that you be accountable, not just responsible. Being responsible is admitting when you're at fault for something. Being accountable is changing your behavior so that it doesn't happen again. In terms of building wealth, the goal is not to do the heavy lifting, but to create a system that does it for you. Again, this doesn't mean being resourceful and optimizing and automating relentlessly. The slow lane versus the fast lane story. A great Egyptian pharaoh summons his twin nephews, Chuma and Azur, and commissions them to a majestic task: build 2 monumental pyramids as a tribute to Egypt, with the one condition that they each complete the work of building it alone, with no physical help from anybody else. Upon completion of each nephew's pyramid, Pharaoh promises each an immediate reward of kingship, retirement, great riches, and a completely lavish life of luxury for the rest of their natural lives. They both decide to take different strategies in building their pyramids, with knowing that their daunting tasks will take many years to complete. Azur begins straight away to slowly drag large, heavy stones into a square formation. After a few months of hard work, the pyramid starts to take shape, and the townsfolk gather around and praise all his handiwork. After 1 year, the pyramid's foundation is nearly finished. Azur looks at the process of Chuma's pyramid, but not one stone has been laid. Confused, he decides to visit Chuma's home and finds him diligently busy working away, building some sort of contraption that looks like a torture device. "Hey, you're supposed to be building your pyramid. What the hell are you doing?" "I am building a pyramid. Leave me alone." "Sure you are. You haven't laid 1 stone in over a year." "Your thirst for wealth has clouded your vision. You build your pyramid and I will build mine." Another year passes, and Azur has solidified the base of his pyramid and begins building the second level. On the second level, the stones need to be lifted now, and he cannot raise them, so he decides to hire the town's strongest man, Bennu, to train Azur to become bigger and stronger for a fee. They are now in the 3rd year into building their pyramids. Azur has now spent a lot of money on an exotic diet and training. He now estimates his pyramid will take another 30 years to complete. Azur lauds, "I've surpassed my brother. He hasn't placed 1 stone yet, that fool." Then, one day, soon after Chuma finally has finished building his machine, he moves it to his plot of land where he plans to build his pyramid. The townspeople watch in amazement as they look at his contraption, a 25-foot-high towering machine built from a twisted maze of gantries, wheels, levers, and ropes. Chuma starts to use his machine to build his pyramid foundation, and heavy stones are moved very easily and quickly. With softly placing the stones side by side with little efforts made from Chuma, he just cranks a wheel attached to a rope and a cantilever entwined by a gear system, and bingo! What took Azur 1 year takes Chuma only 1 week to do. Chuma then starts building his second level, which was a complete struggle for Azur. Chuma's machine works about nearly 30 times quicker. What took Azur 2 months takes Chuma's machine 2 days to complete. Now, from when Chuma started using his machine to now, after 40 days, has accomplished as much as Azur's 3 years of toilsome hard work. Instead of Azur accepting that his strategy is a completely terrible way to solve the problem and then to start building his own machine, he continues to think, I must get stronger and work harder. Meanwhile, Chuma continues to work on his machine, and now 8 years later, he finally finishes building his pyramid. It took him 3 years to build the system, and 5 years reaping the high leverage of the system. The great pharaoh is very pleased and does as promised. Chuma is rewarded with kingship and endows him with great riches and never has to work another day in his life unless he chooses to. Chuma goes on to be Egypt's legend for completing his pyramids so quickly and becomes an accomplished inventor. Meanwhile, Azur still continues the same old hard-working routine that leads to a lifetime of gruesome, tiring hard work. Azur never ends up finishing his pyramid. While on the 12th level with just 2 levels from finishing his pyramid, he has a heart attack and dies. Sadly, Azur never ended up finishing his pyramid and did all that hard work for nothing as he never received what was promised from Pharaoh. Chuma enjoyed his great fortune and luxury and died at the age of 76 years old. Chuma ends up being entombed alongside Pharaoh in the same pyramid that he built. The end. This story is a big clue on how to create huge wealth fast, via using something of extremely high leverage. Chuma's strategy is the fast lane business system, and Azur's strategy is the slow lane, a job. That is to be continually going back to school and to be paid a slightly higher salary, or going from job to job to be paid a slightly higher salary, or working your ass off to be paid a slightly higher salary, or working more and more hours to make a slightly higher salary. But compared to Chuma's strategy, Azur's strategy is simply sticking to a pathetic, tedious treasure map. The key to the fast lane is to create your own wealth system by using the power of extremely high leverage. Fast lane success resides in execution, not in the idea. The world's most successful entrepreneurs didn't have blockbuster ideas. They just took existing concepts and made them better, or exposed them to more people. Opportunities are rarely about inventing breakthroughs, but about performance gaps, small inconveniences, and pain points. The key to the fast lane is producing, not consuming. Don't be the guy who buys franchises. Don't be the one buying products you see on late-night infomercials. Be the one selling them. A few examples of fast lane projects. Write a book. It's lots of work, but then it makes money forever without you having to put in more work. Make an invention. It's lots of work, but if you create the right product, it can get you paid royalties for a long time. Change creates millionaires. Those who observe and take advantage of change will be the new millionaires and billionaires. Quote from T.S. Elliott: Only those who risk going too far can possibly find out how far they can go. In the slow lane, the main variable that you can tweak is time. You can work 12 hours instead of 8, or invest a weekend into a workshop. In the fast lane, there are many variables you can tweak, such as conversion rates, reduce production costs, control the tweaking of your advertising, raising the price, increasing web traffic, and so on. You might be able to increase your profits by 5 times or 50 times in 1 year if you make the right choices. One important aspect to consider is the size of your potential market. If you have a hot dog stand, then you're an entrepreneur, but your growth potential is limited. You can sell 50% more hot dogs at your stand, but you can't sell 100 times more hot dogs unless you do something different. Perhaps buy more stands, start up another business as well, or move on to a different business, and so on. Your profit potential is based on 2 things: the size of your target market, local, national, or international, how much you impact each person, tiny impact, moderate impact, or huge impact. Pentamillionaires are people with amounts over $5 million, and per a study cited earlier, 80% of millionaires made their wealth by either starting their own company or working for a small company that had explosive growth. Slow laners by depreciating assets like cars and electronics. Fast laners by appreciating assets like patents, businesses, and cash flows. Many industries have a standard multiple that defines a business's value in terms of its cash flow. For example, if your advertising shop makes $100,000 a year in profit, and the multiple for the advertising industry is about 2.9, then your business is worth approximately $290,000. Multiples range from 3 to 5 for traditional stores, to 6 to 10 for computer and engineering-related businesses, to 15 plus for things involving patents, medical devices, etc. If the multiple for your industry is 10, Then making an extra $1 of profit raises the sale value of your business by $10. How's that for leverage? Money trees are a great way to build wealth. A money tree is a business system that lives and grows on its own. Examples of money trees. You can rent out real estate, permission to use your patents, license your song, or use your logo. Your investment is the initially efforts and the costs to produce it and acquire the product being rented, and then you can collect rented payments without doing a lot of extra work, therefore afterwards. With the internet, if you put something up online, you implicitly get leverage of having it available all over the world 24/7. Things that are too niche to work on a local level can be a big success with a global audience. When you write a book, create music, create a video game, or create a movie, you can make a lot of money selling the same content again and again. This time, investment is paid up front, and then you can profit from the same product for a long time. Distribution systems. If you create a system that others use to make a lot of money. This includes storefront that wholesalers use. For example, Apple's appstore.com, franchise creators, and so on. The best money tree is actually money itself. When you have money, you can move from borrowing to lending, from customer to owner. The difference between slow lane and fast lane is that the slow lane starts with $5 and waits for it to compound to millions and uses interest as a source of income, not a source of growth. Law of affection. The more lives in terms of effect that are affected in a big way, the richer you could become. It's all about scale and magnitude. When you're starting a business, the best business structures are an S Corp or an LLC. They both offer limited liability and tax efficiency. Avoid partnerships and sole proprietorships, which do not limit liability. Choices you make early on will have the most impact. If you change course by 1 degree in the beginning of a 5,000-mile trip, it makes a huge difference. If you make that change in the last 100 miles, you'll still end up in about the same place. You can make 2 types of choices, what to think and what to do. The first step to making better choices is to work on how you think and perceive things. This will dictate the actions you decide to take. For example, if you want to build wealth, you first have to believe that you can do it, and you don't need to wait until you're retired to be a millionaire. If you don't believe something and it stands in the way of taking action, then find evidence you need to change your belief. Look for stories of people who have done what you want to do and figure out how they did it. People who react to your goals and dreams with doubt and discouragement should be ignored. Befriend people who are where you want to be. Find a mentor. A lot of times, your spouse will be your biggest detractor or your biggest supporter. If you want extraordinary thinking, your time is precious, so don't waste it on video games, television, and so on. Simply don't trade it for pennies by waiting in line for 4 hours on Black Friday just so you can get a $30 discount on a TV. Don't value your time at zero. Your time is finite and always decreasing. Treat it as such. You have free time and indentured time. Indentured time is for stuff you have to do. Brush your teeth, shower, commute to work, attempt work-related tasks, and so on. Free time is everything else. Money buys free time and eliminates indentured time. Your debts are parasitic because they force you to work harder and longer. Your mortgage, car payment, credit card bill, and so on. They all force you to work more than you had to if you bought less stuff. Having to work limits your choices. When you're making a big purchase, consider its time cost. Is that $50,000 BMW worth 1 year of your life? The key to controlling parasitic debt is to control instant gratification. It's much easier not to eat chocolate or cookies if you don't bring them home from the grocery store, and it's easier to avoid debt if you don't buy useless things. When you're thinking about buying something, think about whether you really need it, and whether you'll still be using it in 6 months from now. Fast laners are frugal with time, while slow laners are frugal with money. Learning new things, mastering new skills. It can open new doors for you. Fast laners education is about learning specific skills to grow your business skills. Slow lane education is about increasing the intrinsic value of the person being educated. It's best to learn from doing things in the real world than from books and professors. If you don't think you have time to dedicate to learning things, then multitask by learning from listening to audio content while you drive, exercise, cleaning something, or when the opportunity arises to do so. Focus on topics that interest you or on areas of your life that need improvement. Don't waste your money on expensive $3,000 plus seminars and workshops. Those only make the speakers rich, but are rarely worth the money for attendees. There is a big difference between interest and commitment. Interest is reading the book or wanting to build a website. Commitment is applying what you learned and then after to buy a domain to build it. Quote from Randy Pausch: "The brick walls are there for a reason. The brick walls are not there to keep us out. The brick walls are there to give us a chance to show how badly we want something. Because the brick walls are there to stop the people who don't want it badly enough. They're there to stop other people." Failure is the sweat of success. You can't build your cardiovascular strength without working hard and sweating, and you can't experience success without failure. People fear failure because they overestimate the worst-case scenario of failing a business and are usually going back to work or trying again. That's not bad. There are smart risks and idiotic risks. Stupid risks have limited upside and unlimited downside. For example, not keeping a backup of your work saves you a little bit of time and money, but it can be devastating if you lose your only copy. In contrast, smart risks don't have a lot of downside but have big upside potential. Investing in your own business is a good example. People don't take action because they're waiting for someday. Someday I'll start a business. Someday I'll do this or that. The problem is someday never comes. Making plans but not acting on them is dangerous and paralyzing. Make someday today. The 5 Commandments Checklist for Starting the Best Business. An easy way to remember the 5 Commandments abbreviation is CENTS, which stands for Control, Entry, Need, Time, Scale. C is the commandment of control. If you were to live in an aquarium, would you rather be the shark or the guppy? Sharks eat, guppies get eaten. In business, it's a fierce competition for the consumer's mind and their money. In this oceanic game, you want to be at the top of the food chain, not at the bottom fighting to the top. You're either in control of your financial plan or you aren't. You can't let someone else drive if you want financial success. This means you want to sell franchises, not buy them. Offer affiliate programs, not use them. Accept rent and royalties, not pay them, and so on. If you are on the wrong side of these systems, it means your well-being is in someone else's control. For example, the franchise owner wants to raise fees, or the affiliate program decides they don't want to do business with you anymore. If someone can flip a switch and ruin your business, then you're playing Russian roulette with your financial plan. Make the world your habitat of playing in an organization that you control the game as much as possible, because if you don't control your income, you don't control your financial plan. If you don't control your financial plan, you don't control your freedom. E is the commandment of entry. You can be the sheep or the sheep herder. Easy access roads carry more traffic. More traffic generates higher competition, and higher competition creates lower margins for the participants. The harder it is to enter your business, the better your business will be. If all it takes is a $200 distributor kit or filling in an online form, then you should wait for a different opportunity as there are low entry barriers. If you're suddenly in business because you took 1 or 2 actions, you violate entry. A decade ago, the big buzz was make millions on eBay. It didn't last long because this opportunity eventually violated the commandment of entry. If you violate this commandment, you have to be truly exceptional at what you do. For example, anyone can play poker, and you have to be really great at it to make real money as a player. Exceptionalism is required to overcome weak entry barriers. If getting into your business is an event, then there's a low barrier to entry. If getting into it is a process, then there's a high barrier to entry. If everyone is doing it, then you want to do something else because everyone isn't wealthy. When everyone is buying houses, sell yours. When everyone is buying stocks, you should sell yours, and vice versa. When everyone is doing something, that's a red flag.
But, however, the big money can come from becoming the business or platform or whatever that provides a service for the easy entry consumers.
N is the commandment of need. Note 90% of all new businesses fail within 5 years, most likely because they fail the commandment of need. Nobody cares about a business whose sole purpose is to let its owner get rich and do what he loves. 90% of all new businesses fail because they are based on selfish internal needs, not external market needs. People will vote for your business with their money. Never start a business just to chase money. Start a business to chase needs, pain points, and so on. The amount of money a business earns is a reflection of the amount of value it has provided. The do what you love meme is nice, but in order to work, what you love must solve an actual need.
Remember that people don't pay to satisfy your need to do what you love. They pay for you to solve their problems. On a side note, don't turn your passions into derivative businesses. For example, you become a personal trainer because you like bodybuilding. Derivative businesses don't make money quickly, and they endanger your passion. You do need to be passionate about your business, and you will need to find a source for the passion. That might involve being passionate about solving a problem, or being passionate about paying off your mortgage, or something else. Basically, you want a compelling reason to get out of every morning and give it 100%. Passion erases the suffering of hard work. Want to make big bucks? Money isn't attracted to selfish people. It is attracted to businesses that solve problems. It's attracted to people that fill needs and add value. Solve needs massively and money massively attracts. The world's most successful entrepreneurs didn't have blockbuster ideas. They just took existing concepts and made them better, or exposed them to more people. The amount of money in your life is merely a reflection of the amount of value you have previously given to others. T is the commandment of time. The commandment of time requires that your business and its income detach from your time as the plan as soon as possible. That it may require your time in the beginning to get off the ground, but eventually to operate with a very minimal amount of your time for it to produce an income stream. Can the business be automated? Are margins large enough to hire others to do your work? Could it be possible to eventually have the business operate without much of your time on it? Running a coffee shop is an example of a business that violates the commandment of time. It requires a lot of work and many steps that requires a human to do, and the margins are rarely large enough to hire someone to do the work on your behalf. That means you can't extricate yourself from the day-to-day business completely. You may have the option to hire some of the work out to staff, but will have to be paid from a thin profit margin, with reducing an already low profit margin even further. A business attached to your time is a job. As a fastlaner, you can start any business, but eventually you must strive for automation. If your business is based on a money tree seedling, it should be capable of growing a money tree, such as content systems, computer systems, software systems, distribution systems, and human resource systems are all seedlings to money trees. To satisfy the commandment of time, start a business that uses a money system seedling or introduce one. S is the commandment of scale. There are different levels of leverage that a business can scale. For example, local community, country or city, statewide, regional, national, and worldwide. Scale is about leverage, and leverage is what gives Fastlaner's wealth equation its power. Profit equals units sold times the profit from each unit. If there is a cap on the number of units you can sell, you're not going to go very far. When you're thinking about a business, think about whether it can scale from $2,000 in profit to $200,000, whether you can potentially support millions of customers, and what your best case potential might be. If the business had little room for growth, think about entering a different business. Starting a business is a big decision. Don't treat it lightly, otherwise you'll just be starting a hobby. Some specific fastlaners which satisfy all 5 commandments: the internet. It scales globally, and a lot of work can be automated with software. Here are 7 broad categories of internet business models. Number 1, subscription-based is to charge a regular fee for using some tool or data. Number 2, content-based is charging people to read or distribute your content. Number 3, lead generation is to charge businesses for connecting them to consumers. It's great for fragmented industries. Number 4, social network, to target ads and products at a specific group of people. Number 5, brokers connect buyers and sellers together. For example, PayPal, eBay, Cars Direct, and so on. Number 6, advertising fees instead of per transaction fees. Number 7, e-commerce is to sell goods and services online. Innovation. Invent a product and then manufacture and distribute it. Note that most people think innovation requires radically new products, but there's a lot of money to be made in small improvements. For example, look at the evolution of television sets or cell phones. Invention is part of the process, but distribution is where you make money, or whether you do it yourself or license your product for someone else to distribute it. If you make a great product but can't distribute it, you won't make a dime. Writing a book is not a business. Selling the book is. Iteration: take something that violates the commandments of scale, such as buying a franchise or buying and renting out real estate. You won't make a lot of money if you own one Starbucks, but if you use the profits to buy a second, and then a third and a 10th, your income will grow dramatically. The downside is that iteration can be very slow. However, opportunities are everywhere. People just don't see them. Whenever you hear people complaining or you observe inefficiencies, those are great opportunities to start a business. If you have a great idea but someone is already doing it, don't worry and do it anyway. There will always be competition and you should aim to be better than them, not to run away from them. Forget chasing big ideas and instead try to take something and make it better. Starbucks, McDonald's, Walmart, 1-800-GOT-JUNK, and so on. All are iterations of ideas and businesses that have been existing for many years. There are code words that suggest opportunities. When you hear one of the following, there might be a great business opportunity ahead. I'm frustrated by. Why is this like this? I wish there was. I'm tired of. This sucks. When you hear about discomforts and inconveniences, think of how you could address those complaints. When you chase opportunities, you will occasionally fail. Do you try something new or do you give up and move back to the slow lane? Oftentimes, a failure drives you in a better direction. For example, the discovery of penicillin or Flickr pivoting from being a video game to being a photo sharing service. The price of freedom is money. Whether you want to buy a nice car, start a nonprofit foundation, or work on your personal dream project, not having to worry about money is what lets you focus on those things. Figure out what you want so that you can work backward and figure out what you need to get there. Living beyond your means is never a good idea. The difference between slow laners and fast laners is that slow laners seek to shrink expenses, while fast laners seek to grow income. Aim and action repeat with aiming to get echoes from other people's feedback for motivation to keep going, and for clues in which direction to improve and what to delete. The 4 main types of customer complaints. Customers' complaints are some of the most useful feedback that you will get. Number 1, complaints of change. For example, you changed your product and existing users don't like change. These are difficult to decipher because sometimes people complain the changes are bad, but sometimes they complain because they just don't like change, so tread carefully. Number 2, complaints of expectations. The customer didn't get what they expected. These are very useful because they show that you either have to work on delivering more utility or on lowering expectations. Number 3, complaints of void. The customer wants something that you don't offer. These complaints are a goldmine because they show you what customers wish they could do with your product. Solve your recurring complaints and you will have a lot of happy customers. Number 4, fraudulent complaints. Complaints from customers who are trying to exploit the business. Respond once gracefully and then move on. The key with complaints is realizing that you can't please everyone all of the time. You should be nice to all of your customers, but that doesn't mean you have to do what each person asks for. A terrific way to grow your business is to have amazing customer service. When you surprise and delight your customers with your service, they will do your advertising for you. Figure out what kind of service your customers expect and then exceed it. If they expect a call within 24 hours, try to call within 1 hour. If they expect to have to search for your contact number, put it in bold at the top of the web page. On the flip side, no matter how awesome your product is, if people deal with crappy customer service, then they'll be left with a bitter taste in their mouths. Don't approach your business from only one angle. You don't want to have a single strategy for your business success. For example, I'm just going to compete on price. You want a multi-pronged attack where you work on your marketing, your execution, your product, your customer services, your ideas, and so on. You can raise prices, lower costs, sell more to existing customers, buy new distribution channels, and so on. Don't just focus on one thing to the exclusion of everything else. The best way to figure out where to go next is to listen to the rest of the world, such as customer reviews and feedback. You should aim to come out with a minimal version of your product and then see how customers react. Their reactions will guide you during your next iteration. Make sure you have a great accountant and a great lawyer. Search for them like you would search for a business partner. They should work hard and be trustworthy. Aim to build a brand. If your business makes big money, then eventually you'll run into competition. The best way to defend against competition is to build a brand that people trust, admire, and love. Steps in brand building. Have a USP, which means unique selling proposition. This is what sets your business apart from everyone else. If you don't have a USP, then by definition, you're just like everyone else. A good USP addresses a benefit. For example, Zappos USP is the ability to purchase shoes without worrying about returning them. Be specific, such as lose 20 pounds or your money back, instead of you will lose weight. And be clear and concise. Finally, make sure your USP is true. If you promise people something, make sure you deliver on it 100% of the time. Good ways to stand out from your competitors is to polarize people, arouse emotions, encourage interactions, and be unconventional. Talk about benefits instead of features. For example, if you're selling cufflinks, talk about the benefits. You'll look elegant and classy. Instead of features, they are made of expensive metals. A good way to think about benefits is to think about your features. Think about the advantages each feature offers, and then frame those advantages as benefits. Use price as a branding weapon. Price implies values, and you should use this to your advantage. If you have a great product that you underprice, you're undermining your own efforts because your great product will look cheap. So simply do things differently, better, and aim to put your own twist on the idea, business, or whatever. Seek to exploit your competition for their weaknesses, but aim to spend most of your time focused on your own thing. Scattered focus leads to scattered results in most instances in life. So make sure to focus on one business at a time instead of pursuing many different projects at once. The end. I would like to thank MJ DeMarco for going to the great trouble of writing such a great book. If someone asked me if I could only pick one book on my journey, which book would I pick? Without a second thought, I would say The Millionaire Fastlane by MJ DeMarco. Also check out his other great books too. Unscripted, Life, Liberty, and the Pursuit of Entrepreneurship. Wealth Exposed. This short argument I overheard made me a fortune. Can it do the same for you? But with MJ DeMarco's 2021 published book called Unscripted, The Great Rat Race Escape, I rather disliked it due to the lack of new concepts. The main story is way too long and should have been one chapter long. I gave it 2 stars and is not a book worth reading or listening to many times over again and again like MJ's other books. To me, MJ DeMarco could have put the same time, energy, and effort into writing a much better book that is similar to The Millionaire Fastlane. Chapter 18. My second favorite book. This chapter is a summary of the book called Think and Grow Rich by Napoleon Hill. The classic legendary book was published in 1937 and is still a great book today to check out. This amazing book has inspired many successful people today and achievements in life from the result of reading or listening to this book many times over, such as Oprah Winfrey, Grant Cardone, Graham Stephan, Arnold Schwarzenegger, Brian Tracy, Bob Proctor, Bill Gates, Elon Musk, Michael Jordan, and many more people who have attributed their great success to this great book. Napoleon Hill is my second favorite author. I really like all his content and a lot of his quotes and words of wisdom. I believe that this book holds a big clue to the treasure map to a great fortune. A big part of achieving success and keeping it comes from how you decide to program your mind upon the information that you choose to incorporate into your life, based upon what you decide to ignore and what you choose to upload into your brain to use to help you. Think and Grow Rich by Napoleon Hill. Introduction. Riches cannot always be measured in money. Money and material things are essential for freedom of body and mind, but there are some who will feel that the greatness of all riches can be evaluated only in terms of lasting friendships, harmonious family relationships, sympathy and understanding between business associates, and introspective harmony which brings one peace of mind measurable only in spiritual values. All achievement and all earned riches have their beginning in an idea. Truly, thoughts are things, and powerful things at that, when they are mixed with definiteness of purpose, persistence, and a burning desire for their translation into riches or other material objects. It was what he thought that counted. When one is truly ready for a thing, it puts in its appearance. What different story men would have to tell if only they would adopt a definite purpose and stand by that purpose until it had time to become an all-consuming obsession. Just like what a guy named Edwin C. Barnes, that was young at the time, did not know, but his bulldog determination and his persistence in standing back of a single desire was destined to mow down all opposition, bringing him the opportunity he was seeking. When the opportunity came, it appeared in a different form and from a different direction than Barnes had expected.
That is one of the tricks. It has a sly habit of slipping in by the back door, and often it comes disguised in the form of misfortune and temporary defeat. Perhaps this is why so many fail to recognize opportunity. One really may think and grow rich. Definite knowledge that an intangible impulse of thought can be transmuted into its physical counterpart by the application of known principles. Failure is a trickster with a keen sense of irony and cunning. It takes great delight in tricking one when success is almost within reach. It taught me to keep on keeping on, no matter how hard the going may be. A lesson I learned to learn before I could succeed in anything. One sound idea is all that one needs to achieve success. When you begin to think and grow rich, you will observe that riches begin with a state of mind, with definiteness of purpose, and little or no hard work. So also did the spell of fear in the minds of the people gradually fade away and become faith. One of the main weaknesses of mankind is the average man's familiarity with the word impossible. Success comes to those who become success conscious. Another weakness found in altogether too many people is the habit of measuring everything and everyone by their own impressions and beliefs. 3 feet from gold. One of the most common causes of failure is the habit of quitting when one is overtaken by temporary defeat. Every person is guilty of this mistake at one time or another. An uncle of R.U. Darby was caught by the gold fever in the gold rush days and went west to dig and grow rich. He had never heard that more gold has been mined from the brains of men than has ever been taken from the earth. He staked a claim and went to work with pick and shovel. The going was hard, but his lust for gold was definite. After weeks of labor, he was rewarded by the discovery of the shining ore. He needed machinery to bring the ore to the surface. Quietly, he covered up the mine, retraced his footsteps to his home in Williamsburg, Maryland, told his relatives and a few neighbors of the strike. They got together money for the needed machinery, had it shipped. The uncle and Darby went back to work the mine. The first car of ore was mined and shipped to a smelter. The returns proved they had one of the richest mines in Colorado. A few more cars of that ore would clear the debts. Then would come the big killing and profits. Down went the drills. Up went the hopes of Darby and Uncle. Then something happened. The vein of gold ore disappeared. They had come to the end of the rainbow, and the pot of gold was no longer there. They drilled on, desperately trying to pick up the vein again, all to no avail. Finally, they decided to quit. They sold the machinery to a junk man for a few $100s and took the train back home. Some junk men are dumb, but not this one. He called in a mining engineer to look at the mine and do a little calculating. The engineer advised that the project had failed because the owners were not familiar with fault lines. His calculations showed that the vein would be found just 3 feet from where the Darbys had stopped drilling. That is exactly where it was found. The junk man took millions of dollars in ore from the mine because he knew enough to seek expert counsel before giving up. Desire, the starting point of all achievement, the first step towards riches. Desire, the knowing of what one wants. We have the power to control our thoughts, that our brains become magnetized with the dominating thoughts, which we hold in our minds, and by means with which no man is familiar, these magnets attract to us the forces. Therefore, the circumstances of life harmonize with the nature of our dominating thoughts. When Edwin C. Barnes climbed down from the freight train in Orange, New Jersey, he may have resembled a tramp, but his thoughts were those of a king. Barnes' desire was not hope. It was not a wish. It was a keen, pulsating desire which transcended everything else. It was definite. Barnes succeeded because he chose a definite goal, placed all his energy, all his willpower, all his effort, everything back on that goal. He stood by his desire until it became the dominating obsession of his life and finally, a fact. I will burn all bridges behind me and stake my entire fortune on my ability to get what I want. He left himself no possible way of retreat. He had to win or perish. A long while ago, a great warrior had to make a decision that ensured his success on the battlefield. He was about to send his armies against a powerful foe, whose men outnumbered his own. He loaded his soldiers into boats, sailed to the enemy's country, unloaded soldiers and equipment, and then gave the order to burn the ships that had carried them.
Addressing his men before the first battle, he said, "You see the boats going up in smoke. That means that we cannot leave these shores alive unless we win. We now have no choice. We win or we perish." They won. Every person who wins in an undertaking must be willing to burn his ships and cut all sources of retreat. Only by doing so can one be sure of maintaining that state of mind known as a burning desire to win, which is essential to success. Wishing will not bring riches, but desiring riches with a state of mind that becomes an obsession, then planning definite ways and means to acquire riches and backing those plans with persistence that does not recognize failure will bring riches. The method by which desire for riches can be transmuted into its financial equivalent consists of definite practical steps. Visualize. First, fix in your mind the exact amount of money you desire. It is not sufficient merely to say, "I want plenty of money." Be definite as to the amount. Determine exactly what you intend to give in return for the money you desire. There is no such reality as something for nothing. Establish a definite date when you intend to possess the money you desire. Create a definite plan for carrying out your desire, and begin at once, whether you are ready or not, to put this plan into action. Write out a clear, concise statement of the amount of money you intend to acquire, name the timeline limit for its acquisition, state what you intend to give in return for the money, and describe clearly the plan through which you intend to accumulate it. Read your written statement aloud, twice daily, once just before retiring at night and once after arising in the morning. As you read, see, and feel and believe yourself already in possession of the money. Only those who become money conscious ever accumulate great riches. Money consciousness means that the mind has become so thoroughly saturated with the desire for money that oneself is already in possession of it. One must realize that all who have accumulated great fortunes first did a certain amount of dreaming, hoping, wishing, desiring, and planning before they acquired money. Every great leader, from the dawn of civilization down to the present, was a dreamer. There is one quality which one must possess to win, and that is definiteness of purpose, the knowledge of what one wants, and a burning desire to possess it. This changed world requires practical dreamers who can and will put their dreams into action. The practical dreamers will always be the pattern makers of civilization. Tolerance and an open mind are practical necessities of the dreamers of today, and you must catch the spirit of the great pioneers of the past. Success requires no apologies. Failure permits no alibis. If the thing you wish to do is right and you believe in it, go ahead and do it. Put your dreams across and never mind what they say if you meet with temporary defeat, for they, perhaps, do not know that every failure brings with it the seed of an equivalent success. The greatest achievement was, at first and for a time, but a dream. Dreams are the seedlings of reality. Awake, arise, and assert yourself, the dreamers of the world. The world is filled with an abundance of opportunity, which the dreamers of the past never knew. Being forced through misfortune to become acquainted with his other self and to use his imagination, he discovered himself to be a great author. There is a difference between wishing for a thing and being ready to receive it. No one is ready for a thing until he believes he can acquire it. The state of mind must be belief, not mere hope or wish. Open-mindedness is essential for belief. Closed minds do not inspire faith, courage, and belief. Remember, no more effort is required to aim high in life, to demand abundance and prosperity, than is required to accept misery and poverty. The whole course of things goes to teach us faith. We need only obey. There is guidance for each of us, and by lowly listening, we shall hear right. Our only limitations are those we set up in our own minds. Handicaps can be converted into stepping stones on which one can climb towards some worthy goal unless they are accepted as obstacles and used as alibis. Nothing is impossible to the person who backs desire with enduring faith. Strange and imponderable is the power of the human mind. Nothing but his own desire to live saved him. I believe in the power of desire backed by faith, because I have seen this power lift men from lowly beginnings to places of power and wealth. Faith, visualization of and belief in the attainment of desire, the second step towards riches.
When faith is blended with the vibration of thought, the subconscious mind instantly picks up the vibration, translates it into its spiritual equivalent, and transmits it to infinite intelligence, as in the case of prayer. The emotions of faith, love, and sex are the most powerful of all the major positive emotions. When the three are blended, they have the effect of coloring the vibration of thought in such a way that it instantly reaches the subconscious mind, where it is changed into its spiritual equivalent, the only form that induces a response from infinite intelligence. Love and faith are psychic, related to the spiritual side of man. Sex is purely biological and related only to the physical. The mixing or blending of these three emotions has the effect of opening a direct line of communication between the finite thinking mind of man and infinite intelligence. Faith is a state of mind which may be induced or created by affirmation or repeated instructions to the subconscious mind through the principle of autosuggestion. Repetition of affirmation of orders to your subconscious mind is the only known method of voluntary development of the emotion of faith. Belief, which is picked up by the subconscious mind and translated into its physical by passing on to your subconscious mind any desire which you wish translated into its physical or monetary equivalent in a state of expectancy or belief that the transmutation will actually take place. Your belief or faith is the element that determines the action of your subconscious mind. A mind dominated by positive emotions becomes a favorable abode for the state of mind known as faith. A mind so dominated may at will give the subconscious mind instructions, which it will accept and act upon immediately. Faith is a state of mind that may be induced by autosuggestion. Have faith in yourself, faith in the infinite. Faith is the eternal elixir that gives life, power, and action to the impulse of thought. Faith is the starting point of all accumulation of riches. Faith is the basis of all miracles and all mysteries that cannot be analyzed by the rules of science. Faith is the only known antidote for failure. Every man is what he is because of the dominating thoughts that permits to occupy his mind. Thoughts which a man deliberately places in his own mind and encourages with sympathy, and with which he mixes any one or more of the emotions, constitute the motivating forces which direct and control his every movement, act, and deed. Thoughts, which are mixed with any of the feelings of emotions, constitute a magnetic force that attracts, from the vibrations of the ether, other similar or related thoughts. Any idea, plan, or purpose may be placed in the mind through repetition of thought that your greatest weakness is lack of self-confidence. I realize the dominating thoughts of my mind will eventually reproduce themselves in outward physical action and would gradually transform themselves into physical reality. I know through the principle of autosuggestion, any desire that I persistently hold in my mind will, I know, through the principle of autosuggestion, eventually seek expression through some practical means of attaining the object. I have clearly written down a description of my chief aim in life, and I will never stop trying until I shall have developed sufficient self-confidence for its attainment. The subconscious mind is the chemical laboratory in which all thought impulses are combined, made ready for translation into physical reality, and make no distinction between constructive and destructive thought impulses. It works with the material we feed it through our thought impulses. The subconscious mind will translate into reality a thought driven by fear just as readily as it will translate into reality a thought driven by courage or faith. Life's battles don't always go to the stronger or faster man, but sooner or later, the man who wins is the man who thinks he can. Abraham Lincoln was a failure at everything he tried until he was well past the age of 40. It is a known fact that the emotion of love is closely akin to the state of mind known as faith, and this for the reason that love comes very near to translating one's thought impulses into their spiritual equivalent influence of a woman's love back of nearly every one of them. The emotion of love in the human heart and brain creates a favorable field of magnetic attraction, which causes an influx of the higher and finer vibrations that are afloat in understanding how ideas have been converted into huge fortunes. Riches begin in the form of thought. The amount is limited only by the person whose mind the thought is put into motion.
Faith removes limitations. There are no limitations to the mind except those we acknowledge, and both poverty and riches are the offspring of thought. Autosuggestion. There are no limitations to the mind except those we acknowledge. Both poverty and riches are the offspring of thought, the medium for influencing the subconscious mind. The third step towards riches. Autosuggestion is a term that applies to all suggestions and all self-administered stimuli, which reach one's mind through the five senses. Stated in another way, autosuggestion. Nature has built man so that he has absolute control over the material that reaches his subconscious mind through his five senses, although this is not meant to be construed as a statement that man always exercises this control. In the great majority of instances, he does not exercise it, which explains why so many people go through life in poverty. Communicate the object of your desire directly to your subconscious mind in a spirit of absolute faith. Through repetition of this procedure, you voluntarily create thought habits favorable to your efforts to transmute desire into its monetary equivalent. If you repeat 1,000,000 times the famous Emile Coué formula, day by day, in every way I'm getting better and better, without mixing emotion and faith with your words, you will experience no desirable results. Your subconscious mind recognizes and acts upon only thoughts that have been well mixed with emotion. Plain, unemotional words do not influence the subconscious mind. Remember, there is no such possibility as something for nothing. Ability to reach and influence your subconscious mind has its price, and you must pay that price. Your ability to use the principle of autosuggestion will depend, very largely, upon your capacity to concentrate upon a given desire until that desire becomes a burning obsession. Faith is the strongest and most productive of the emotions. Skepticism, in connection with all new ideas, is characteristic of all humans. I am the master of my fate. I am the captain of my soul. Man may become the master of himself and of his environment because he has the power to influence his own subconscious mind, and through it, gain the cooperation of infinite intelligence. Specialized knowledge. Personal experiences or observations. The fourth step towards riches. There are two kinds of knowledge. One is general, and the other is specialized. No matter how great in quantity or variety general knowledge may be, it is of but little use in the accumulation of money. In the aggregate, the faculties of the great universities possess practically every form of general knowledge known to most of the professors, but have little or no money. They specialize in teaching knowledge, but they do not specialize in the organization or the use of knowledge. Remember that knowledge will not attract money unless it is organized and intelligently directed through practical plans of action to the definite end of the accumulation of money. Knowledge is only potential power. It becomes power only when and if it is organized into definite plans of action and directed to a definite end. An educated man is one who has so developed the faculties of his mind that he may acquire anything he wants, or its equivalent, without violating the rights of others. Any educated man knows where to get knowledge when he needs it, and how to organize that knowledge into definite plans of action. Men sometimes go through life suffering from inferiority complexes because they are not men of education. It pays to know how to purchase knowledge. As knowledge is acquired, it must be organized and put into use for a definite purpose through practical plans. Knowledge has no value except what can be gained from its application towards some worthy end. This is one reason why college degrees are not valued more highly. They represent nothing but miscellaneous knowledge. Successful men in all callings never stop acquiring specialized knowledge related to their major purpose, business, or profession. One of the strange things about human beings is that they value only that which has price. There is one weakness in people for which there is no remedy. It is the universal weakness of lack of ambition. The person who stops studying merely because he has finished school is forever hopelessly doomed to mediocrity, no matter what his calling may be. The way of success is the way of continuous pursuit of knowledge. Specialized knowledge plus imagination were the ingredients that went into this unique and successful business. The beginning of this successful business was an idea. Doing a thing well is never trouble. It should be remembered, also, that the outlook from the bottom is not so very bright, or it has a tendency to kill off ambition. We call it getting into a rut, which means that we accept our fate because we form the habit of daily routine, a habit that finally becomes so strong we cease to try to throw it off. All the world loves a winner and has no time for a loser. That we rise to high positions or remain at the conditions we can control if we desire to control them. Both success and failure are largely the results of habit. Ideas with much less merit have been the seedlings from which great fortunes have grown. The idea is capable of yielding an income far greater than that of the average doctor, lawyer, or engineer, whose education required several years in college. There is no fixed price for sound ideas. Capability means imagination, the one quality needed to combine specialized knowledge with ideas, in the form of organized plans designed to yield riches. The idea is the main thing. Imagination, the workshop of the mind, the fifth step towards riches. The imagination is literally the workshop where man created all plans. The impulse and the desire is given shape, form, and action through the aid of the imaginative faculty of the mind. Man can create anything he can imagine. Man's only limitation within reason lies in his development and use of his imagination. Desire is only a thought, an impulse. Thought impulses are forms of energy. Ideas are the beginning points of all fortunes. Ideas are products of the imagination. Learn by doing. God seems to throw himself on the side of the man who knows exactly what he wants if he is determined to get just that. An idea is an impulse of thought that impels action by an appeal to the imagination. There is no standard price on ideas. The creator of ideas makes his own price, and if he is smart, gets it. The story of practically every great fortune starts with the day when both the creator and seller of ideas get together and work in harmony. The idea of organizing the principles of achievement into a philosophy of ideas are like that. First, you give life and action and guidance to ideas. Then they take on power of their own and sweep aside all opposition. Ideas are intangible forces, but they have more power than the physical brains that give birth to them. Success requires no explanations. Failure permits no alibis. There are two forms of imagination. The first is synthetic imagination, and through this faculty, one may arrange old concepts, ideas, or plans into new combinations. This faculty creates nothing. It merely works with material of experience, education, and observation with which it is fed. It is the faculty used by the inventor, except for the genius who draws upon the creative imagination when they cannot solve a problem through synthetic imagination. The other is the creative imagination that works when stimulated through the emotion of a strong desire. The great leaders of business, industry, and finance, and the great artists, musicians, poets, and writers became great because they developed the faculty of creative imagination. Organized planning. Success requires no explanations, failure permits no alibis, the crystallization of desire into action. The sixth step towards riches. Everything man creates or acquires begins in the form of majority of man meeting with failure because of their lack of persistence in creating new plans to take the place of those who fail. The most intelligent man alive cannot succeed in accumulating money, nor in any other undertaking, without plans that are practical and workable. Temporary defeat should mean only one thing, which is the certain knowledge that there is something wrong with your plans. Millions of men go through life in misery and poverty because they lack a sound plan to accumulate a fortune. Your achievement can be no greater than your plans are sound. No man is ever whipped until he quits in his own mind. No follower of this philosophy can reasonably expect to accumulate a fortune without experiencing temporary defeat. When defeat comes, accept it as a signal that your plans are not sound. Rebuild those plans and set sail once more towards your converted goal. If you give up before your goal has been reached, you are a quitter. A quitter never wins, and a winner never quits. Money itself is nothing but inert matter. It cannot move, think, or talk, but it can hear when a man desires it and calls for it. Broadly speaking, there are two types of people in the world. One type is known as leaders, and the other is known as followers. The major attributes of leadership. Unwavering courage based upon knowledge of self and of one's self-control. The man who cannot control himself can never control others. A keen sense of justice. Definiteness of plans. The successful leader moves by guesswork without practical and definite plans is comparable to a ship without a rudder. Sooner or later, he will land on the rocks. The major attributes of leadership. Unwavering courage, self-control, a sense of justice, definiteness of decision, the definiteness of plans, the habit of doing more than paid for, a pleasing personality, sympathy and understanding, master of detail, willingness to assume full responsibility, cooperation. The 10 major causes of failure in leadership. Inability to organize details, unwillingness to render humble service, expectation of pay for what they know instead of what they do with what they know, fear of competition from followers, lack of imagination, selfishness, intemperance, disloyalty, emphasis of the authority of leadership, emphasis of title. Other leadership attributes, leadership by consent of the followers. The greatest among shall be the servant of all. The world does not pay men for what they know. It pays them for what they do or induce others to do. Remember that it is not a lawyer who knows the most law, but the one who best prepares his case is who wins. Successful salesmen groom themselves with care. If the position you seek is worth having, it is worth going after with care. Every company is looking for a man who can give something of value, whether it could be ideas, services, or connections. Every company has room for the man who has a definite plan of action, which is to the advantage of that company. Times have changed. The public be damned policy is now passed. It has been supplemented by the "we are obligingly at your service, sir" policy. The wages of sin is death. Whatsoever a man sowed, that shall he also reap. The quality, quantity, spirit formula. The QQS formula, which means quality plus quantity plus the proper spirit of cooperation, equals perfect salesmanship of service. Remember to apply it as a habit. Quality of service shall be construed to mean the performance of every detail in connection with your position in the most efficient manner possible, with the object of greater efficiency always in mind. Quantity of service shall be understood to mean the habit of rendering all the service of which you are capable at all times, with the one of increasing the amount of service rendered as greater skill, and is developed through practice and experience. Emphasis is again placed on the word habit. Spirit of service shall be construed to mean the habit of agreeable, harmonious conduct that will induce cooperation from associates and fellow employees. Money is worth no more than brains. It is often worth much less. If effectively marketed, competent brains represent a much more desirable form of capital than the requirements to conduct a business dealing in commodities, because brains are a form of capital that cannot be permanently depreciated through depressions, nor can this form of capital be stolen or spent. Moreover, the money essential for the conduct of business is as worthless as a sand dune until it has been mixed with efficient brains. The 30 major causes of failure. Life's greatest tragedy consists of men and women who earnestly try and fail. How many are holding you back? Unfavorable hereditary background. Lack of a well-defined purpose in life. There is no hope of success for the person who does not have a central purpose or a definite goal to aim. Lack of ambition to aim above mediocrity. Insufficient education. Lack of self-discipline. Discipline comes through self-control. This means that one must control all negative qualities. Before you can control conditions, you must first control yourself. Ill health. No person may enjoy outstanding success without good health. Unfavorable environmental influences during childhood. Lack of persistence. No substitute for persistence. Negative personality. Lack of controlled sexual urge. Uncontrolled desire for something for nothing. Lack of a strong power of decision. One or more of the 6 basic fears. Poor selection of a mate in marriage. Overcaution. Wrong selection of associates in business. Superstition and prejudice. Superstition is a form of fear. It is also a sign of ignorance. Men who succeed keep open minds and are afraid of nothing. Wrong selection of vocation. Lack of concentration of effort. The habit of indiscriminate spending. Form the habit of systemic saving by putting aside a definite percentage of your income. Money in the bank gives one a very safe foundation of courage when bargaining for the sale of personal services. Without money, one must take what one is offered and be glad to get it. Lack of enthusiasm. Intolerance. Intemperance. Inability to cooperate with others. Possession of power that was not acquired through self-effort. Intentional dishonesty. Egotism and vanity. Guessing instead of thinking. Lack of capital. It is one thing to want money. Everyone wants more. But it is something entirely different to be worth more. Many people mistake their wants for their just dues. Your financial requirements or wants have nothing to do with your worth. Your value is established entirely by your ability to render useful service or your capacity to induce others to render such service. Moreover, the yearly analysis should disclose a decrease in faults and an increase in virtues. One goes ahead, stands still, or goes backward in life. One's objective should be, of course, to go. The name of this mysterious benefactor of mankind is capital. Capital does not consist of money alone, but more particularly of highly organized, intelligent groups of men who plan ways and means of using money efficiently for the good of the public and for profit to themselves. Step up to the front, select what you want, create your plan, put the plan into action, and follow through with persistence. Decision. The mastery of procrastination. The 7th step towards riches. Accurate analysis of over 25,000 men and women who had experienced failure disclosed the fact that lack of decision was near the head of the list of the 30 major causes of failure. This is no mere statement of a theory, it is a fact. Procrastination, the opposite of decision, is a common enemy which practically every man must conquer. You will have an opportunity to test your capacity to reach quick and definite decisions when you finish reading this book, and are ready to begin putting into action the principles which it describes. Analysis of several hundred people who had accumulated fortunes well beyond the $1 million mark disclosed the fact that every one of them had the habit of reaching decisions promptly, and of changing these decisions slowly if and when they were changed. People who fail to accumulate money without exception have the habit of reaching decisions, if at all, very slowly, and of changing these decisions quickly and often. Opinions are the cheapest commodities on earth. Everyone has a flock of opinions ready to be given to anyone who will accept them. If you are influenced by opinions when you reach a decision, you will not succeed in any undertaking, much less in that of transmuting your own desire into money. Close friends and relatives, while not meaning to do so, often handicap on through opinions and sometimes through ridicule, which is meant to be humorous. Thousands of men and women carry inferiority complexes with them all through life because some well-meaning but ignorant person destroyed their confidence through opinions or ridicule. Genuine wisdom is usually conspicuous through modesty and silence. Let one of your first decisions be to keep a closed mouth and open ear and eyes. The value of decisions depends upon the courage required to render them. The great decisions which served as the foundation of civilization were reached by assuming great risks, often resulting in the possibility of death. By decisions made in a similar spirit of faith, can men solve their personal problems and win for themselves high estates of material and spiritual wealth. Let us not forget that this thought, backed by strong desire, ends to transmute itself into its physical equivalent, and those who reach decisions promptly get it. Persistence. The sustained effort necessary to induce faith. The 8th step towards riches. Persistence is an essential factor in the procedure of transmuting desire into its monetary equivalent. The basis of persistence is the power of will. When properly combined, willpower and desire make an irresistible pair. The starting point of all achievement is desire. Keep this constantly in mind. Weak desires bring weak results, just as a small amount of fire makes a small amount of heat.
Your subconscious mind works continuously while you are awake and while you are asleep. To get results, you must apply all of the rules until their application becomes a fixed habit within you. In no other way can you develop the necessary money consciousness. The money consciousness must be created to order unless one is born with such a consciousness. Catch the full significance in the preceding paragraph, and you will understand the importance of persistence in the accumulation of a fortune. Without persistence, you will be defeated even before you start. With persistence, you will win. There is no substitute for persistence. It cannot be supplanted by any other quality. Those who have cultivated the habit of persistence seem to enjoy insurance against failure. No matter how many times they are defeated, they finally arrive up towards the top of the ladder. Sometimes it appears that there is a hidden God whose duty is to test men through all sorts of discouraging experiences. Those who pick themselves up after defeat and keep on trying will get a "Bravo! I knew you could do it." The hidden guide lets no one enjoy great achievement without passing the persistence test. Those who can't take it simply do not make the grade. Every failure brings with it the seed of an equivalent advantage. They are the ones who have not accepted defeat as being anything more than temporary. They are the ones whose desires are so persistently applied that defeat is finally changed into victory that they lack the courage to keep on keeping on until Broadway became tired of turning them away. Foundations of persistence. Persistence is a state of mind. Therefore, it can be cultivated. Like all states of mind, the definiteness of purpose. The first and perhaps the most important step towards the development of persistence is knowing what one wants. A strong motive forces one to surmount many difficulties. Self-reliance is the belief in one's ability to carry out a plan and encourages one to follow the plan through with persistence. Definiteness of plans. Organized plans. Number 1. Accurate knowledge. Number 2. Cooperation. Number 3. Willpower. The habit of concentrating one's thought upon the building of plans for the attainment of a definite purpose and leads to persistence. Number 4. Persistence is the direct result of habit. The mind absorbs and becomes a part of the daily experience in which it feeds. Fear, the worst of all enemies, can be effectively cured by forced repetition of acts of courage. Lack of persistence symptoms. Fear of criticism and failure to create plans and put them into action because of what other people will think, do, or say. This enemy belongs at the head of the list because it generally exists in one's subconscious mind where its presence is not recognized. Lack of interest in acquiring specialized knowledge. Weakness of desire, due to neglect in the choice of motives that impel action. The habit of neglecting to move on ideas, or to grasp opportunity when it presents itself. Most ideas are stillborn and need the breath of life injected into them through definite plans of immediate action. The time to nurse an idea is at the time of its birth. Every minute it lives gives it a better chance of surviving. The starting point is the definiteness of purpose. Riches do not respond to wishes. They respond only to definite plans, backed by definite desires through constant persistence. How to develop persistence? A definite of purpose backed by burning desire for its fulfillment. A definite plan expressed in continuous action. A mind closed tightly against all negative and discouraging influences, including negative suggestions of relatives, friends, and a friendly alliance with one or more persons who will encourage you to follow through with both plans and purpose. When a group of individual brains are coordinated and function in harmony, the increased energy created through that alliance becomes available to every individual brain in the group. That power, when successfully used in the pursuit of money, must be mixed with faith. It must be mixed with persistence. It must be applied through a plan, and that plan must be set into action. The power of the mastermind, the driving force, the 9th step towards riches. Power is essential for success in the accumulation of money. Power may be defined as organized and intelligently directed knowledge. Organized efforts are produced through the coordination of efforts of 2 or more people who work towards a definite end in a spirit of harmony. No individual may have greater power without availing himself of the mastermind. If power is organized knowledge, then the 3 main sources of knowledge are, number 1, infinite intelligence, number 2, accumulated experience, and number 3, Experiment and research. To properly explain the two characteristics of the mastermind principle, one is economic in nature and the other psychic. The economic feature is obvious. Economic advantages may be created by any person who surrounds himself with the advice, counsel, and personal cooperation of a group of men who are willing to lend him wholehearted aid in a spirit of perfect harmony. This form of cooperative alliance has been the basis of nearly every great fortune. Your understanding of this great truth may definitely determine your financial status. The psychic phase of the mastermind principle is much more abstract and much more difficult to comprehend because it has reference to the spiritual forces with which the human race, as a whole, is not well acquainted. You may catch a significant suggestion from this statement. No two minds ever come together without thereby creating a third invisible, intangible force, which may be likened to a third mind. Keep in mind the fact that there are only two known elements in the whole universe, energy and matter. It is a well-known fact that matter may be broken down into units of molecules, atoms, and electrons. There are units of matter which may be isolated, separated, and analyzed. Likewise, there are units of energy. The human mind is a form of energy, a part of it being spiritual in nature. When the minds of two people are coordinated in a spirit of harmony, the spiritual units of energy of each mind form an affinity, which constitute the psychic phase of the mastermind. The mastermind principle, or rather the economic feature of it, was first called to my attention by Andrew Carnegie. Discovery of this principle was responsible for the choice of my life's work. Mr. Carnegie's mastermind group consisted of a staff of approximately 50 men, with whom he surrounded himself for the definite purpose of manufacturing and marketing steel. He attributed his entire fortune to the power he accumulated through this mastermind. Analyze the record of any man who has accumulated a great fortune and many of those who have modest fortunes, and you will find that they have either consciously or unconsciously employed the mastermind principle. Great power can be accumulated through no other principle. Energy is nature's set of building blocks, out of which she constructs every material thing in the universe, including man and every form of animal and vegetable life. Through a process that only nature completely understands, she translates energy into matter. Nature's building blocks are available to man in the energy involved in thinking. The brain may be compared to an electric battery. It is a well-known fact that a group of electric batteries will provide more energy than a single battery. It is also a well-known fact that an individual battery will provide energy in proportion to the number and capacity of the cells it contains. The brain functions in a similar fashion. This accounts for the fact that some brains are more efficient than others, and leads to this significant statement. A group of brains coordinated or connected in a spirit of harmony will provide more thought energy than a single brain, just as a group of electric batteries will provide more energy than a single battery. Through this metaphor, it becomes immediately obvious that the mastermind principle holds the secret of the power wielded by people who surround themselves with other people of brains. There follows another statement that will still lead nearer to an understanding of the psychic phase of the mastermind principle. When a group of individual brains coordinate and function in harmony, the increased energy created through that alliance becomes available to every individual brain in the group. It is a well-known fact that Henry Ford began his business career under the handicap of poverty, illiteracy, and ignorance. It is an equally well-known fact that, within the inconceivably short period of 10 years, Mr. Ford mastered these three handicaps, and that within 25 years, he made himself one of the richest men in America. Through the additional knowledge that Mr. Ford's most rapid strides became noticeable, from the time he became a friend of Thomas Alva Edison, you will begin to understand what the influence of one mind upon another can accomplish. To go a step further, Mr. Ford's most outstanding achievements began from the time he formed acquaintances with Harvey Firestone, John Burroughs, and Luther Burbank, each a man of great brain capacity, and you will have further evidence that power may be produced through friendly alliance of minds. There is little, if any, doubt that Henry Ford is one of the best informed men in the business and industrial world. The question of his wealth needs no discussion. Analyze Mr. Ford's intimate friends, and you will be prepared to understand the following statement. Men take on the nature and the habits and the power of thought of those with whom they associate in a spirit of sympathy and harmony. Henry Ford whipped poverty, illiteracy, and ignorance by allying himself with great minds whose vibrations of thought were absorbed into his own mind. Through his association with Edison, Burbank, Burroughs, and Firestone, Mr. Ford added to his own brainpower the sum and substance of the intelligence, experience, knowledge, and spiritual forces of these four men. Henry Ford is a perfect example of the use of the power of the mastermind. Poverty and riches often change places. When riches take the place of poverty, the change is usually brought about through well-conceived and executed plans. Poverty needs no plan. It needs no one to aid it because it is bold and ruthless. Riches are shy and timid. They have to be attracted. Anybody can wish for riches, and most people do, but only a few know that a definite plan plus a burning desire for wealth are the only dependable means of accumulating it. The mystery of sex transmutation. Anybody can wish for riches, and most people do, but only a few know that a definite plan plus a burning desire for wealth are the only dependable means of accumulating wealth, the 10 steps towards riches. The meaning of the word transmute is, in simple language, the changing or transferring of one element or form of energy into another. Sex transmutation is simple and easily explained. It means the switching of the mind from thoughts of physical expression to thoughts of some other nature. The emotion of sex has behind it the possibility of 3 constructive potentialities. Number 1, the perpetuation of humankind. Number 2, the maintenance of health. As a therapeutic agency, it has no equal. Number 3, the transformation of mediocrity into genius through transmutation. The 10 mind stimuli. The human mind responds to stimuli through which it may be keyed up to high rates of vibration, known as enthusiasm, creative imagination, and intense desire. The stimuli to which the mind responds most freely are: number 1, the desire for sex expression; number 2, love; number 3, a burning desire for fame, power, financial gain, money; number 4, music; number 5, friendship between either those of the same sex or those of the opposite sex; number 6, a mastermind alliance based upon the harmony of 2 or more people who ally themselves for spiritual or temporal advancement; number 7, mutual suffering, such as that experienced by people who are persecuted; number 8, autosuggestion; number 9, fear; number 10, narcotics and alcohol. Scientific inventors or geniuses begin an invention by organizing and combining the known ideas or principles accumulated through experience, through the synthetic faculty of the reasoning faculty. If they find this accumulated knowledge to be insufficient for the completion of the invention, they then draw upon the sources of knowledge available to them through their creative faculty. The method by which this is done varies with the individual, but this is the sum and substance of the procedure. They stimulate their minds so that they vibrate on a higher than average plane, using one or more of the 10 mind stimulants or some other stimulant of their choice. They concentrate upon the known factors of the finished part of the invention, and create in their minds a perfect picture of unknown factors of the unfinished part of the invention. They hold this picture in mind until it has been taken over by the subconscious mind, and then relax by clearing their minds of all thoughts, and wait for the answer to pop up. A better definition of a genius is a man who has discovered how to increase the vibration of thought to the point where he can freely communicate with sources of knowledge not available through the ordinary rate of vibration of thought. Genius is developed through the 6th sense. People with keen imaginations have their best ideas come through so-called hunches. The 6th sense is the faculty that marks the difference between a genius and an ordinary individual. The human mind responds to stimulation. The desire for sexual expression is by far the strongest and most impelling of all the human emotions, and for this very reason, this desire, when harnessed and transmuted into action, other than that of physical expression, may raise one to the status of a genius. The world is ruled and the destiny of civilization is established by humans. People are influenced in their actions, not by reason so much as by feelings.
The creative faculty of the mind is set into action entirely by emotions, and not by cold reason. The most powerful of all human emotions is sex. A teacher who has trained and directed the efforts of more than 30,000 salespeople made the astounding discovery that highly sexual men are the most efficient salesmen. The explanation is that the factor of personality known as personal magnetism is nothing more nor less than sex energy. Highly sexual people always have a plentiful supply of magnetism. When employing salesmen, the more capable sales manager looks for the quality of personal magnetism as the first requirement. People who lack sex energy will never become enthusiastic or inspire others with enthusiasm, and enthusiasm is one of the most important requisites in salesmanship, no matter what one is selling. Every intelligent person knows that stimulation in excess through alcoholic drink and narcotics is a form of intemperance that destroys the vital organs of the body, including the brain. Hypochondria is an imaginary illness. A man may make certain changes in his personal conduct to avoid the consequences of undesirable effects, but genuine reformation comes only through a change of heart, through a desire to change. The mind is a creature of habit. It thrives upon the dominating thoughts that feed it. Through the power of will, controlling the mind is not difficult. Control comes from persistence and habit. The emotion of love brings out and develops the aesthetic nature of man. It leaves its impression upon one's very soul, even after the fire has been subdued by time and circumstance. Memories of love never pass. They linger, guide, and influence long after the source of stimulation has faded. There is nothing new in this. Every person moved by genuine love knows that it leaves enduring traces upon the human heart. The effect of love endures because love is spiritual in nature. The man who cannot be stimulated by love is hopeless. He is dead, though he may seem to live. All love experiences are beneficial, except to the person who becomes resentful and cynical when love makes its departure. Love is spiritual, while sex is biological. No experience which touches the human heart with a spiritual force can possibly be harmful except through ignorance or jealousy. Love is an emotion with many sides, shades, and colors. The love one feels for parents or children is quite different from how one feels for their sweetheart. That one is mixed with the emotion of sex, while the other is not. The making and breaking is the result of the wife's understanding or lack of understanding of the emotions of love, sex, and romance. Man's greatest motivating force is his desire to please a woman. Man has the same desire to please a woman as he had before the dawn of civilization. The only thing that has changed is his method of pleasing. Men who accumulate large fortunes and attain great heights of power and fame do so, mainly to satisfy their desire to please woman. The subconscious mind, the connecting link, the 11th step towards riches. The subconscious mind consists of a field of consciousness in which every impulse of thought that reaches the objective mind through any of the 5 senses is classified and recorded, and from which thoughts may be recalled or withdrawn as letters may be taken from a filing cabinet. It receives and files sense impressions or thoughts, regardless of their nature. You may voluntarily plant in your subconscious mind any plan, thought, or purpose that you desire to translate into its physical or monetary equivalent. The subconscious acts first on the dominating desires that have been mixed with emotional feeling, such as faith. You cannot entirely control your subconscious mind, but you can voluntarily hand over to it any plan, desire, or purpose that you wish transformed into concrete form. There is plenty of evidence to support the belief that the subconscious mind is the connecting link between the finite mind of man and infinite intelligence. The very fact that the subconscious mind is the medium of communication that almost paralyzes one's reason. Thoughts that go out from one's mind also embed themselves deeply in one's subconscious mind, where they serve as a magnet, pattern, or blueprint by how the subconscious mind is influenced while translating them into their physical equivalent. Emotion or feelings rule the majority of people. Every human is capable of picking up vibrations of the 7 major positive emotions: desire, faith, love, sex, enthusiasm, romance, and hope. The 7 significant negative emotions to be avoided: fear,
jealousy, hatred, revenge, greed, superstition, and anger. The brain, a broadcasting and receiving station for thought, the 12th step towards riches. More than 20 years ago, the author, working in conjunction with the late Dr. Alexander Graham Bell and Dr. Elmer R. Gates, observed that every human brain is both a broadcasting and receiving station for the vibration of thought. Through the medium of the ether, in a fashion similar to that employed by the radio broadcasting principle, every human brain is capable of picking up vibrations of thought which are being released by other brains. The subconscious mind is the sending station of the brain, through which vibrations of thought are broadcast. The creative imagination is the receiving set, through which the vibrations of thought are picked up from the ether. Along with the important factors of the subconscious mind and the faculty of the creative imagination, which constitute the sending and receiving sets of your mental broadcasting machinery, consider now the principle of autosuggestion, which is the medium by which you may put into operation your broadcasting station. Through the instructions described in the chapter on autosuggestion, you were definitely informed of the method by which desire may be transmuted into its monetary equivalent. Operation of your mental broadcasting station is a comparatively simple procedure. You have but 3 principles to bear in mind and to apply when you wish to use your broadcasting station: the subconscious mind, creative imagination, and autosuggestion. The stimuli through which you put these 3 principles into action have been described. The procedure begins with desire. The greatest forces are intangible. The Depression brought the world to the very borderline of understanding of the forces which are intangible and unseen. Through the ages which have passed, man has depended too much upon his physical senses and has limited his knowledge to physical things, which he could see, touch, weigh, and measure. We are now entering the most marvelous of all ages, an age which will teach us something of the intangible forces of the world around us. Perhaps we shall learn as we pass through this age that the other self is more powerful than the physical self we see when we look into a mirror. Sometimes men speak lightly of the intangibles, the things which they cannot perceive through any of their 5 senses, and when we hear them, it should remind us that all of us are controlled by forces which are unseen and intangible. The whole of mankind has not the power to cope with, nor to control the intangible force wrapped up in the rolling waves of the oceans. Man has not the capacity to understand the intangible force of gravity, which keeps this little earth suspended in midair and keeps man from falling from it, much less the power to control that force. Man is entirely subservient to the intangible force which comes with a thunderstorm, and he is just as helpless in the presence of the intangible force of electricity. Nay, he does not even know what electricity is, where it comes from, or what is its purpose. Nor is this by any means the end of man's ignorance in connection with things unseen and intangible. He does not understand the intangible force and intelligence wrapped up in the soil of the earth, the force which provides him with every morsel of food he eats, every article of clothing he wears, every dollar he carries in his pockets. The 6th sense. The Depression was a blessing in disguise. It reduced the whole world to a new starting point that gives everyone a new opportunity. The door to the temple of wisdom. The 13th step towards riches. The 6th sense probably is the medium of contact between the finite mind of man's infinite intelligence, and for this reason, it is a mixture of both the mental and the spiritual. Emulate the great by feeling and action as nearly as possible. All men have become what they are because of their dominating thoughts and desires. I knew that every deeply seated desire has the effect of causing one to seek outward expression, through which that desire may be transmuted into reality. Your own thoughts and desires serve as the magnet which attracts. Somewhere in the cell structure of the brain, an organ is located which receives vibrations of thought, ordinarily called hunches. Nearly all great leaders, such as Napoleon, Bismarck, Joan of Arc, Christ, Buddha, Confucius, and Mohammed, understood and probably made use of the 6th sense almost continuously. The major portion of their greatness consisted of their knowledge of this principle. The starting point of all achievement is desire. The finishing point is that brand of knowledge that leads to understanding, understanding of self, understanding of others, understanding of the laws of nature, recognition, and understanding of happiness. How to outwit the 6 ghosts of fear. Take inventory of yourself as you read this closing chapter and find out how many of the ghosts are standing in your way. Before you can put any portion of this philosophy into successful use, your mind must be prepared to receive it. The preparation is not difficult. It begins with study, analysis, and understanding of 3 enemies which you shall have to clear out. These are indecision, doubt, and fear. The 6th sense will never function while these 3 negatives or any of them remain in your mind. The members of this unholy trio are closely related. Where one is found, the other 2 are close at hand. Understanding the 3 enemies that have to clear out, these indecisions crystallize into doubt, the 2 blending and becoming fear. Before we can master an enemy, we must know its name, its habits, and its place of abode. The 6 basic fears are the fear of poverty, criticism, ill health, loss of love, old age, and death. Fears are nothing more than states of mind. One's state of mind is subject to control and direction. Man can create nothing that he does not first conceive in the form of an impulse of thought. Man's thought impulses begin immediately to translate themselves into their physical equivalent, whether those thoughts are voluntary or involuntary. Though impulses, which are picked up through the other by mere chance, have been released by other minds and may determine one's financial, business, professional, or social destiny just as surely as do the thought impulses one creates by intent and design. Nature has endowed man with absolute control over but one thing, and that is thought. If you want riches, you must refuse to accept any circumstances that lead towards poverty. The starting point of the path that leads to riches is desire. If you demand riches, determine what form and how much will be required to satisfy you. The only thing you can control is a state of mind. A state of mind is something that one assumes. It cannot be purchased, rather it must be created. Fear of poverty is a state of mind, nothing else. Nothing standing between us and our desires, except lack of a definite purpose. Self-analysis may disclose weaknesses which one does not like to acknowledge. This form of examination is essential to all who demand life more than mediocrity and poverty. Face the facts squarely. Ask yourself definite questions and demand direct replies. Fear of poverty symptoms: indifference, indecision, doubt, worry, overcaution, procrastination. Fear of criticism symptoms: self-consciousness, lack of poise, personality, inferiority complex, extravagance, lack of initiative, lack of ambition. Powerful and mighty is the human mind. It builds or it destroys. Fear of ill health symptoms: negative autosuggestion, hypochondria. Lack of exercise, susceptibility, self-coddling, intemperance. Fear of loss of love symptoms: jealousy, fault-finding, gambling. Man's most useful years, mentally and spiritually, are those between 40 and 60. Death will come no matter what anyone may think about it. Accept it as a necessity and pass the thought out of your mind. It must be a necessity or it would not come to all. Perhaps it is not as bad as it has been pictured. Worry is a state of mind based upon fear. An unsettled mind is helpless. Indecision makes an unsettled mind. Most individuals lack the willpower to reach decisions promptly and to stand by them after they have been made, even during normal business conditions. The 6 basic fears become translated into a state of worry through indecision. Relieve yourself of fear of death forever by reaching a decision to accept death as an inescapable event. Whip fear of poverty by reaching a decision to get along with whatever wealth you can accumulate without worry. Put your foot upon the neck of the fear of criticism by reaching a decision not to worry about what other people think, do, or say.
Eliminate the fear of old age by reaching a decision to accept it, not as a handicap, but as a great blessing which carries with it wisdom, self-control, and understanding not known to youth. Acquit yourself of the fear of ill health by the decision to forget symptoms. Master the fear of loss and love by reaching the decision to get along without love, if that is necessary. Kill the habit of worry in all its forms by reaching a general, blanket decision that nothing which life has to offer is worth the price of worry. With this decision will come poise, peace of mind, and calmness of thought that will bring happiness. Mental telepathy is a reality. Thoughts pass from one mind to another, voluntarily, whether or not this fact is recognized by either the person releasing the thoughts or the person who pick up those thoughts. You may control your own mind, and you have the power to feed it whatever thought impulses you choose. Recognize the fact that you and every other human being by nature is lazy, indifferent, and susceptible to all suggestions that harmonize with your weaknesses. Recognize by nature that you are susceptible to all the 6 basic fears and set habits for the purpose of counteracting all these fears. Think and act for yourself. The most common weakness of all human beings is the habit of leaving their minds open to the negative influence of other people. Try willpower instead. If you fail to control your own mind, you may be sure you will control nothing else. Mind control is the result of self-discipline and habit. You either control your mind or it controls you. There is no halfway compromise. The most practical of all methods for controlling the mind is the habit of keeping it busy with a definite purpose backed by a definite plan. A man's alibi is the child of his own imagination. Habits are difficult to break, especially when they provide justification for something we do. Plato had this truth in mind when he said, "The first and best victory is to conquer self." To be conquered by self is, of all things, the most shameful and vile. It was a great surprise to me when I discovered that most of the ugliness I saw in others was but a reflection of my own nature. In parting, I would remind you that life is a checkerboard, and the player opposite you is time. If you hesitate before moving, or neglect to move promptly, your men will be wiped off the board by time. You are playing against a partner who will not tolerate indecision. Previously, you may have had a logical excuse for not having forced life to come through with whatever you asked, but that alibi is now obsolete, because you are in possession of the master key that unlocks the door to life's bountiful riches. The master key is intangible, but it is powerful. It is the privilege of creating in your own mind a burning desire for a definite form of riches. There is no penalty for the use of the key, but there is a price you must pay if you do not use it. The price is failure. There is a reward of stupendous proportions if you put the key to use. It is the satisfaction that comes to all who conquer self and force life to pay whatever is asked. The reward is worthy of your effort. Will you make the start and be convinced? If we are related, said the immortal Emerson, we shall meet. In closing, may I borrow his thought and say, if we are related, we have, through these pages, met. The standing army is at your service. It will bring you fame, fortune, peace of mind, or whatever you demand of life. In this picture, you see the most powerful army on earth. Observe the emphasis on the word powerful. This army is standing at attention, ready to do the bidding of any person who will command it. It is your army, if you will take charge of it. These soldiers are labeled definite chief aim, habit of saving, self-confidence, imagination, initiative, leadership, enthusiasm, self-control, doing more than paid for, pleasing personality, accurate thought, concentration, cooperation, failure, tolerance, golden rule, the mastermind. A long, searching study of the lives of 500 great American men and women, as well as actual endorsement from nationally known leaders, proves that these are the basic principles upon which all true and lasting success is built. Power comes from organized effort. You see in this picture, in these soldiers, the forces which enter into all organized effort. Master these 16 forces of personal qualities, and you may have whatever you want in life. The end. I highly recommend checking out this great book called
Think and Grow Rich by Napoleon Hill. My third favorite book is called The Keys to Success, The 17 Principles of Personal Achievement by Napoleon Hill. If you are serious about gaining specialized knowledge, check these great books out and also every book that I will recommend to you, and also check out all of Napoleon Hill's other books. Okay, Justin, I will. I can see why you are so obsessed with these books. They sound really outstanding. Hey, what's the short summary of the 17 principles? Well, here they are. Thank you, Justin. The Keys to Success. The 17 Principles of Personal Achievement by Napoleon Hill. Number 1. Developing a definiteness of purpose. The lack of a major purpose, plan, or goal causes people to fail and get lost in their life's journey. Definiteness of purpose constitutes the starting point of all worthy achievement. Number 2. Creating a mastermind alliance. Success and achievement comes with the collective collaboration of 2 or more minds working together in perfect harmony towards the attainment of a common goal. Number 3. Using applied faith is a state of mind and self-belief, and using that belief into taking action regularly. The awareness that our goals, desires, plans, and purpose will materialize through our actions in the physical realm. Number 4. Going the extra mile. The habit of going above and beyond with providing a better service than you are paid or that is expected for you to do so. That is always done in a positive mental attitude, no matter what the circumstances have been given to you. Number 5. Embodying a pleasing personality. Our personality is the sum total of our mental, spiritual, and physical traits and habits. An attractive personality is assembled by controlling and guiding our emotions, practicing courtesy, and having a positive attitude. Number 6. Taking personal initiative. Personal initiative is the inner power that inspires all action to get started and completed. Procrastination prevents all success and achievement. Number 7. Cultivating a positive mental attitude. Your mindset is the only thing you have complete control of. Having a positive mental attitude attracts opportunities for success. Number 8. Acting with enthusiasm. Our passion and our burning desire to succeed is more powerful than all logic. Enthusiasm comes from within to intensify our faith and motivate us to massive action towards success. Number 9. Practicing self-discipline. Self-mastery of oneself is essential to success. Self-discipline is enforced by controlling your thoughts and your actions, thus balancing your outcome. Self-mastery is the ability to recognize, understand, control, and make the most out of your physical, mental, emotional, and spiritual self. It is gained through awareness, understanding, and control over your thoughts, emotions, and actions. Number 10. Accurate thinking. Everything begins with a thought. To think accurately, one must separate fact from information and actively categorize and prioritize the facts. Number 11. Controlling attention. Controlled attention is the principle that commands us to focus actively and exclusively on those things we desire to achieve, resulting in its imminent attainment. Number 12. Building teamwork. The principle of teamwork is equivalent to harmonious cooperation based on willingness and free contribution. Inspiring teamwork assures rapid and meaningful success. Number 13. Learning from adversity and defeat. We choose whether challenges and adversity are stepping stones or stumbling blocks in our path to success. Experiencing defeat is inevitable. Accepting it or mastering it is up to you. Number 14. Attaining creative vision. Learning and applying the skill of using our imagination beyond fear and imposed limitations brings endless opportunities for success and achievement. Number 15. Maintaining sound health. It is essential to success. It starts in the subconscious mind and is attained through conscious decision and unwavering determination and willpower. Number 16. Budgeting time and money. Taking regular inventory of how we spend our time and money is a great tool to maximize and use them effectively. Remember, while money can be recovered, time spent is gone forever. Number 17. Establishing positive habits.
to form a cosmic habit force of many positive habits that will result in a happy, healthy, and successful you. When you develop a positive habit, the habit develops you. Your life is the result of the habits you have formed that you can use to achieve your desired goals. Chapter 19. The Terminator Mindset. Gee, Justin, I can tell that you have a lot of great knowledge you have learnt over your lifetime. Yeah, that's because I'm hungry for it. I can tell. Look, I'll tell you your next lesson, which is what I call the Terminator Mindset. What do you mean? Is it to become a robot of mass destruction? Just remember it as this. Okay. Right. When you think Terminator Mindset, I mean this. To program your mindset with a determination to achieve your treasure map, and then to seek and destroy. To persist towards your desired goal or goals as if you were programmed to never stop. No matter what problem that shall arise, to apply consistent persistence. You'll want to move a step forward every day as much as you can and maintain a positive mental attitude by applying brute energy of determination. No matter how many blows you get shot by life, you just keep finding a way to keep moving forward. The harder it gets to increase your energy output, and always work smart and hard like lifting weights, always think about leverage by finding a way to do more with less effort. Say, for example, that you were in a race to achieve a treasure chest and many people were given a map to find it. If you knew that you were coming last and maintained that pace, you would 100% most likely lose the race. You can either accept it, or you can turn on your mind to the Terminator Mindset, to 100% full power, which is to deeply think about going nuts or to go into a fit of furious anger for a moment, to shake your body and tremble from turning on that emotion. Then there will be an increase of high-flowing energy, like a shot of adrenaline exploding throughout your body. Once the Terminator Mindset is turned on, you will turn into a superhero with humongous energy, and you can now move at your full potential like flooring a car's accelerator to the ground. Now, prepare to go to battle with a plan of action. Then it's time to unleash the pain, unleash the fury, unleash the anger, unleash the rage, unleash the energy, unleash the power. You can only become as strong as you train your mind to become. Admit to yourself that nothing is impossible to someone with a big enough creative vision and a creative imagination used to its potential repeatedly. Now all you have to do is think of the best way to find a legit shortcut, or a way to get the most leverage and the smartest way to dispense this energy. You keep this in mind in order to get the treasure chest, and the real goal is to find it as fast as possible, so you'll have more time to enjoy the treasure. If you're behind in a race, the only way to win and catch up is to go twice as fast to catch up. So that's why I'm saying to turn on the Terminator Mindset, and then to utilize that energy to work hard and smart in a situation that you may encounter from time to time as an entrepreneur, a business warrior, a fearless pirate. Now I understand, Justin. It's like at the gym after warming up, that I can turn on my Terminator Mindset, then go into a rage of high energy. With doing the Terminator Mindset hundreds and hundreds of times on many occasions of lifting weights, on many muscle groups, and with lifting correctly to achieve a superhuman physique that will over time resemble a Spartan warrior, who is defined as being very muscular, ripped, and lean. Yep, that's what I mean. You're spot on. Achieving success in life can be related to the gym, that you need to show how bad you want it into your actions to achieve the most results, and exercise will also help in boosting your self-esteem level. And a way to turn on your Terminator Mindset is to stop and to think deeply now for a minute, and just think very deeply of all your haters, all the people out there that would love to see you fail. Think of someone you have come across in your life that you would like to say, I worked my ass off, and now I've got up the mountain of success. And now the whole world envies you for achieving your great success. Don't let any rocks of negative reason stop you. Say, I don't care. Turn on the Terminator Mindset and bloody move. Move, move. So, with applying the Terminator Mindset in the gym over many days of hard work, we'll eventually create the body of a superhuman physically and mentally that can be turned on at any time when required. Thanks for the tip, Justin. That's a great tip. Okay, if I take on a situation that can be more difficult than anticipated,
that, if necessary, I will turn on my Terminator mindset because I will be putting more energy into my actions and efforts to increase my acceleration towards achieving success by being in my peak state of mind.
Yeah. Remember that Elon Musk has defeated nearly going bankrupt on many occasions, and what saved him was applying the Terminator mindset every day. The Terminator mindset can even be like the more you get pissed off about something, that the scale of life, rocks of reason, the plate will tip down, and the more you give a shit about something, the more emotional you may become, and the more you will fight for it with consistent endurance. To go into a state of overdrive, of complete brute force and furious determination. Like a robot that has been programmed to never stop until the mission has been accomplished with brute force of furious determination towards doing whatever it takes to complete the objective. Quote from Elon Musk. Work like hell. I mean, you just have to put in 80 to 100-hour weeks every week. This improves the odds of success. If other people are putting in 40-hour work weeks and you're putting in 100-hour work weeks, then even if you're doing the same thing, you know that you will achieve in 4 months what it takes them a year to achieve. Okay, Justin, I'll use the Terminator mindset on my journey when required to give me an extra edge of performance. Chapter 20. The Cog. Right on to the next lesson that I'll teach you. Yep, I'm listening. This next lesson is called the cog. Nearly everything in life, someone or something must be the cog. The cog is basically the gear of motion, and that gear must exist or there will be no motion, no movement, or no progress. So, you have to realize that you can either be the cog or someone else can be the machine, or something else can be the cog while you're a small minor cog, but the system can still operate without you. So, pretty much, you can either be the cog or build the cog. However, be aware that some cogs or systems will require you to become a part of the process again to create future cogs or systems. So you can either build a cog or system that you're a part of the process, or you can outsource all of the work and just have to command all of the work orders, and just be like a security camera with double checking that everything is in order, with commanding any work to the relevant people if any problems, changes, work requests, or whatever was to arise. Here are some examples. If you were to walk or jog to a location, you are the cog, the gear of motion. But if you were to drive a car, then the car is the source of motion, the cog. If you were to catch an Uber, train, or plane, then those would become the cog of motion. It then would be in a system where you were fully removed from being the cog. The car, train, or plane would be the cog of motion. Some other humans would operate it, not you, allowing you to be free from the system. It could still be in motion while you fell asleep in your chair, and the system would keep being in motion. You would then only be involved in a few minor steps of the process, not the whole system. You would say, order it, and go to it in a car, train, or plane, to make sure it's the correct one and it's automated. Once you arrive at your destination, getting up and walking out is the easy part. They dispense the most time and energy, not you. With everything in life, someone or something must be the cog, the motion of energy. So, if you were to work a normal job, you're the cog. If you're not at work, you don't get paid. I'm not implying to not work a job, but to work a job within your spare time and be working on a treasure map to realize you from the cog so you can continually make money. While working at your job, you should be saving up your money to invest in something else to become the cog, or working on something with your spare time. It's like you have to understand that sometimes you have to go backwards at first in order to go forwards much quicker in the long term. To build an automated machine or system via hiring other workers. For example, hiring people from platforms such as Upwork or Fiverr, even running an advertising campaign or getting a product manufactured in China. That they become the cog, not you. The goal at the end of the day is to be paid both money and time. What good is $1 billion if you have no time and energy to enjoy it? Also, say the internet was the cog, and it can work 24/7, 168 hours a week. You cannot and would not want to work that many hours anyway, even if you could. Maybe in the beginning you have to work long hours at a job and build your system. But when the day comes when you are generating enough cash flow, you have the option to work less and less. Gee, Justin, you have opened up my mind with a different way of thinking about things. I'll remember this lesson forever, in which you can either be the cog or build the cog. Also, another point to consider is that there can be more than just you as the cog in the wheel to remember. Say, for example, the average person that they are the cog and also their job license or their job qualifications, even their transportation vehicle, machinery, or tools or whatever, that without them, they cannot work and therefore not make any money and are an asset to them in making money and be the means of keeping their money tap continually turned on. Yeah, very true, Justin. I get it. Say, how can a contracted truck driver work without his truck license, or if his truck was to break down? He can't work and therefore will not get paid anything. Yep, that's what I mean. Another example for you is, say you were to write a book, and once it's completely finished, that it will become the cog, and then published into a system of many distributors, and then they become the cog. You could be dead, but the book still lives and is in motion as the cog. This can refer to many other things when you tune your mind to search for them. Okay, cool, Justin. I'll keep the cog concept in mind from now on. Another thing to remember is that if you plan on being the main cog in the wheel, that over time can lead to health problems. Oh yeah, you're right, Justin. Chapter 21. Play it safe and risky. The next advice I'll give you is called Play It Safe and Risky. Through experience, I found that with everything in life, you need to play the game called Play It Safe and Risky. Let me define it to you, all the options, so you understand. The options are as following. Number 1, play it safe only. Number 2, play it risky only. Number 3, play it safe and risky. Number 4, and a plan B. So, pick your treasure map, but before you make a decision, think of the cons and pros first. Also, have a plan B with whatever option that you select, as well as a backup plan of insurance. Play it safe. If you play it safe, you will guarantee a positive outcome. That sounds great, but the downside is that safe returns generally will provide a poor return for your investment. You will require safe returns for an extreme amount of time. For example, working a normal job does not pay much for 1 hour, so you need to work more hours to achieve extra money. You would be putting your life on pause till you finished, costing you your time and energy. To make more money, you are required to trade more time and energy. For most people, 1 year of working after taxes and expenses doesn't leave that much money to retire on. So, in order to become rich this way, you have to sell years and years of your time and energy. Decades of your life will be required to be traded in exchange for a lot of money, because playing it safe generally pays low returns. Playing it safe is good to do in the beginning to save up to build your cog or system. But playing it safe as your only plan is a completely wasted long shot, with a guaranteed outcome to end up like most of the middle class, and following the average middle class's treasure map outcome. If so, why do most people depend on their pensions and live like a complete tight-ass in their last chapter in life, and then they finally retire and their main money tap gets turned off? Say 10 years pass and their retirement fund diminishes and inflation is rising. With the gap getting worse every day, we are alive. Most people playing the game called playing it safe generally play that game with everything in life. It's like playing the lotto, and the prize is $1 million achieved when you're nearly dead. It's also like a retired old lady who wrote a book called Play It Safe, which would be one shitty book. To summarize the book, this is how you end up with $2 million. Work a normal job, work all your life, be a tight ass all your working years, then retire to continue being a frugal tight ass into your golden years. With the contents of the book getting into great detail of the excitement of how to win first prize for being the biggest tight ass of all time, with searching and using coupons, having one light bulb in the house, only flush the toilet once per a day, using a time buzzer when taking a shower, spending an extra hour at shopping centers looking for reduced prices and with comparing prices, with even going to the supermarket and peeling bananas and snapping off broccoli ends to save money, never eating out and always bagging food, dumping rubbish in the middle of nowhere, rather than paying rubbish tip fees at nightclubs, pinching other people's drinks, having regular garage sales, doing all your repairs yourself, hunting around all over town for the cheapest gasoline prices, and so on. And to think that if you could be 18 years old again, you would dream as big as you wish,
such as owning Lamborghinis, a mansion, and other luxurious stuff. The calculator would say that this treasure map is the wrong treasure map, that no one would envy that lifestyle to create wealth in doing that the long term, and your identity to everyone would be a tight ass. The rich may have did this in the beginning to save up money for their higher calling, but not as means of being the main plan of how to become wealthy. The rich with low-priced things don't base their choice on the price tag price, but the poor do, and it becomes their habit with everything they purchase that they look at the price tag firstly before making their decision, with that being their main rock of reason to tip down on the scale of life. Play it risky only. Now with playing it risky, it is when you're doing something with a possibility of a big payoff, something with a big potential to achieve very high numbers, high returns, high speed, high energy, explosive compounding effect, or achieved in an extremely fast time frame. The problem with this treasure map is that it can take a while to build a business, a machine, a system, and create a successful internet platform, become famous, grow a brand, and so on. It also may require trying different treasure maps till you find the right one to a great fortune quickly. You may be required to save up a large amount of money to do this treasure map, and it may take up a lot of your spare time. Another option is raising capital from investors or to get a bank loan to raise funding for your business idea or whatever. But most businesses or ideas need to gain a track record to raise capital from investors and to have a prototype and a business plan. It's best to wait as long as possible, because the longer you wait, the more potential there is for your business to raise more capital. Also, keep in mind that most businesses operate for free or on very low wages to reinvest all money back into the business in savings accounts in the beginning. Playing it safe and risky. This is the best treasure map to pursue, as it has the best of both worlds. To be working on both playing it safe, that funds both your lifestyle, and your playing it risky treasure map too. Your hatred for working a job for somebody else can be used as a fuel of motivation to find your treasure map as quickly as possible, with desiring to gain knowledge and to accumulate money to fund it, and to keep funding it until you strike great rapid success from your treasure map. With every dollar you make from your safe income, it can go towards your treasure map and keep it alive until it can take care of itself. Plan B. That's always to have a plan B to fall back on. That could be a side hustle if you have the time for it, like when your main job's workload goes quiet or you have extra time available. Rather than waste that extra time watching more TV or other unimportant activities, you could be writing a book, creating a course, a blog page, working on your own YouTube channel, creating an advertising campaign, creating a ClickFunnel, creating a mobile app prototype, learning something important, planning to create an invention, building a website, starting a business, working on something in a mastermind group or whatever. Remember that anything in life can add up over time. For example, if you were to write a book every day for 2 hours, it would become a habit and your skills would get better and better. Eventually, your book would be finished. It's the same with everything in life. Persistence is the key, and to keep moving continuously to the finish line each day, and you will get there eventually. Quote from J.K. Rowling. It is impossible to live without failing at something unless you live so cautiously that you might as well not have lived at all, in which case you fail by default. Quote from Publius Terentius Afer. Fortune favors the brave. Chapter 22. YouTubers and books that I recommend. Justin, what are some good YouTubers and books that you would recommend? Well, I'll first tell you the list of top influencers to check out on YouTube, and then the books for when you get time on your journey. From now on, acknowledge the fact that all original content creators use the power of their subconscious mind, the power of their creative vision, and the power of their creative imagination into their work. I like the following YouTubers for using their creativity: Dan Mace, Casey Neistat, Colin Furze, James Bruton, and also check out the following list as well. Omar Alatter and the Passionate Few, a podcast show where Omar interviews successful entrepreneurs to talk about how they started from nothing to millions and even billions. A great show to tap into their mindset to use as motivation, and to engage in the strategies that they incorporated to achieve success in their lives. A good channel to listen to while multitasking and going about your day. Omar himself leaves a clue to his own success of going from a nobody to interviewing many wealthy and famous people. The key to Omar's success was being determined to interview famous and successful people, even if that meant a lot of traveling, phone calls, emailing, waiting around, going to events to gain contact details, and so on. Once Omar broke through the barrier of success with having a few famous and very enjoyable interviews under his belt, that would have been the hardest part at first. Then, Omar could use that as a track record of his achievements, and then use the power of success to encourage more success, and success can be used as leverage for more success.
Omar recommends to sample everything in life very quickly, with aiming in mind to find what your main purpose in life is through the hands-on experience. And then you will have a lot of experiences to compare with to know what it is, and then to move on to that as quick as possible with planting and growing your chosen seed. Acknowledge the fact that most successful people didn't know what their calling was in the very beginning until they tried many things and then to eventually finally work it out. The Stradman. James Lucas Condon tried doing YouTube in the beginning of his journey with no success. However, after losing his job, he decided to give being a YouTuber another chance, this time taking it more seriously. He eventually became very good at it due to taking a much different approach at it with showing off his great personality, perfecting his editing skills, showing high enthusiasm, and having the habit of showing a lot of charisma regularly into his work, with even to be always over-exaggerating and always using great background music that lifts the mood of his audience to a happy state of mind. James also knew that in order to get his channel to take off, he needed to stand out, so he financed an orange Lamborghini Gallardo. Since 2019, his channel has really taken off significantly, giving him a huge income from YouTube, sponsors, and merchandise. His success has given him the time and money to be paid thousands of dollars that he spends on his car collection and modifications that he truly loves to do, and can also claim his car collection expenses as a tax deduction. His channel is a perfect example of when you become a creator of happiness. Viewers become very addicted to you because you become a part of their happiness in life. One of the big reasons for James' success is that most of his viewers are living their dream through him, as most people can only ever dream of having a super and lavish car collection, accompanied with the expense of all the running costs and modification upgrades. In one of James's YouTube videos, he decides to pull apart his Lamborghini Aventador to install a complete wide-body kit. Burlocker points out, it takes courage to pull apart the entire panels of your Lamborghini, especially when you've never done it before, but it takes brains to put it back together. Then at the end of the video, Burlocker says, "Think about how many pieces you broke while taking apart this car." James says, "I didn't break any pieces." Shh. Check out an interview on a YouTuber's channel called The Graham Stevens Show. The video is called Millionaire Reacts, How the Stradman Spends $2 Million per Year. Uncut interview. It conveys the rags to riches story of James' niece's journey. See if you can spot all of the clues that attributed to his great success, and by watching his YouTube channel as well. All YouTubers, if you become success conscious, have left many clues that lead them to great success if you have your mindset to be taking note of what all the attributes were, and with even writing them down too. If you watched his channel regularly, you would notice that everyone is just as excited about James being in the video just as much as the cars, and James likes to always have something on the go to look forward to in the upcoming future, such as buying new cars and currently getting other people working on his cars doing his upgrades and modifications with unleashing the excitement. Also take note that a successful YouTuber has enough of the magic checklist of the ingredients to cause repeat customers. That causes followers to become very addicted to their content, where the proof is in the ratio of subscribers versus the views over a 48-hour period. Other ways James has made big money from his YouTube channel is by being sponsored to talk about other businesses on his YouTube channel for a brief moment, with leaving links and showing their content to attract customers for his channel to their platforms such as mobile app video games, a shoe company, car modeling companies, Simply Safe Home Security, promoting a car searching platform that combines many other platforms into one for searching to buy cars called Autotempest.com, and many other sponsors, and also doing many collaborations with many other famous people too. James has also created his own brand color, Purple Car Collection Choice of Favorite Car Color,
stating it as the Purple Nation, his name, clothing, and design that he wrapped his Lamborghini. That led to an idea of selling a backpack in that color scheme on his website called thestradman.com. James uses the leverage of his fans as if when in the beginning of his YouTube channel, it's pretty obvious that James would not have the same amount of fans and therefore sponsors and merchandise would not make much money. Say with his backpack merchandise that if a person who was not famous was selling it, they would not sell many at all. But the Stradman, since he has now grown to be very famous, it would be an easy sell. The fans really want to buy the products and will be excited about the whole process of buying, arriving in the mail, opening the box, and using the product, with also advertising it to their friends and the public by using, wearing, and raving about it. So this concept could be used with other famous people selling other types of merchandise. An idea for yourself is to split the proceeds with yourself and any famous person into a contract and for them to regularly promote the merchandise. To arrange getting the product outsourced by a manufacturer so that the process will be more scalable and would give you passive income that they become the main cog in the wheel and not you. Or another option is to arrange for a YouTuber to sponsor your business, product, or whatever. Quote from James Neese and his best friend Burlocker. If you look good, you feel good. Then you execute good. The Stradman said this on his YouTube channel after his dad previously passed away and had taken a week off to grieve. They say a man's true character is defined by how he reacts through the worst storm of his life. Mr. Beast. After 5 years of having no luck being a successful YouTuber, Jimmy Donaldson decided to delete his entire channel and start again from scratch, taking forward what he had learned. While playing games online, he gave away his money, which got him a lot of attention. With his YouTube income, he decided to give it nearly all away each time he got paid. As his channel grew and grew, he could afford to give away more and more money. With giving away so much money, gifts, cars, shopping sprees, Mr. Beast's channel went viral, and as of June 2021, he now has over 63 million subscribers. Jimmy is a perfect example of using the power of giving. He also has many other YouTube channels as well to fund his gifts, donations, and expenses. Shark Tank Australia. While most of the ideas that come through the show are neither that great nor blockbuster ideas, you still can learn many concepts from others who have spent hours of their time and thousands of dollars creating a product or a business startup, and from their mistakes and good points they have learned. Even the sharks have a checklist of their own custom requirements of what has to be met in order for them to put forward an offer. Some important factors frequently stated are, number 1, by becoming a part of the business that they would be able to add huge value to making it more successful. Number 2, cost to manufacture ratio to sale price. Number 3, previous track record of profits. Number 4, the correct mindset and work ethic. Number 5, the strength level of the idea or business. The American Shark Tank is also good to check out. One of the biggest lessons that I've learned is pick the right idea to commit to. And if you think that your idea is great, get a business loan from the bank and not from Shark Tank, as they will only offer 10% of what it's currently worth and most likely only make a few emails and phone calls unless their connections will help your business to get to the next level. I think that a better option instead is to get a business loan from the bank or from venture capitalists and to hire the relevant people to help you. Exhaust doing that first. But it doesn't cost much to watch this show, which is a good investment of your time if you haven't found an idea to commit to yet, and may help motivate you on your journey. Quote from The American Shark Tank. 10% of a watermelon is better than 90% of a grape. Dan Voss. If you are keen on getting into e-commerce, then Dan has a great channel to check out, and also has a course about selling on Amazon and Shopify. Worth checking out, but only if you're 100% committed in taking action both in the short term and long term. Dan started his journey working as a banker, but he realized that this job would never make him financially free and happy in the short term and long term. So he had his boss tell him off for going to the bathroom for about 8 minutes, which was considered too long for his boss. Dan could see that his banking job did not turn out as good as he first thought when studying for the qualifications, and didn't want his long-term future to be a low-paying job with a dickhead boss and being stuck in traffic trying to commuting to work and back. Dan decided enough was enough and resigned there and then,
quitting his job as a banker even after getting the required qualifications that cost him around $40,000 that he got into debt for as well. Since he told his boss to get stuffed, he had burned all bridges behind him, to never be able to return again. Dan then started watching YouTube videos on how to clean windows and went to a wealthy homes in North Toronto and knocked door to door with his friend to clean windows, while he studied selling e-commerce, bought courses, watched YouTube videos, and read self-development books. He tried a few different ways to make money and eventually found success selling on Amazon after his third product took off, which made him a cool $30,000 in a short period of time. Dan celebrated by taking a holiday and reinvesting his profits back into selling more products. He got products made in China and placed his own logos on them and quickly became very good at selling online. Dan kept reinvesting his money and his acquired skills to achieve a rapid compounding effect to wealth fast. Then, therefore, after many people wanted to learn his secrets, he decided to create a course on the website called ecomfreedom.com that he regularly updates. He now has become financially free and has achieved success that was not possible in his banking job. Dan had stated that to make more money at his old job, which he hated, he had to work more hours versus selling products. If it was his goal to make $200 a day, all he would have to do is sell $200 worth of profit from selling products. Then he got the rest of the day off. This is all easy to do with the internet running 24/7, allowing everything to be automated, along with the advertising too. Dan stated that it's very achievable with enough training and effort. You can learn a lot from Dan Voss if you're interested in selling online, but keep in mind that Dan Voss reuses his story of how he started again and again to pitch in selling his course as a stories line to help in selling his course, as what they say, facts tell and stories sell. Dan states this from his description section on YouTube. However, many people endlessly study mindset without ever figuring out how to actually make money. Dan states that one of the best pieces of advice he ever received was this. Quote, from Barry Sternlicht, CEO and founder of Starwood Hotels. Play the trends of your life. If we look at the trends today, almost all of them involve the internet. This is why I believe starting an online business is the absolute greatest thing you can do to achieve success. Here are the best online businesses you can start today that have been recommended by Dan Voss. Number 1, e-commerce, Amazon FBA or Shopify. Number 2, skills-based company, like a social media agency. Number 3, online coaching, if you already have a skill or special knowledge. Number 4, personal brand or YouTube, if you have a topic to talk about or a niche to build a channel. More tips from Dan Voss is this. When you're in e-commerce or serving to the world on a high-scale basis, there's no hard feelings if you lose the odd customer, as it's not a big loss compared to being in a skilled-based company, where they may cancel your contract that you may have worked very hard to obtain and keep the customer satisfied with being a big chunk of the business income stream. Dan Voss recommends a website called junglescout.com to help you in undergoing research on Amazon for statistics to learn the clue to increase your odds for success. A statistic about failure from Dan Voss. 50% of all people quit after their first big failure. 80% of all people quit after their second big failure. 95% of all people quit after the third big failure. After learning this law, I realized that if I could get past 3 big failures, I would basically have guaranteed success in my life. Another great tip from Dan Voss is to check out a website that can take you back in time to see the evolution of website platforms' changes and improvements, to investigate and make a checklist of what they did to encourage their success to use for your own platform. The website is called waybackmachine.com. Some of Dan Voss's role models that he admires for inspiration, ideas, and motivation are Ty Lopez, Jeff Bezos, the founder of Amazon, and the founders of Gymshark, Ben Francis and Lewis Morgan. So, check out Dan's channel for further great information on the mindset, great books that Dan recommends. Also many tips and advice related to e-commerce. Dan Locke. He has a popular channel with workers who work for him in which Dan narrates out some of their content on YouTube. He does state that starting a business is not for everyone, as it's a lot harder than you think. He also recommends gaining high-paid skills to increase your cash flow. I have listened to his books, and they are worth checking out too. After being ripped off and having failed businesses, He knew that he had no choice but to become wealthy to pay off all his debts, and that his low-paying job was out of the question. He started to study advertising letters, and he couldn't believe words could be turned into money by customers taking action and buying the advertising pitch. He states that he worked for 1 year for hardly any pay, just to learn how to be a copywriter by a professional. He then worked for himself, consistently increasing his rate until he made a fortune for each copywriting he did. Then down the track, he started his own copywriting company and managed a YouTube channel and seminars. Dan Lok has a lot of information to learn from and gives you motivation on your journey. Kevin David. He has many tips for making money online and also has a podcast channel too. He has a lot of information that is worth checking out. Ed Mylett. Ed is a billionaire with plenty of interviews with the rich and famous, and heaps of lessons from hands-on experience to learn from. Ty Lopez. He is into the e-commerce industry and passes on good advice and motivation from his mentors and role models, from reading hundreds of books full of great knowledge. His motto for a great life is health, wealth, love, and happiness. That can also be good niches to go into starting a business as well. Ty noted in the description of one of his YouTube channel videos called Ty Lopez Rant, "I've never met someone successful that doesn't have this trait." This great advice, Dr. David Buss, the author of Evolutionary Psychology, the textbook used in Harvard, told me that one of the biggest predictors of material success is conscientiousness. Conscientiousness of awareness includes, number 1, prudence, the ability to make wise decisions. Number 2, diligence, working hard when you need to and not being lazy. Number 3, organization, to always plan a step-by-step plan in the correct order with everything. Number 4, perfectionism, to double and triple check your work and also with other people working for you as well. But don't be a perfectionist with unimportant things. Number 5, awareness, situation awareness of paying attention to what you're doing. There's a time to be focusing and a time to be daydreaming with thinking about life or be aiming to understand of how things work. There's 3 types of people in this world. Number 1, they make things happen. Number 2, they watch things happen. Number 3, they wonder what happened. I added awareness is there also. I have met many successful people in my lifetime, and one thing that sets them apart is their mindset and habits. People lie, but numbers don't. If your bank account number are low, you're most likely not giving enough value to the world. You have to plant a seed before you are able to harvest. Things that I wish I had learned when was growing up was not taught to me by schools. I had to seek out mentors who had amazing lives, and they taught me the principles that got me to where I am today. I listened to everything they said and applied it daily until this day. Trust me, you want to ignore 99% of what people tell you, but when you find the 1%, someone that you admire, listen to everything they say and put in the effort to deserve what you want. Ty has a program called The 67 Steps on his website called tylopez.com that contains the 67 lessons learned from Ty's mentors if you're interested, and also many other courses as well. Quote from Ty Lopez from his Facebook page. There are basically 2 types of people in the world. The first gets stuff done. The second has amazing stories about why they can't. Best Book Bits. It is a book summary channel on YouTube and also on Instagram, Spotify, Apple Podcasts, and the website bestbookbits.com. It's a great platform to get the summaries of over 5,500 great books so far, and with more being added on a regular basis. Manny Koshbin, Real Estate. Manny also has another channel about his supercar collection too. He has created his huge wealth from being a commercial real estate agent working for himself. Manny now lives in an over $30 million mansion and has an amazing car collection in his business office space, and also has a mentorship program and wrote 2 books. On this YouTube channel, you can gain advice in some of the pitfalls that he has encountered. He had many setbacks before becoming a successful millionaire. That taught him to buy high-end commercial real estate with a checklist of requirements only. To buy low, then add value to sell off for a high price. You can learn a thing or two from Manny Koshbin. I also liked his book called Driven. On an interview on Omar's YouTube channel, Manny Koshbin stated that he started a business selling snacks to eventually save up $20,000 and was recommended to buy a gas station. That ended up being a scam and then lost all of his money. He was then forced into having to start again from scratch. Manny recommends to celebrate your wins in life and also your losses. Manny's way of doing so is by sitting down and relaxing while smoking a cigar. Manny said the following: "To me, it was like millions of dollars, you know?" Omar said, "Shit, that night you worked out, it was a scam. Arr. I was like 19 years old. I'm like, what am I going to do?" So I called Ruben and said, "That didn't work. I need a job." So he got me a job. I worked for Vincent for about a year. Omar asked, "How well did you take the loss of the money?" It was depressing. That was basically my first near bankruptcy. It was super depressing because it was hard cash and hard-earned money, you know? It made that money being discriminated, cursed at. Omar said, yeah. So it was like, it was like pretty hard. But I told myself, look, maybe it wasn't meant to be. You know you have to believe in that. You know that if you put in the effort, you put everything, you put good intentions, and you work the hardest you can, and it doesn't work out. There's a reason for it. Right, there's something better waiting for you. Alux.com. Alux is a worldwide recognized authority when it comes to ranking the most expensive things in the world. The channel is full of motivational content, educational information, and top countdowns of lessons to be learned. The place where future billionaires come to get inspired. The richest. Whether you want to learn about the lifestyle of famous celebrities, how they spend their millions, the most expensive things in the world, secret military technology, money topics, and even some of the strangest discoveries, they have got it covered. You can also learn from the mistakes of their poor choices from many wealthy and famous people. Gadget Gig. This channel is great for getting great new ideas from many different new gadgets and new mobile apps to check out. This channel can give you ideas for your own inventions and encourage you in forming the habit of thinking like an inventor. Patty Galloway. You can learn a lot from this channel as it talks all about strategies and analytics of many popular YouTube channels to learn from the many factors for the reasons that helped encourage in achieving their great success. Patty states on his About page on YouTube, "I've been making content on YouTube for 10 years, 30 channels, and 350,000 subscribers later, and I've learned a thing or two about what works and what doesn't. Subscribe for creator breakdowns, algorithms, tips, tutorials, and much more. If you want to work together, please email thesocialmediamogul@gmail.com. The information on this channel is very interesting, and you'll find that most YouTubers all use different strategies and different ways to make money from the traffic of their followers. The key is to have your followers to genuinely really like your channel, and to be a really trustworthy person, as pitching anything is merely a waste of time if the customers don't take action and in handing over their hard-earned money into purchasing whatever you're trying to sell. Success Secrets TV. This channel is all about wealth, life, and self-development learned from his own personal life and hundreds of books that he has read over his lifetime. The Nigerian content creator has also many similar YouTube channels as well. Hook. A great channel that's all about short success stories of the highs and low to fame and fortune, from Hershey chocolate bars, Subways, Louis Vuitton, Lego, Lamborghini, M&M, Coca-Cola, Ben & Jerry's, Doritos, Dunkin' Donuts, KFC, Starbucks, and much more. 1% Better. A self-development channel all about book summaries, top book lessons, podcast interviews, and recommendations of many great books and content to check out. Nathan Latka. An underrated podcasting channel for entrepreneurs. Nathan interviews many successful people with passing on their many attributes that lead them to great success and Nathan's own personal success secrets too. Kevin Talbot is a very popular YouTuber with a great personality that has a huge passion for remote-controlled toys. Kev makes money from advertising on his channel, does affiliate marketing, and sells products on eBay. He mostly drives new remote control cars and leaves links in the description to his products, and also puts affiliate links as well, and Kevin receives a commission from every sale. Kevin's channel is really just a long commercial aiming to encourage his viewers to buy products on his channel. Kevin is very honest and will speak his mind, and if the product is crap, then he will tell his viewers that it's no good. He is full of enthusiasm and really loves remote control cars, helicopters, planes, and boats. Another great thing about Kevin's channel is that it's a win-win scenario with his video clips. If the remote control car makes the jump safely, it's a win. And if the car crashes into pieces, it's a win, resulting in great video footage for his viewers. Some of Kevin's catchlines are, "What happened?" "Game over."
absolutely epic. Kev has grown to become a famous remote control vehicle guru that has funded his dream of buying a silver Lamborghini and to build a real-life monster truck. Books to read or listen to when you have the spare time. The Millionaire Fastlane by M.J. DeMarco. Unscripted by M.J. DeMarco. Wealth Exposed by M.J. DeMarco. Think and Grow Rich by Napoleon Hill. Keys to Success by Napoleon Hill. Success Through a Positive Mental Attitude by Napoleon Hill. Outwitting the Devil by Napoleon Hill. Obsessed About Financial Freedom by Justin Allen. Top Success Quotes by Justin Allen. Atomic Habits by James Clear. Rich Dad Poor Dad by Robert T. Kiyosaki. Tribe of Mentors by Tim Ferriss. The Joe Dispenza Collection by Joe Dispenza. Crush It by Gary Vaynerchuk. The Secret by Rhonda Byrne. Born Rich by Bob Proctor. F.U. Money by Dan Locke. Unlock It by Dan Locke. Influence by Dan Locke. On the Shortness of Life, Lucius Annaeus Seneca. Your Brain at Work by David Rock. Driven by Manny Koshbin. Contrarian Playbook by Manny Koshbin. Psycho-Cybernetics by Maxwell Maltz. Thickface Black Heart by Chin Ning Chu. The Power of Now by Eckhart Tolle. Be Obsessed or Be Average by Grant Cardone. The Decision by Kevin Hart. The 21 Irrefutable Laws of Leadership by John Maxwell. The One Thing by Gary Keller. The Underdog Advantage by Dean Graziosi. The Compound Effect by Darren Hardy. Today Matters by John C. Maxwell. Living the 80-20 Way by Richard Koch. The Secret of the Millionaire Mind by T. Harv Eker. The Alchemist by Paulo Coelho. The Key to Living the Law of Attraction by Jack Canfield. The Subtle Art of Not Giving AF by Mark Manson. How to Win Friends and Influence People by Dale Carnegie. Built to Serve by Evan Carmichael. The 7 Habits of Highly Effective People by Stephen R. Covey. How to Build a Billion-Dollar App by George Burkowski. Manage Oneself by Peter Drucker. Evolutionary Psychology by David Buss. The Greatest Minds and Ideas of All Time by Will Durant. Total Recall by Arnold Schwarzenegger. A Few Lessons for Investors and Managers by Warren Buffett. Michael Jordan, The Life by Roland Lazenby. Shoe Dog by Phil Knight. Awaken the Giant Within by Tony Robbins. The Grinding It Out, The Making of McDonald's by Ray Kroc. The Everything Store, Jeff Bezos and the Age of Amazon by Brad Stone. Sam Walton, Made in America, My Story by Sam Walton. Influence, The Psychology of Persuasion by Robert B. Cialdini. Measure What Matters, OKRS, The Simple Idea That Drives 10 Times Grow by John Doerr. Reality Transurfing by Vadim Zayland. The Self-Made Billionaire Effect by John Sviokla and Mitch Cohen. Success in 50 Steps by Michael George Knight. No Excuses, The Power of Self-Discipline by Brian Tracy. Turning Pro, Tap Your Inner Power and Create Your Life's Work by Stephen Pressfield. Steve Jobs, A Biography by Walter Isaacson. The Power of Your Subconscious Mind by Joseph Murphy. Birth of a Brand by Brian Smith. Magic Words, The Science and Secrets Behind 7 Words That Motivate, Engage, and Influence by Tim David. Cashvertising, How to Use More That 100 Secrets of Ad Agency Psychology to Make Big Money Selling Anything to Anyone by Drew Eric Whitman. $100 Million Offers, How to Make Offers So Good People Feel Stupid Saying No by Alex Hormozy. Poor Charlie's Almanac, Charles T. Munger. Remember, the best content to consume is the content that will help you on your journey on what you're stuck on right now. And actions speak louder than words. Chapter 23. Affiliate Marketing. Justin, what is affiliate marketing?
Well, it is when you register with a company, say ClickBank or Amazon affiliate program, and after meeting their requirements, you can become an internet salesperson. As a salesperson, you search for products, then once you've decided to sponsor that company, course, or product, you will receive a link to make a YouTube video, blog page, website, and so on. For example, you would insert that link in the description section or below the copywriting advertising of what the product or service is about. You need to have high traffic on the content, as most likely only 5% or less consumers will actually click on the link. You can drive more customers to the link by being honest, entertaining, and if you can provide strong enough rocks of reasons to them. You can run advertising by using a link shortener to make the URL more appealing, such as the website called bit.ly.com. The advantages of trying to sell other people's products is you don't have as much skin in the game as them. They would have to outlay time and money to manufacture the product. So, you have less to lose than if it was your own product, and you can easily move on to the next product if needed. Affiliate marketing can be an extra way to make money as a side hustle, or if you are good, then it could become a full-time job. Affiliate links can run not linked to your time, but only really work if you're getting a lot of traffic. It's best to only promote good quality products, as it may damage your reputation, and your customers will think you just promote anything even if it's crap. Another good YouTuber to check out is John Crestani, that is a professional affiliate marketing expert. John Crestani states this statement on his About page on YouTube. Growing up, I was always a voracious learner with a penchant for travel. When I was in college, I grew frustrated with the real-world applications for the knowledge I was learning and was feeling anxious about becoming successful in the extremely expensive city of Los Angeles City, where I grew up. I worked a corporate job at a market agency for 2 years before realizing that I would never reach my life or financial goals working for someone else. In 2012, I started my own business with the goals of living a low-stress life, making millions per year, and traveling the world. Since 2014, I have been able to achieve all these goals, consistently earning over 7 figures per year and without having a single employee. Now I live in Malibu with my wife and 2 daughters and enjoy flying helicopters, kite surfing, camping, and reading books. On my channel, I teach affiliate marketing and feature vlogs where I teach others to get that next level in career and life. John has been in the industry for a long time and has a lot of good advice on his channel. He warns that you will be required to go through a long learning curve to endure, and that not everyone has what it takes to achieve great success or to start a successful business. John spends a lot of money that he makes from his YouTube channel to help fund his advertising campaigns for affiliate marketing. John has stated that he outsources work related to his YouTube channel, such as the video editing and thumbnails are being done on Fiverr.com. Sponsorship affiliate links. A good idea is to create your own sponsorship of something in line with what you are doing to attract like-minded people. You don't have to wait for a company to approach you, that you can select a product to promote yourself, and then to provide an affiliate link for the public to access and for you to get a commission from each sale. An example of this is to have a YouTube channel with each video to go for around 12 minutes and say do a 1-minute show and tell in the middle or end of the video about your sponsor's product or products, with even in purchasing it if required to. Also, show video content about it and talk about all of its benefits, and in providing an affiliate link in the description section for the public to click on. Chapter 24. How you handle problems. We all have to realize that life is really just going from one problem to the next. Life is basically just a series of endless problems, some you can fix and others you cannot. Some people find the easy problems in life hard, not to mention the difficult problems, and this is part of being a successful entrepreneur. It requires you having thick skin, to have a bulletproof mindset and be able to tolerate stress for long periods of time without losing your shit. Be like a cat. Bury it and move on. Shit happens to everybody. Quote from Frank Wilczek. If you don't make mistakes, you're not working on hard enough problems, and that's a big mistake. Say success can be like flatlining a pirate ship to its potential speed that's fully loaded with cannons, crew, supplies, treasure, and stuff. That the captain, the crew, and the ship will be put under more stress as the weight and weather conditions increase and time at sea. That success can be like putting everything on the line at great risk of failure, death, and destruction to maintain the current success and to achieve even more success in the future. Quote from Effiani Enoch Anua. Every challenge you encounter in life is a fork in the road. You have the choice to choose which way to go: backward, forward, break down, or break through. So basically, you need to know as much details of the situation and then to just do everything that's in your control. To have sheer courage to go into a state of rage to the best of your ability and keep persisting forward without letting the stress cripple you into giving up. So, use the power of the Terminator mindset if required, because that's what it's there for. Success only comes to the obsessed, because they are emotionally charged with desiring riches, knowledge, and taking action constantly. When you are emotionally charged, you remember knowledge better, and you want it so badly that any problems placed in front of you may slow you down but will never stop you. We can all be like cars with different ups and downs, with also different problems that may come out now and in the future. We all have to go through our own checklist of defects, and then to plan on fixing them the best we can, as soon as we can, before all the problems lead to more problems. Achieving big success in life can be like an F1 race. You have to find the right team to build and maintain the Formula One race car to a high standard. You need to know where to find the right driver who has the best chance to win first place, and that either can be you or to search for the perfect person. Then to practice, practice, practice. Everyone has to do their part of the process correctly for it all to work. Say the F1 car was built poorly, then that would affect the performance of the F1 race car. If the crew were slow at the pit stops or say didn't put the wheel back on correctly and it fell off during the race, that problem could kill the F1 car and the driver. If the driver is not in top shape and has not perfected the required skills to drive the F1 car and not up to the challenge, then everything else the crew has done, even if it was done to perfection, would not make a difference. All the team can do is run a checklist of making sure everything is in a passable condition, the driver as well, with no matter what problems the team all faces or arises, that everyone can do is their best to keep on persisting in the race to victory. Your competitors will try to sabotage your vehicle, going to great measures and aiming to run you off the road and cut you off, not letting you win easily. Whether you win or lose, it's all just about being in the game of life, rather than being like the many people who just watch and wish to be in the race, but only do so from the sidelines. Quote from Theodore Roosevelt: "It is not the critic who counts, not the man who points out how the strong man stumbles, or where the doer of deeds could have done better. The credit belongs to the man who is actually in the arena, whose face is marred by dust and sweat and blood, who strives to do the deeds, who knows great enthusiasms, the great devotions, who spends himself in a worthy cause, who at the best knows in the end the triumph of high achievement, and who at the worst, if he fails, at least daring greatly, so that his place shall never be with those cold and timid souls, who neither know victory nor defeat. Remember this very well. Your outer world can affect your inner world, and your inner world can affect your outer world. That your mind, your body, and your emotions are all connected, are dependent on the chemistry you choose to react to any given situation. That the chemistry will create your emotions change to positive or to negative, and the energy change to positive or negative. That can lead to feeling happy and feeling energetic, or to feeling unenergetic, down, and depressed. Also, other problems such as poor sleep quality and health problems due to the state of mind, body, and emotions. In life, you may not be able to fully control your luck and many other circumstances, but there are many things that are in your control of your decisions on the scale of life. That you can control whether to be a procrastinator or not, you can control your thoughts, you can control your habits, you can control your beliefs, you can control your emotions, you can control your loyalty. You can control how you perceive a situation. You can control how you perceive a situation to how you react to it and what you do. You can control on how you react and then whether to be in a positive or negative emotion. You can control on how you spend your time. You can control how you spend your money. You can control whether you watch the news. You can control who you hang around with. You can control your fitness level. You can control what information you absorb. You can control what you put into your body. You can control who you decide to have a relationship with. You can control whether you have kids. You can control whether to resign from your job. You can control whether to work a job or start up your own business or do both. You can control what job or business to do. You can control your terms and conditions to a certain degree. You can control who you hire. You can control the decisions in life. You can control your efforts. You can control what to give your attention to, you can control what you commit to, and you can control your will to win. So basically, you can control everything that has been stated, and also with many other factors in life to a certain degree. That you have chosen where you are right now in your life and where you will be in the future. So, remember that. So, Justin, I mastered the decisions of the compass of my fate. You sure do. And remember to blame yourself for every poor decision that you make. Don't form the habit of pointing the finger to anyone but yourself, because you can only change yourself, not others. Also acknowledge the fact that your actions will not only affect you, but will also affect others. Okay, I will, Justin. Enjoy these short stories to keep you inspired and motivated to work hard during those dark years of working your butt off for long hours. Okay, cool. The story of the pirate's axe. Success in life can be like chopping down a money tree. Say you were given a pirate's axe to chop down your first money tree, and this is the first money tree that you have ever done. The first time you do something is always going to be the hardest, because you don't know what you're doing. You really have to want to chop that damn money tree down, because it's going to require a lot of your time and energy. You decide to start chopping your chosen money tree down. Firstly, your brain decides to command a signal of what to do. Then the signal goes through your veins to your muscles with signaling them to go to work. The fuel of energy comes from your guts. Your heart starts pumping harder and your lungs swing into action to increase your energy levels. You continue signaling your body to go to work until you either give up or reach a definite end. Your dominating thoughts need to be on what you're doing and a positive attitude, that you have self-beliefs that you can do it and have the will to win mindset. The first 100 hits did very little in making the money tree come down. You feel like giving up. You simply are being tested with a determination test of how badly you really want to chop that money tree down. On the scale of life, on the plates of decisions, you can choose either to quit or to proceed, with every rock of problems, big or small, being placed on the plates of the scale of life. From any problem that may arise and from your mentality on how you perceive any situation that arises. Swing and swing that pirate's axe. Again and again, with each chop only getting a slight step closer and closer. Keep on thinking that the pain will eventually become the pleasure. The pain will eventually become the pleasure. The pain will eventually become the pleasure. Once you're 80% there, you have a lift of active faith that you know that the hardest part is nearly over, and you can now see that you're not far from the end. You keep swinging your darn axe. The money tree now starts to become easier and easier with the help from gravity. Success leverages more success. The money tree now starts to fall, and the sounds of creaks, snaps, and crackles erupt from the money tree. You keep swinging your pirate's axe, then all of a sudden, a mighty big whoosh and bang. The money tree finally falls down, but bear in mind that the first hits didn't do much indeed. They simply got the ball rolling of the habit of taking action repeatedly. Now on to the next money tree, you now get rewarded with the mindset of what the power of persistence can achieve in getting to the end called success, and even earned the money to now buy a chainsaw to use as leverage to chop the next money trees down much easier and quicker if you choose to chop down more money trees in the future. With each money tree you chop down can be used to make a bridge to get across to the next money tree, to get even more money to put into your treasure chest. The end. Quote from Jacob Rees. Look at a stonecutter hammering away at his rock, perhaps 100 times without as much as a crack showing in it. Yet, at the 101st blow, it will split in two, and I know it was not the last blow that did it, but all that had gone before. Problems on your journey to the mountain of success. You gotta realize that to get to the top of the mountain of success, you need to become like Dwayne Johnson. That he didn't get his big muscles, wrestling, and movie acting success by accident. The Rock just set his mind to his goals and simply didn't give a shit what rocks got put in his backpack. That he was completely determined to get to the top of that mountain even if it nearly killed him in doing so. That every rock put into his backpack that it may slow him down, but success was going to be Dwayne's fate. So remember, life is simply going from one problem to the next. Therefore, all your selected choices in life are very, very important. A way to think of this is, pretend each problem you get in life was a rock. Small-sized rocks are small problems, medium-sized rocks are medium-sized problems, and big-sized rocks are big problems. So basically, the bigger the problem, the bigger the rock. So imagine that you are now wearing a hiker's large backpack on your journey to the mountain of success of your chosen goal, treasure map, activity, or whatever. Let's say at first that you have 100% realized you are guaranteed to know that it's not going to be an easy hike, but if you can manage to climb the mountain of success, it will be all worth it in the end. The pain will become the pleasure, so no pain, no glory. Now say you're hiking the mountain of success of your chosen goal, and each problem you encounter becomes a rock that's placed in your backpack, adding weight to your time and energy. That everything and everyone that will pass you on your journey will be trying to place rocks into your backpack, so be very cautious, just like a wild tiger. Just expect for many small rocks being placed into your backpack, so toughen up and find a way to cope and deal with it. Sometimes you may be required to be in a new world of pain, to find a way to block it out and just keep moving forwards. With every rock being added to your backpack from other people, with them trying to bring you down and upset you. Stress is caused by how you perceive any given situation, and that getting stressed out will only simply be adding another rock into your backpack, and then cause you to slow down and waste your energy. So learn to harden up and just keep moving. You keep aiming to avoid as many small-sized rocks and medium-sized rocks of problems as you know that they can add up quickly. Now with major problems, you know to simply do the very best you can to avoid them, as they will really weigh you down fast, and when you receive a big rock, solve the problem immediately and learn the lesson, with aiming to get them out of your backpack as soon as you are permitted to do so. The secret to getting to the top of the mountain quickly and easily is to gain the correct specialized knowledge of the treasure map to find all the shortcuts, because if you follow everybody else, it will take 2 lifetimes to get up there, but you only live once. Just keep moving, and don't stop. When your problem or problems start to beat you down, do whatever you have to. By even blocking out the pain out by closing your eyes for a moment if you have to. Even get pissed off with grunting out your frustrations. Keep moving, keep hiking up that stupid mountain. That's why they call life a jungle, sweetheart. Just find a way to hang in there and to continually keep moving. Move that ass of yours. You're feeling frustrated and completely exhausted. Keep moving and keep on persisting towards the mountain of success. Eventually, with climbing to the top of the mountain and receiving the glory of that achievement called success and become a living legend. With your achievement now stamped into the history books, you have now passed the grade of success and have got what it takes. Now go back and help the people out there that really want and desire your help back in the jungle of life. The end. Quote from Martin Luther King Jr. The ultimate measure of a man is not where he stands in moments of comfort and convenience, but where he stands at times of challenge and controversy. Poem from Aryan Kubel. The path of victory is not easy. We cannot walk on until we make ourselves busy. Even if the situation are worst, I can, I will, I must. By strong determination and strong will, one can climb the highest hill, making it possible to dig up till the crust. I can, I will, I must. Wow, great stories, Justin. I thought that you would like them. Oh yeah, I did as a matter of fact. Cool. Chapter 25. What about me? Look, I'll tell you something that is a big clue to finding big riches. Yeah, what's that, Justin? While driving in my car by myself, I just cannot stop thinking about one thing or another. I've learned this way of thinking called, what about me? What do you mean? I don't understand. Well, just imagine this theory. The more people you can serve in something of value, the more you can earn, and the faster you will get the job done of being wealthy, and then to move on having the time to enjoy life. Say with the average person's plan to create wealth is to save up a lot of money working a medium-paying job, then to buy a medium-priced house, with borrowing a lot of money from the bank that the home will also carry many other expenses and time in undergoing maintenance. With the most common reason for this they will tell you is, I have to live somewhere. The 1 million people will be yelling and screaming, what about me? What about me? What about me? They will say to them once again, I have to live somewhere. The 1 million people say, help me first, and then you can buy that darn house. But they will decide to just stay in the house and accept their fate to never become wealthy. Then to grow older and also grow an emotional attachment to the house that they will never consider in selling. That the money could be an option to help provide value to those 1 million people, but will never happen. Even if they thought about doing it, the fear of the loss versus the gain The scale of life would tip straight to the fear of the loss. I could not do it, even if they came up with a grand idea. With even in their spare time, they could be working on something for those 1 million people, or with their spare money each week, but just to keep watching television hour after hour and just accepting their fate. Now, let's go on to the next common citizen way of thinking. Real estate is how you become rich. I know many people have gotten rich that way. So a guy decides to buy a medium-price home for a good price and rents it out straight away. Now, say a family of 4 people from the 1 million are happy and are appreciative to now have a place to call home, and now need to pay money on a regular basis in exchange for having a place to live. The guy starts to earn rent payments and then decides to pull out the calculator and works out this is a shit plan to become rich quickly. I need to have 10 homes rented out just to have a half-decent amount to retire on. But it's going to take too long at my low-paying job to accumulate that much money. It's a wasted long shot to become rich. The dream is rich young, or what's the point? Then all of a sudden, nearly 1 million people started chanting loudly, "What about me? What about me? What about me?" Then he decides to stuff that idea. He thinks, I'm going to sell that darn house if I acquire the money to build my chosen treasure map. I'm going to start doing a lot of research on the desires, wants, and needs of what makes nearly 1 million people happy, and that their checklist is to be met, and then they would become repeat customers. He knows that the internet is very automated and very fast, and a highly scalable electronic device. In fact, the internet is going to take over the world. The nearly 1 million people tell him clues on what they want, and it's up to you to fill in the blanks in what has the biggest demand to lower the risks. He keeps his mind tuned to focus on coming up with something, and bang, he comes up with 10 great ideas. Conducting a checklist with the cons and pros on each, he decides to go all in mentally on one treasure map to riches to give all his energy and focus into. It fails. Then tries again and again with all lessons and experiences brought forward repeatedly over and over. One thing led to another, and then eventually, 2 years later, he finally got it right and became rich overnight from the explosive compound effect of the internet. Those nearly 1 million people now said that you have got what they want, and on the scale of life have tipped down with their rocks of reason because they want what you have more than their money. Bingo. Now I've got enough money now to buy the 10 rental houses and even buy one gigantic one for myself. Then to live happily ever after with his wife and 2 kids. Also, even having the time to write a book about how he achieved his great fortune to help others too while also getting passive income. They all live happier ever after, and even the 1 million people are extremely happy as well. The end. Quote from MJ DeMarco. If you want to make millions, impact millions. Chapter 26. High Numbers. The next lesson I can teach you is high numbers. There are 2 types of jobs and businesses. One with low numbers, and the other is performance-based, high numbers. Low fixed numbers. Working an hourly wage for an employee, where no matter how hard you work, they will not pay you any more per hour. Where the job's hourly rate is capped. They may pay you a slight pay increase over time, but with inflation increasing, it does not make any real difference. Also, if you say I'm leaving unless I get a pay raise, they will say, see you later. But in reality, they don't give a shit as they most likely have a huge line of other people that would be happy to take on your job until they find something better. Your wealth vehicle is to become rich via selling more and more of your life in order to become rich. But that will never make you crazy rich in the short term or long term either. However, it can be good in the short term to accumulate money to grow a business. Performance-based high numbers. Understand that there are basically 2 types of skills that you can have or learn over time. Either, number 1, low-scale skills, or number 2, high-scale skills. So basically, you can learn a skill that is either scalable to a low amount of people or scalable to a high amount of people to keep in mind when undergoing learning a new skill, profession, or business. Number 1, low-scale skills. Examples, mowing lawns, taxi or Uber driver, cleaning, accountant, lawyer, doctor, dentist, masseuse, plumber, mechanic, painting, and so on. Number 2, high-scale skills. Examples, singing, music, acting, advertising, copywriting, writing books, narrating content, blog posts, emailing, crowd speaking, sports being video recorded, making courses, radio host or podcast host, designing and manufacturing replicable products, tools, machinery, household products, and so on. Basically, low-scale skills can only serve one person at a time or say work on one car or house at a time. And high-scale skills can be used to scale to a high amount of people via the internet, recording video or audio content, or both, or using machines that can replicate something. And there are also performance-based jobs or businesses that the better you are, the more you will be paid. Some examples of performance-based jobs where you can manipulate the metrics to high numbers on a performance basis. If you're a YouTuber with higher engagement and results, then you can be paid more. The sky's the limit with some YouTubers making millions a year. You can also have the option to add or use the links in the description. For example, links to products, websites, courses, businesses, ClickFunnels, YouTube channels, Facebook pages, email accounts, merchandise, affiliate links such as ClickBank or Amazon products, to audiobooks or books, promotions, charities, donations, fundraisers, seminars, events, contact phone numbers, surveys, etc. Your channel could even be sponsored by a business to promote and advertise for them. Basically, there are businesses and products that have no ceiling that they can make or can be performance-based that if you are more effective, you can achieve high numbers. For example, the more homes a real estate agent sells, the more income they will make. Similarly, the more people pay to watch a movie, the more the filmmakers can make. It's the same with books or mobile apps. The more popular, the more it's worth and can be easier to scale to more people, and in most cases, increase your data storage cloud, and so on. Advertising on the internet can be a way to scale an advertising campaign to millions of people quickly to get traffic to whatever you're pitching. Remember that if you were, for example, to sell, say, 1 million products for a $5 profit each, you would make $5 million. Or say sell 100,000 products for a $50 profit each, you would make $5 million. So basically, some jobs and businesses can be capped on what they can achieve each hour, each day, or each year. This is even if they had a heap of work that their paycheck would not pay any more unless they were to work more hours, selling even more of their life for money. That they will end up having no time and energy to escape from the never-ending cycle of selling their time and energy at work. They would not have time and energy for working on another way to make money. With that meaning, fast wealth is not possible and is also being paid in both time and money as well. Keep this in mind when selecting your main treasure map to a great fortune. Yeah, for sure. And another thing is to be a specialist with highly paid skills, which can be to set upon an upfront agreed price for the service rather than the hourly rate, as then if you achieved the work yourself or had it outsourced, that the customer doesn't know that they paid a high hourly rate for the service, and that was actually achieved by mastering what you do in a quick turnaround, but is more scalable and will take up less of your time to hire top worker that don't charge excessively for top quality work, such as outsourcing work to workers in low-paying countries. You most likely will be required to work for high-paid skills in the beginning to gain experience and to get things off the ground and to raise funds. Ideas for funding your adventure. Number 1, save up and use your own money. Number 2, borrowing the money. Number 3, saving up your own money and borrowing money. Number 4, ask clients to pay an upfront small deposit or a percentage of the cost, for example, 10%, and you to pay the rest of the initial costs. Number 5, clients to pay the full upfront cost in an agreement and to use their money and to fund the service. Number 6, to provide a service that doesn't require a lot of capital. With whatever you choose to do, the main goal is reinvest profits back into the service you're providing to scale it, or to use as funds and experience for the next adventure to select and moving on to. Chapter 27. Think for yourself. I now would like to make you fully aware that all your decisions in life will result in where you end up in life. Everything that you have done up until now in your life is because you have decided to go in that direction. Don't base your decision-making on other people's thoughts, but make them from your own thinking. Remember that you are unique and nobody is like you. You are very different and your brain is a totally different computer. I believe that the best way to make big decisions in life is first to be educated and to be around other like-minded people. Also, go to quiet locations where you can talk to yourself out loud, for example, your car. Keep a notepad in there and say your thoughts out loud and use the notepad to determine the cons and pros of your decision-making. It can be like having a conversation with yourself. To be in full control of your life, you need to be the driver of where you are trying to go. If you were to make your decision based on others, you will be driving to where they are heading, which may not be where you want to go. You might make them happy, but not yourself.
When you get there, you will realize that's not your happiness.
And you could have put that time and energy into your own destination. Follow your own thoughts so you can discover and find your own true destiny. Take control of the steering wheel and drive your life to where you ultimately want to go. Don't listen to those backseat drivers yelling out where they want to go without solid proof. Ignore them and think for yourself, because if the outcome turns out horrific or a complete disaster, you can blame yourself and you can correct yourself, but you cannot change others. And also bear in mind that in this world, you are in only two categories. You're either poor or rich. The rich simply have more options and financially live a totally different lifestyle compared to the poor. Whether you like it or not, your money will dictate your decision-making on the scale of life with what you choose to do each day. The poor will always look at the price firstly with making their decisions, and the rich will choose to buy whatever they like. The rich have their money invested to work for them that yields them a higher income. They can work as much or as little as they please. They live their lives with less financial stress. The rich have the money to start or buy a business, or to buy investment assets, such as real estate. The main difference between the rich and the poor is the rich have more financial options versus the poor have very limited financial options. The poor have to accept working a shitty dead-end job or a low-paying job and unable to afford most things in life, with saying all the time, "I can't afford it." They are willing to work for low wages and they are in a state of financial stress. They can't afford to help others and they are most likely in a large amount of debt that makes them stuck in their situation. To put it simply, it's difficult to come from poverty to being rich. That is the hardest part to achieve, but once achieved, you will have it much easier therefore after, and your money can be invested in fighting for your freedom. So, keep in mind that if you're too dumb, too lazy, too scared, you're not willing to make sacrifices, you have no self-discipline, you're not very motivated, or whatever. So basically, if you don't make the decision to become determined to becoming rich and to come up with your own custom treasure map checklist to achieve financial freedom, that then your fate has no choice but to be stuck in poverty, because you decided to accept your fate and decided to not put up a big fight for your financial freedom and fulfill your wildest inner dreams. You can either decide to be self-reliant or be very dependent on others. The choice is up to you. Chapter 28. Be time efficient. Here is my next tip that I've learned from working a job installing cable TV called Foxtel. It's essential to form a habit of being very time efficient and be very mindful to not waste your time. So if I were you, I would implement this habit into your life too, as it can help leverage your time much better. Here's the story of how it started. I was working as a cable installer and paid as a contractor, so the job was paid by a set amount depending on what the job was, and to a fixed amount of money for each job done. The more work I took on and the quicker I worked, the more I could earn. So I learned to leverage my time to make more money. So here's a tip I want you to implement into your life. Whenever I went to the van, I would always take back with me tools or equipment. I formed the habit of always thinking one step ahead of time and always going back to the van, the rooftop, under the house, inside the house, or wherever with something to use in the next step or put back in the van if finished. I do this with other things as well, such as working on the car, making breakfast, loading up the car, and so on. When you're going from one spot to the next, in your car or shopping or whatever, don't leave empty-handed. Think about the next step. If you're going to all the trouble from point A to point B, take something with you or pack it away if you're finished with it. Also, this principle can be used with shopping. For example, you're going all the time to a location, then think what else is nearby to drop off or pick up. To summarize, make the most of your time efficiently. Yeah, good tip, Justin. I like that one. Also, while you're waiting for a moment, for whatever reason to not waste time, keep on thinking, what can I do? What can I do? Don't just sit on your bum or just stand there wasting time. Think, what can I do? What can I do? There is always something that you can do if you keep thinking about it. Jump to the next step down the process and do that in the meantime. Okay, Justin, I can do that from now on. Cool. Chapter 29. Same energy but different results. Here's the next lesson I have learned that I think is very important to teach you. Yep, I'm ready. Two people put in the same amount of time and energy into something, but yet ended up with a totally different level of success. That's why specialized knowledge is so important. So you know what the heck you are doing and not just hoping for the best. Here is an example of what I mean. I've watched Dean Graziosi's YouTube channel, and I've learned a few things from him. And I like how he speaks from his heart and shows great enthusiasm in the way that he talks about self-development. With Dean's advertising campaign for the book called Millionaire Success Habits, he ended up spending thousands and thousands of dollars in marketing the book, which ended up costing a ridiculous amount of money. On the 80th campaign, Dean got success. I even decided to buy a copy of the book myself, and what reeled me into buying was because his advertising was consistently all over Facebook for a long time. He is also good friends with Tony Robbins. The advert had a ClickFunnels link that offered it for free. You only just pay for the shipping. But to Australia, it was $25. It had an upsells to other stuff like mastermind seminars. No thanks. I read the whole book and found it to be a boring read. Even Dean says many times in the book, words of encouragement to keep motivating you to continue in reading the boring book. However, there were some good ideas from the book, just not a book worth spending massive amounts of money and time in promoting an average grade book. Here's the top lessons I found from the book called Millionaire Success Habits by Dean Graziosi. Number 1. With everything big in our life, ask yourself all the whys. To go into great depth 7 levels deep, with each why going deeper and deeper into your thoughts. It's to me how you can find your definiteness of purpose and other big decisions. For example, A. Why you think this business is the one to go all in on. B. Why is your business failing? C. Why this person is the love of my life. D. Why is my relationship failing, and so on. Number 2. Dean recommends avoiding watching the news or taking a month break from engaging in it because it's too negative and makes you feel emotionally down, which can pass on to your way of life. Like you're not going to watch the news, then call up someone and be excited to talk about bad news and encourage a level of fear into your mindset way of thinking. Number 3. What we do today will shape our future. For example, the decisions you have made in the last 6 months have an effect on where you are right now. Number 4. People will learn from you, listen to you, love you, and buy from you when they feel understood, not when you're understood. Number 5. Here's my favorite passage from chapter 3 of the book that's called The Villain Within. It's that self-doubt, that inner voice saying, you can't do this, or what makes you think you deserve that? And in so many cases, it holds you back from taking the proper actions to move your life in a better direction. It's that inner resistance that in the past talked you out of pursuing the things that made your heart smile and helped you reach that next level of life. I call it a villain because it's sneaky and up to no good. It hides in the back of your mind, and you don't even realize it exists. And the worst part about this inner villain is that, in most cases, external factors in your life that seemed innocuous created this villain. We'll address these factors soon. You may not realize it, but this villain has created a glass ceiling, an artificial limit on what you can achieve and who you can be. And what's even worse, once that villain is inside of you, it is anchored down by multiple internal factors that prevent its escape. You may sometimes find yourself wondering why you're working faster, your life is going by quicker, and you're ultimately working harder than ever before, but you haven't found that next level of life. And the simple explanation is, you have a villain working against you and you don't even know it. The good news, we're going to expose it once and for all. Which wolf are you feeding? I once heard a fable about a Navajo woman who told her grandson a story about how we all have 2 wolves that live inside of us, constantly battling one another. It starts with the grandmother sitting her grandson down and explaining to him that one of the wolves is jealous, has envy in his soul, is malicious, and has a scarcity mindset. To that wolf, everything in the world is wrong and unpleasant. He believes that people are mostly bad, things are no good, and that the world is a cold place. As you can imagine, nothing good ever happens for that wolf because it is a negative, pessimistic animal, always seeing things as glass half empty. Then the woman says to her grandson, "But you also have a different, powerful wolf that lives inside of you. This wolf has empathy, love, compassion, positivity, and knows it can accomplish anything it puts its heart and soul into. This wolf sees the bright side of everything and constantly sees things glass half full. This wolf, the powerful wolf, can take you to so many amazing places. Then the grandson looks at his grandmother and says, "Well, which wolf wins the battle, Grandma?" She replies, "The one you feed, grandson. The one you feed." The end. Dean Graziosi eventually managed to sell a great amount of copies of his book after spending an extreme amount of money on over 120 advertising campaigns. But was the fight worth fighting for? Well, yes and no. Yes, because I believe that if he had this mindset, it will pass on to his next big goal. To be in the habit of persistence where one persists for long enough that you will eventually achieve success. And persistence is the number one best habit have to more likely to succeed in anything in life. But no, because is this emotional or logical thinking? To me, it's emotional thinking. The logical way of thinking is that he could have put in all that thought, time, money, and energy into advertising his book into something of bigger value. He could have had the book narrated and then everyone could have gotten it for free if he is really trying to help others. To me, that I myself would personally never spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on advertising campaigns to sell my own books, as it could be better spent elsewhere. Anyway, keep my point in mind. Cool, will do, Justin. I can see what you mean. Like, 2 people could start a business with $300,000. In 2 years, one will make peanuts and the other will make millions, yet put in the same amount of time, money, and efforts. Justin says, "Yeah, that's what I mean. Many people fail to work hard and smart. They just only work hard." Another example could be, say, 2 people are in a 100-mile race that are the same age, weight, height, fitness level, and energy. One jogs and the other rides a push bike.
Who wins and uses less energy? The bike, of course.
Good point. That I'll keep in mind when creating my treasure map checklist. That's why aim to pick well of your wealth vehicles of leverage in the beginning, as not all have the same power of speed to get up to the pinnacle of the mountain of success. Some will never get up there, some will take you some of the way, and then need to hop aboard the next vehicle to get up there, and the best vehicle to pick will get you up there easily and quickly with the least efforts. So, remember the concept of same energy but different results from now on. Okay, sure will, Justin. Chapter 30. Talking about real estate. Hey, Justin, can you tell me what you think about getting rich in real estate? Well, the average person thinks that real estate can make you a millionaire eventually. That's the guaranteed way to achieve it. What's your opinion on what you have learned about becoming rich from real estate? Well, it can, if you know what you are doing. I would recommend firstly to know all the cons and pros of real estate and everything in life before you go all in on your treasure map to a great fortune. Only a very silly person or uneducated person or someone who is a complete gambler goes all in on their financial freedom on a 100% complete gamble. Here are tips and advice about real estate. Number 1. With real estate that most people are borrowing the money from the bank, so they have to become your best friends and meet their ongoing requirements to borrowing money many times over. Acknowledge that the banks are really taking on the most risk, not you, because on most instances, they will have more money invested into the deal than you if it was to drop in price dramatically. Number 2. You have to buy low and sell high, or there is no point in going to all that trouble, most likely using up all your financial credit and leverage for loose change and being forced to pass on other opportunities. Number 3. Real estate works mainly on the power of the supply and demand ratio. So for instance, if suddenly one suburb became extremely popular, then the demand would be high and that would encourage more people to buy in that suburb, also causing the supply volume to become lower, and if the prices were increased, buyers will still be interested in purchasing because there are enough customers to do so. Most people follow the crowd in their decision-making in whatever they are doing or whatever they broadcast on the news. Number 4. The real estate market always has a hump, which either flatlines or majorly drops down in price eventually, like, for example, in 2008. The best time to buy was when it was peaked south at around 2011.
it would be the best time to buy and bargain and to have waited and prepared previously to go all in with everything you can afford to invest. To have sold off most of your assets before the market crashed, as you could tell one was going to definitely happen. The market was going back up after 2012, then to only buy a bargain to rent out. Once rented out, buy your next one again and again, pulling out the equity if required. Then, when the market has peaked and about to crash again, as it normally happens every 7 to 12 years, sell off your rental properties. Put the money in the bank and just wait until it blows over and is going up again, normally in 2 to 3 years. Repeat the process again and again. A. The downside is you need to have a lot of money to invest. The more you can invest, the more you can achieve. B. You must have a reliable, good-paying job or a business to get loan approval and remain handcuffed to work at your job or business. C. You will require to pay taxes on profits received on any profit gains. Some countries have a tax break exception called 1031 exchange, that if you reinvest your money into another higher-priced property and purchase within a certain date, you can defer paying taxes. Google further for more information. D. Take into consideration that it will take a long time to achieve getting rich via real estate for the average person. Becoming very wealthy through all real estate strategies works via the power of the compounding effect to keep in mind. It's hard to control adding value to real estate to double its value quickly in a short period of time, or to achieve a 100-time return of money invested in, say, 5 years, like you could with a business, unless you can have access to millions of dollars. Number 5. Doubling down when the real estate market is completely down. To eventually be a millionaire from real estate, become a guru in selling your book about how others can become rich, or launch a course, or to attract investors to invest with you, using their leverage to scale in and have more money to invest. All this means you can compound faster with having more money to invest. Number 6. Buy a large block of land, then subdivide it into many smaller blocks of land, requiring planning and council permission that can take a long time to be approved, build roads, plumbing and stuff, and also to sell off all the blocks of land. Number 7. The rent-to-own strategy, as stated in my book called Obsessed About Financial Freedom. It is hard to fully explain easily, but it's a strategy that can give you higher leverage, and with the power of the compounding effect, it can create wealth faster if done right. Number 8. The Airbnb strategy to financial freedom. Basically, rent a house in a desirable location for a low price with gaining permission to use it as an Airbnb. Arrange insurance, take attractive photos or hire a photographer, rent out for a high price on the weekend and popular times of the year and a low price during the week or when in low demand periods. Clean yourself or hire a cleaner after each B&B guests have vacated. Then to aim in scaling the strategy to as many B&Bs as you wish to increase profits, and by outsourcing the photography, cleaning, etc. to make it more easy to scale and to not take up a lot of your time. A downside to this strategy is that it can be majorly go quiet in economy down cycles such as COVID-19 has dramatically stopped the airport use, home lockdown rules, less people traveling, and so on. But a great strategy once things eventually turn back to normal. For more information, watch a YouTube video on Ty Lopez's channel called Property Hacking: 3 Ways to Scale to $300,000 a Year with Brian Page. Number 9. Renovating a home is a way to force the value to go up if done correctly. But you have to buy a bargain house in a good area and not run into any major setbacks of large hidden repairs that were overlooked upon purchasing. Hoping that the market doesn't crash, hire cheap labor while still getting a top job achieved. With all the hard work that is involved just to fix one house that pays peanuts, you then have to scale that strategy to say around 100 houses to make the big money, which is a crazy load of work. Number 10. Hunt around to buy a property that nobody wants to buy, for reasons that could be easily resolved, and to double check that it doesn't have any major issues, with aiming and only buy it for a complete bargain price, or to simply walk away if it's highly priced, as it's not worth doing all the work for free. With the plan and repeating the process many times over of buying low, then adding value, then selling off at a high price, or renting the property out and taking out the equity and to put into the next project, with doing either or both as the strategy of wealth creation. Number 11. For closure,
Strategy can be a way to find bargains, but can only work in recessions or something similar. Not something that is a long-term strategy. Many other people can want a bargain too, so it can be a game being patient. You have to be determined to find a foreclosure for a great deal and willing to invest a lot of time searching and traveling long distances in search for a bargain and to be extremely ready to jump on the bargain very quickly before everyone else. Number 12. Buying commercial real estate can be a good way to create wealth if you have a top location and know what you are doing. But with COVID-19, it has caused many businesses to not open and have only a small number of customers allowed in or scared off. With that causing a lack of demand to buy and lease, it can also be a good time to buy. So, keep in mind that timing can play a big factor with real estate. Number 13. Buy in other countries from where you live. There can be a better money exchange rate or better bargains found overseas. You can basically achieve more bang for your buck. This is called higher leverage. Number 14. An idea is for you to arrange investors, many family members, or many good friends to invest a large amount of money all in together, and then sharing the profits made evenly. That may require for you and each member to sell the home that they currently live in, but will get a way bigger return in doing this strategy. When you buy in bulk, that you can make the most profit by reselling in smaller quantities. For example, to buy a large block of land and build many units on it, then to sell off individually or even an apartment complex. To firstly arrange with a lawyer a contract for all parties to comply to, then to share all the profits evenly with each person, then to reinvest into the next project, and eventually, once you have enough money, you could retire by living in one unit or apartment and renting the rest out. Another option to consider is to continue building new projects with other people or by yourself. Number 15. Dean Graziosi came up with a strategy by accident that he bought a very large country block of land. The neighborhood did not want the land to be developed on, so they had a big uproar about it. Dean spoke to the neighbors to see what he could do to keep them happy about developing on the land. They said that they liked living in the country because it was more peaceful with other neighbors far apart. So, Dean suggested to sell each neighbor a piece of the land, each along their fence line boundary as a cushion in between their land and Dean's land. With that proposal, all neighbors agreed, and Dean got the land all subdivided and put into the council. It got approved and everyone was happy. The neighbor's land was not so close to the development of new homes, and Dean used the money from each neighbor to purchase the land and pay for it, and to develop on the rest of the land. This was how he made his first $1 million. He had more money worth of assets to use as leverage to work with for his next property development or to sell off the real estate to fund the next project. Number 16. Getting a group of investors all together to chip in to purchase a very expensive property. Then, to develop on it and sell to many people or families, such as a subdivision of land, build a large apartment complex, say 7 to 20 apartments, retirement village, and so on. Many developers put a sales office on site and have a prepared contract for customers to sign and to pay a deposit down. That deposit can be a means to help fund the project, and if the customer pulls out, that in the contract you can state that the deposit is not refundable and to release it back up for sale again. Red and green flags on buying real estate. Here are some good tips from Manny Koshbin's real estate YouTube channel. Red flags to avoid: small lot size, largest home in the street, loud areas to avoid such as schools, busy roads, freeways, train lines, and so on, bad odor as can be a sign of mold, bad history, avoid bad layouts and low ceiling height as it can be expensive to renovate, termites, foundation issues, foggy windows as a sign that they will all need replacing, and avoid bad neighborhoods. Green flags: motivated seller, low price per foot, great floor plan, little deferred maintenance, below replacement cost, great location, big lot, great parking if it is commercial real estate, if rented, good credit tenants and are looking after the property, mismanaged, poorly listed. A bonus tip: piece of real estate is only worth what someone else is willing to pay for it and is able to afford. Real estate for most people who are starting from scratch and working a low-paying job and over many years of saving up, say, around $100,000 deposit is a very slow road to wealth. because most people buy a home first to live in, then think that they will quickly pay it off and then can quickly move on to buying many rental properties or a business or something. But they most likely will get stuck on their first house and to eventually update to a better house and have kids, and it simply never happens and will take a long time as well. At best, most people eventually save up a lot of money, and instead of moving on to a business, most people decide to stick to safe returns and to keep doing what they already know that works and stick to the same routine of working the same low-paying job and end up at best with their own house and maybe 1 or 2 rental properties as well, and then to retire from their job. To become rich fast through real estate, you need to take an option that has huge returns, not little returns. Most big-time millionaires or billionaires got rich another way first, and then with their large fortune could fast forward to when they can compound their money because they have a large amount of money to work with. For example, Steve plans on becoming a billionaire starting with $100,000. He can't borrow much money from the bank because of his low-paying job. With every real estate sale that he buys, then sells, he's forced to pay capital gains tax and give a slice of the profits to the government. That is a tall order to achieve. Now, another guy called Mike has a different approach. He built a successful business first, then used the money to eventually borrow from the bank an extremely large amount of money to build many apartments downtown to sell off to, then reinvest into the next project again and again. He is more likely to become a billionaire quickly. Real estate works via the compounding effect. So the more money that you can invest in earlier in your life, the bigger the compounding effect will be achieved. If you invest into the internet correctly, you can get a higher return through it. Some people have achieved on the internet over 100% returns for their time and money invested. Then once they're rich, they invest some of their money into real estate. So, the big money was made elsewhere firstly. This is what most people did to achieve a great fortune, say back before the internet existed. Movie actors used the power of scaling via TV and movie theaters, and movie video hiring, innovators inventing a scalable invention, sports players play in front of large crowds, singers too, people selling products in large volumes put into many shopping centers, franchising a business to many locations, or opening many of the same business. So basically, they became rich via the power of scaling firstly, not from real estate investing, but with the proceeds. Also, some lucky people can rave about buying a property that quickly goes up to a crazy price in a short period of time, but with most people that it's a one-off scenario and it may rarely happen again over their lifetime to do that strategy again. Chapter 31, The Power of a Mastermind Group. Hey Justin, they say you can be limited to what you can achieve by yourself. Well, if you plan to be big, you will need others with their skill to work together to build something big. Yep, big things require a lot of people for it to scale to a big magnitude to many people. Like a football team, it's basically the talent and skill of one team against another talented and skilled team. With an entire league, that's a lot of combined brain energy, physical energy, talent, and skill. The power of a mastermind group works to achieve greatness, work that is exceptional or outstanding, and it comes from having the best of the best in line with the treasure map that they are all pursuing, and all are working together as a team of the best of the best. To be going to war with the goal to achieve the riches of great fortune, and to be working in a spirit of harmony, and have the attitude of being tough but fair towards your Army Mastermind Alliance. With each member of the mastermind group to be talented at the role that they play, and to be considered masters of the job they do to a point that they would make the grade of being envied by others. With everyone all combined, will create a team of extreme brain energy, physical energy, talents, and skill that can combine all work to achieve something of great magnitude. For example, building a skyscraper, a team of commandos in the army going to war on a mission, a can manufacturing plant, making a blockbuster movie, building a space rocket to eventually put a man on the moon, government politicians, buildings, a mobile app, running a large corporation, a car manufacturing plant, treasure hunters, and so on. A negative way of looking at it, but I'm not recommending it, is, for example, world war leaders, motorbiker gangs, drug dealers, terrorists, planned group robberies, evil pirate crew members, and so on.
Also, make sure that all of your mastermind alliance of people that are working for you have a sound record of providing a checkable, proven track record of achieving a high standard of workmanship, are paid fairly, and in the beginning to make sure to make an agreement of price upon that is for you to pay, provide the full scope of works that you need to be done, and make sure not to deceive them of their payment unless there is a strong reason or reasons of them not coming through with the agreement of work at hand done to your requested requirements. So basically, big things in life will require the talents and skills of 2 or more people to achieve huge greatness. Keep in mind and accept that you cannot always do everything yourself if you desire to become really big. Well, if you think that you can do it all by yourself. Say if you were to go into a boxing match against your competitor, and on one end of the ring it's just you, and on the other end of the ring were 10 experts in their field in the same industry as you. What chance would you have? Or, say for another example, an amateur's finished work quality versus a talented, experienced professional's. Well, not much at all indeed. So aim to come up with your top chosen idea, and then to place your order with your top chosen mastermind alliance. You will have to step up and become the god of the project, and become the leader of the decision-making of nearly everything, and they will be working for you to build your dream into reality. Chapter 32. Building a mobile app or a website. Hey Justin, I've heard some mobile apps have made millions of dollars fast, and can eventually become worth over $1 billion fast. Yeah, I know. If you build the right mobile app and have it built by the right people, have it advertised, and have the right team to keep it alive, yes, it can become worth billions of dollars fast. Wow, that's insane. The mobile app called TikTok has proved that it can be done in a short period of time, but I'm sure the creators would have had a long backstory of other unsuccessful ideas before creating TikTok. Building a mobile app will require the power of a mastermind group. To give you an idea of building a mobile app and what it would involve. Well, firstly, you would require the funding depending on what type of app you are planning on building. There are 3 main types of app platforms: web apps, Apple iOS mobile apps, and Android mobile apps. There are different types of languages to choose from for the computer coding. Computer programming languages allow us to give instructions to a computer in a language it understands. There are many computer programming languages that programmers can use to communicate with a computer. Here are what the main computer languages are called: Python, Java, Ruby, Ruby on Rails, HTML, which stands for Hypertext Markup Language, JavaScript, C language, C++, C hashtag or pronounced C#, Objective-C, PHP, Hypertext Preprocessor, SQL Structured Query Language, Swift, Dart, COBOL. The cheapest way to build a mobile app would be to create your sketch on a new notepad with tracing a mobile phone and going around with a pen to have a similar size to draw from. Don't worry about sketching the logins or password section, as that is not really that important. The idea of doing many sketches is to get the ball rolling and to be in a state of mind of thinking about coming up with good ideas, and it's just a cheap way to play around before committing to anything. Number 1, what's it going to be called? Number 2, what's your logo look like? Number 3, what's your niche? Number 4, what are a few similar apps to work from? Number 5, how many features will it have? The more features the app will have, the more time it will take to build, more problems that can arise, and the more it will cost if you decide to hire a developer. Once you have your sketch fully finished and done, it is best to sleep on it. This means seeing if you like it enough to build it after thinking it through for a good amount of time. Most apps either fail the first time due to a poor idea or poor quality workmanship, but may lead them to a much better app down the track, with the previous ones just ending up being practice for their next one. If you decide to create a prototype, there is plenty of information on YouTube to learn first. There will be a big learning curve to go through. A great website to make your own prototype is called Adobe XD. Another option is to hire someone from a website called Upwork or Fiverr to create your prototype, app, or both. Another option is to go on Google and do some research on the top developers. Check their previous work and gain prices before you bother going too far. You need the right team to build your platform, as some can do very poor quality work. In other words, my cat could probably do a better job. So, be aware not to get ripped off and waste your time, too. You could have the greatest idea in the world, but if idiots or a deceitful person or many people with crooked, secret planned intentions to rip you off, well, you will be simply rushing into a waste of your hard-earned money, your precious time and energy.
To leave you with the thought of what could have been with that hard-earned money.
With building the prototype, take your time and keep making as many changes as required. Even if that's around 100 revisions or more. When going through a big mobile app developing company and building a back end to the platform that is a storage cloud library, for example, photos and videos, your mastermind group will most likely be the following: yourself and any co-founders or investors. Then, the software development team consists of, number 1, sales consultant, number 2, project manager supervisor, number 3, prototype designer, number 4, CSM iOS developers, number 5, Android developers, number 6, backend developers, number 7, client success manager, the setting up of email accounts, storage cloud accounts, initial testing on the app, developers accounts, initial testing on the app developers accounts, then to assist you in setting up your platform on your own accounts, and so on. And number 8, sprint master of quality assurance. That consists of a final polishing of the software for 2 to 4 weeks, double-checking the entire platform for any bugs and issues to be found, and them being resolved before release to the public in the App Store. I recommend a website called bitrise.io and firebase.google.com, which is a prototype testing platform for computer programming coding. Google Firebase is a Google-backed application development software that enables developers to develop iOS, Android, and web apps. Firebase provides tools for tracking analytics, fixing app crashes, creating marketing and product experiment, reporting email notifications of any arising issues, and how many users affected to the development team and the owner of the platform. Bitrise is a continuous integration and delivery platform as a service with a main focus on mobile app development of iOS, Android, React Native, Flutter, and so on. It is a collection of tools and services to help you with the development and automation of your software projects. To go through a developing company can be very expensive, but also learning how to build a prototype and then programming all by yourself will take a very long time to learn as well. Big successful apps can make you a great fortune if done right, but you will have to fill a gap in the market and there be a big demand for your app. The main ways to make money on the internet. Number 1, subscription. Customers pay to access content, features to be turned on or off, typically paying on a monthly basis. Examples: Netflix, Storyblocks, dating apps, accessing extra features on mobile apps, turn off the advertising, upgrade levels, and so on. Number 2, advertising. Any advertising placed around your content or platform. Examples: mobile apps, YouTube, TV, radio stations, blog posts, Facebook, websites with high traffic, and so on. Number 3, selling products. Exchanging anything of value for money. Examples: Amazon, eBay, Craigslist, trading platforms, e-commerce, books, clothing, and so on. Number 4, distributor. Main supplying platforms or publishers. Examples: selling cars, Amazon, eBay, Uber, Airbnb, Facebook, Audible, Amazon Kindle, car parts, home maintenance supplies, food or drink suppliers, ClickFunnels, website creating platforms such as GoDaddy, mobile app or web app developers, and so on. Number 5, social networks. Platforms where the public can upload content. Examples: Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, forums, LinkedIn, Twitter, Snapchat, WeChat, Tumblr, carpage.com, and so on. Number 6, brokers.
take out commission for their service in providing a sale for another company or for the public, and so on. Examples: Robinhood, eToro, domain brokers, Upwork, Fiverr, ClickBank, home loan brokers, and so on. Number 7, insurance. Providing insurance cover. Examples: car insurance, home insurance, health insurance, life insurance, internet payment transaction insurance such as PayPal, and so on. Number 8, outsourcing. You do not need to be qualified to do the job. Instead, you can outsource other people with the relevant skills. So, you can then scale the workload, achieve passive income, make the most of your time, and make more money. For example, charge the customer, say, $800 to edit a book, then outsource to someone else for a lower fee, say $600, then pocket the difference. More examples: Fiverr, Craigslist, home builders contractors, mobile app developers, advertising, book editing platforms, real estate agencies, and even many websites just simply provide outsource by charging a higher price for submitting the customer's details off to the main provider for a higher fee and keeping the difference, and so on. With outsourcing, on most instances, you can gain the money from the customer firstly up front, then use it to make payment to the outsourced worker or workers, or say on Fiverr.com, that you can arrange for a refund if required, due to nonconformance, or another option is to make your own terms of agreement with both parties. Number 9, banking. Borrowing of money or money exchanges. Examples: home loans, car loans, credit cards, business loans, personal loans, transferring of money, banks or payday loans, small loans, and so on. Number 10, convenience. Most people are lazy, as it's easier to just tap on your phone or to make a phone call than rather do the hard work themselves. Or it would be much quicker and less stressful to go down in person to the shop for a repair. Even if the customers are required to pay extra money for the convenience, they are willing to do so. Examples: food delivery, Uber Eats, DoorDash, Menulog, alcohol delivery, mobile mechanics or tire replacement, eBay products, Amazon products, supermarket delivery, cleaning, Netflix instead of returning DVDs, hiring work through Fiverr or Upwork, emailing rather than mailing via the post office, internet banking rather than in-person banking, and so on. Checklist guide to building a great platform. Majorly successful apps have a lot of people working around the clock on the platform, for example, 1 to over 500 people. Even Facebook has a massive amount of staff of 55,534 full-time employees as stated on Google, June 2020. In no particular order, here is a checklist to use as a guide to increase your odds for building a successful mobile app or web app or website. It also may give you inspiration and good advice on creating your brilliant idea. The strength level meter. Keep in mind that there is a strength level meter to be aware of with everything in life. For example, 1-star idea equals terrible idea. 2-star idea equals poor idea. 3-star idea equals good idea. 4-star idea equals great idea. And 5-star idea equals brilliant idea. The money potential of an idea or business. 1-star idea equals very low profitable idea. 2-star idea equals up to $50,000 a year idea. 3-star idea equals up to $500,000 a year idea. 4-star idea equals up to $1 million a year idea. 5-star idea equals over $1 million a year idea. Business startup cost and the amount of money at stake to lose in a worst-case scenario outcome of complete failure. Number 1, low amount of money. Number 2, medium amount of money. Number 3, high amount of money. Risk of failure meter of going bankrupt. Number 1, safe risk. Number 2, medium risk. Number 3, high risk. The checklist for building a great platform to increase your odds for success. Number 1, especially when you have an idea that is very original and also is very risky, that it is best to simply cheaply test the market without investing all the time and cost involved at first to see if it's worth all the trouble to fully execute. as you will know more about any idea once you go more deeper into it. Quote from Mark Randolph: "How can we figure out a way to test this without actually doing it?" Number 2. What would you say to a customer if they asked you this question? What makes your business different from what's already out there? What would you say to them? Number 3. What substitutes do people resort to because it doesn't exist yet? Number 4. Who are your competitors and who might become your competitors? Who do you fear the most? Number 5. Does it look visually attractive and appealing? Number 6. Does it have its own unique personality? Number 7. Is it not too complicated to use? Number 8. Excellent copywriting that attracts customer engagement, draws internet traffic, and actually sells whatever you're about. If you cannot do exceptional copywriting, then hire a professional. Number 9. Build a platform that will disrupt other platforms and then gain a lot of attention. Number 10. Grammar mistakes and other types of mistakes. Always assume that there are mistakes somewhere to be found of every type possible. Number 11. How often would customers engage daily? The more, the better. Number 12. How happy do customers enjoy your platform? Number 13. Would they like it enough to give up their time that they would normally spend on other platforms? Number 14. How addictive is your platform? The more, the better. Number 15. Would getting notifications or emails be annoying, or would they be excited to receive them? Number 16. Just imagine this. The platform you select to build, say an evil pirate put a blunderbuss gun to your head and said, "If this doesn't make millions of dollars or be worth $1 million by 5 years, then I'm going to blow your head off." What would be the best platform that you would select? Number 17. Is there a strong need by the masses of people with being something they really need? And with that meaning it would dramatically improve their lives if it was to exist. Number 18. Do you strongly believe that you are filling a gap in the market of a platform that the world would consider at the top of the list of what they want? Number 19. Would you rave to everyone you speak to about it forever? Number 20. Is it a trend or something that will eventually expire like Blockbuster Video Hire? If so, keep this in mind. Number 21. How scalable is it and how many people could it handle? Number 22. How automated is it? A little, medium, or high? Would the profits be big enough to fund people to work for you or to buy more equipment? Number 23. How easy is it for someone to copy you? The harder, the better. Number 24. Keep in mind that if you spend more, then it may take a long time to pay for itself to go from being in the red then to green, which is profit. Are you aware of this? Number 25. Think big. Could this be $1 million or billion-dollar platform? Number 26. Would people love it? Number 27. Is it solving a big problem? Number 28. Do similar platforms have meat on the bone to share with you? That means every niche has certain limitation of income, and if you jumped into the market, would there still be enough money to go around for everyone to make enough money for you to be satisfied? Number 29. Is your platform a great leap into the future? But there is also a happy medium to adhere to and not be too advanced. Otherwise, it will most likely be too expensive or overcomplicated to understand by most people. Or too many people will be stuck in their current habits and the idea may take a long time to become popular. Number 30. How big does your market scale to appeal to, for example, kids, adults, and older adults, the elderly, or just one of them? Number 31. Is it easy for all languages to read or understand? If so, that's good. That can make it more scalable. Number 32. Keep in mind, the less platforms you require, the cheaper it will be to build and maintain and add features. For example, just a website or web app versus web app and mobile app platform. Number 33. Can you afford the platform or get funding? Number 34. Is this the best time for your platform to be into the market or be better in the future? Number 35. Can you provide skills to increase the odds of your platform achieving success? Number 36. Marketing is a big part of success. Number 37. Is it easy to describe your platform to the average person? Best to be easy as possible because if people are confused, they generally will do nothing. Number 38. Execution is a big part of success to remember.
For example, you could have a 5-star book narrated by one person who did a terrible job, while another person did an exceptional job, and it's the same book. Number 39. The more features and the more complicated your platform is, the more likely it is to get issues and cost more to fix bugs. Number 40. Is your name easy to remember and the best available name to promote your platform? Number 41. It's recommended to put only the 100% must-have features in the beginning to keep the costs down. And there's no point in spending too much money because you could be forced to walk away on a failing platform with a bigger loss. They can come later with the platform funding itself. Number 42. Take your time when building your prototype, as it's much cheaper to modify than to do changes later on, with paying for computer programmers for nothing and with ending up deleting their hard work. Number 43. Build a business, not a toy. Number 44. Create a platform that if it was turned off, say Facebook, people would deeply miss it and be really upset. For example, you would not care at all if you never used a crap mobile app again. Number 45. Read comments and reviews for problems and clues of direction. You have to be the type of person that pivots to what is best for your customers as they pay your wages. Number 46. Plan to create a big famous brand, because a big brand can yield more value. For example, if you were shopping on Amazon for earbud speakers, what would you pay more? A well-known brand or a brand that you've never heard of? Which one would you prefer to buy? Creating a big brand can take a long time, but can compound rapidly if done right eventually. Number 47. Would your idea be considered a brilliant idea? Number 48. Would users or customers tell their friends about how much they like your platform? Number 49. How passionate are you to work long hours on your platform? Number 50. Would you be willing to work a job with long hours to fund it and get a bank loan if required? Number 51. The less steps, the better. For example, 3 clicks rather than 5 clicks to be easier and quicker. Number 52. Could you get paid royalties for other businesses using your logo? Number 53. Provide as much value as possible. That is, to always go above and beyond customers' expectations, to happily go the extra mile to please your customers. Number 54. Provide good customer service by responding back to customers in a reasonable time frame to emails, phone calls, text messages, and so on. Number 55. Fix any bugs or issues that may arise on the platform as soon as possible. Number 56. Check developers' previous track records of previous builds, and if possible, ask customers for their feedback. Ask via their contact section on their platform if needed. Number 57. Double check for the best computer programming language to suit your platform. Number 58. If you got a brilliant prototype, say for a mobile app, the developers will rave about how brilliant of an idea you have. It can be a sign that it could be big. Number 59. Work in harmony and in complete appreciation with others who are working on your platform. Don't be too bossy. Number 60. Have a team that is on your level. You want them to be as hungry for success as you. Number 61. Have the correct color scheme to suit your platform. Be willing to do what is best to do. Number 62. It's best to have your 2 top options to pick from, so you can have something to compare to, and recognize this fact that with everything in life, we are always comparing something to something else. With everything. Number 63. Do your research on what your competition is, or to see if it's been done before. Number 64. It can be worth putting in more research in the beginning, rather than going flat stick in the wrong direction, than to become remorseful of jumping the gun too quickly. Number 65. Does your platform provide a way for users or customers to save time? Number 66. Don't remove any deal-breaking features. Do not remove a feature that would make the platform completely suck if it was not there. Number 67. Keep in mind to be the best, as there is in everything in life a top of the charts list, say top 10, the top 20, the top 30, and so on. Customers and users only have limited time and money to spend, so you need to aim to be on top of the list, as there is always a limitation on how many can be on the list. You must be on the list, so you need to replace someone else and make the grade of excellence. Number 68. Do some research in the App Store. say on Android, and check out the sections. Top apps, top grossing, trending, top selling, while searching for clues for creating your own platform. Number 69. Users want an easy-to-use platform or to be similar to another popular platform, as most people are lazy. If it requires an instruction manual or a big learning curve to endure, then it will be a pirate ship anchor slowing down your potential speed to achieving rapid success. Number 70. Be aware that building a billion-dollar mobile app has very slim odds, and about 90% of mobile apps are only opened and used once or twice or get rarely used. Number 71. If you're going to build a similar platform to 3 other platforms, base your decision-making on doing something similar to the platform that has more daily users and is worth more if you were to buy it. Number 72. Either build something 10 times better than what's currently available, or build something new that has not been seen before. Number 73. Be aware that Apple and Google Play can take out commission for any sales transactions made via your mobile app platform, taking from 15 to 30% commissions of the proceeds. Google for further details. Number 74. One of the advantages of building a mobile app is its ease of entry for others to copy you, and if you build a successful platform, you will be miles ahead of the competitors that may come along. You will have the first wave of success, and they will most likely only be riding the waves that are behind you. Number 75. If you're not 100% sure that your idea, prototype, or completed platform is great, seek opinions from as many people as possible. Friends, family, people at shopping centers. Even if you need to pay for it, better to lose a few thousand than many thousands and a lot of wasted time as well. There are many websites that can do user testing. Even Instagram did it in the very beginning when it was called Bourbon, by asking the very first users for feedback, in which case they said that they liked the share feature the best. Number 76. The biggest clue to building the correct platform is to remember this very well. Keep searching for something that doesn't exist yet, but will eventually exist. Whether you, someone else, or another creates it in one way or in a similar way than the other person does, destiny is that it's guaranteed to exist eventually. So don't stop thinking about it and searching for clues until you find an idea that fills a strong gap in the world population's needs. Pirate's Locked Door Detour is to, instead of having no payment detour, is to add an extra feature to your platform that will be adding a locked door to access the next step, and the customer cannot have access until the payment has been made. So, the customer or user to input their payment details, such as credit card or their PayPal account, and make a payment transaction. Then, once the made payment has been made and completed, then they can have access to the platform, all features, product to be shipped, or whatever. Say, for example, make payment, then to have access to Netflix content. Make payment, then to have access to an eBooks content. Make payment, then to have access for an Amazon items, then to be sent to the customer's chosen address. Make a payment, then to have access to an extra feature or more advanced feature on an internet website or mobile app. How long to reach 50 million users? Telephone, 75 years. Radio, 38 years. Television, 13 years. Internet, 4 years. Facebook, 2 years. Instagram, 19 months. YouTube, 10 months. Twitter, 9 months. Angry Birds, 35 days. Pokemon Go, 19 days. So how many mobile apps are in the App Store? According to Google, on July 2021, there are 2.89 million on Google Play and 2.2 million on Apple iOS. App Store rules. Make sure to double-check the mobile App Store rules within designing your platform in line with their terms and conditions. You can Google for information of any questions that may arise that you may think of, to then find out the answers. Follow the rules or you may be added to the list of banned mobile apps from reasons such as the breach of a user's information, damaging their device, or state security breaches of any of the IT Act sections of the law. Reading other mobile apps' analytics, photos, ratings, and reviews. Check out the following mobile app store for feedback the following. Number 1, number of downloads. Number 2, the growth rate of how many downloads each month. Number 3, rating level. Number 4, amount of comments been made. Number 5,
Look at the display of the sample photos and the app logo for ideas. Number 6, what you like and dislike. Number 7, are people deleting the app soon after downloading, and if so, why? Number 8, how many other similar apps are there? Number 9, read the comments from the users, as they can be used as valuable free feedback. Everything can be a great clue in helping you in creating your own mobile app, and also the user's feedback on what to improve once available in the App Store. Here's a comment made on the mobile app called Listener. As customer feedback is very important to take into consideration in your decision making, as you're really building your platform for them than for yourself. Comment from Kim Flowers. Good idea, but the extreme push to sign up before you even know if you want to use the app, the push for verification, the amount of times you have to log in, it's a horrible experience for what is probably a great app. Would also appreciate using a third-party login given the amount of hacking of individual sites. Why do mobile apps get bugs? There is precisely a 100% chance that bugs will eventually show themselves and need to be addressed. Bugs and crashes are the single top reason apps are rejected by the App Store. Like writing a book. The longer it is, the more likely it will be for it to have more mistakes, and with mobile apps, the more feature it embodies, the more likely it is to have errors and bugs. Even top popular platforms will get bugs from time to time. A budget needs to be allowed for fixing future bugs, crashes, updates, and so on. When bugs happen, they just need to be sorted out and fixed quickly as possible, as you may upset your users and may cause you to get stressed out while waiting to have them resolved and fixed. The common mobile app bugs list. Number 1. Repeat click. When a button gets tapped and meant to work once, but repeats twice or more on that feature. Number 2. Progress indicator. Users can complain or double tap when using the app that takes a long time to boot or upload content, especially if there's no progress indicator showing a guide on how long it takes to boot and load up the content. Also can be a bad internet connection. Number 3. Crash after tapping on a button. This issue is normally from buttons that are not used as much and become overlooked, such as inside settings. But they can happen on any button that once tapped, the app will freeze and crash. Number 4. Screen rotation. This bug is from mobile apps that when rotating the mobile phone from portrait to landscape, the app loses its current state and all previously selected checkboxes or drop-downs might get cleared. Number 5. Push notification type. They may be hard to make them work the first time, but are an important feature to have to encourage users' engagement. Bugs may not be sending the notification or may be very delayed. Number 6. Specify the input type. A minor problem is that the wrong keyboard comes up that is wrong for that part of the sign-in process, or the editing of content. Say, for example, the number keypad not come up, and instead the letter keyboard comes up. Number 7. No error densities. It's best to have an error message come up when the user puts in, for example, the wrong login password, wrong username, the wrong size photo, and so on. Number 8. Page layout at different resolutions or densities. A mobile app needs to work on many different types of tablets, and mobile phones old and new, also small and large screens. With all different software in Android and iOS, Apple making sure that the application looks good on each device the users are using. When new mobile phones are released, an update may be required for the app to be compatible with the new configuration. Number 9. Stops while in progress. This bug occurs when a user is, for example, listening to audio or a video content. A feature button disappears upon using the app on that use or another day. That it completely drops out, and it's not from a bad internet connection, but a bug in the app. Users may be required to reboot their device to be able to use the mobile app. Number 10. Memory-related issues. The storage cloud of all the mobile app's content causes slow uploading of content or causes app to drop out. Number 11. Hackers. On mobile apps, there can be hackers tricking the app into accepting a certificate that imitates the app's server. Given that the certificate handling flaws lead to man-in-the-middle vulnerabilities, it's easy for attackers to go further and tamper with the incoming information, and they may create bugs on purpose. The list of commonly leaked data includes API keys, social network API tokens,
AWS credentials, and RSA private keys. Number 12, Dead Button. A button on the app no longer works and does nothing once tapped, with that feature dead and not working anymore. Number 13, App Not Been Updated. Apps that are long overdue for app updates and having all bugs that have come out over a good period of time not been arranged to being fixed. A common reason is the lack of funding to do so. Number 14, Back-end issues, such as the content stored in a storage cloud, cannot be using the correct content. For example, playing the incorrect video or audio content. Number 15, new features that have been added to the app can cause new bugs in the previous coding, to then cause bugs and issues to the function of the mobile application usability. Why is it important to secure a domain name first before registering your business name? Number 1, to check if the domain is available. Number 2, so you can base your decision of what domain name you choose on the price to purchase it. Number 3, to stop anyone buying the domain and then for you having to pay a premium price to buy the domain from them. Number 4, to secure and protect your brand and online identity. Number 5, to stop competitors registering the domain name. Number 6, to stop competitors redirecting visitors to their platform and email address and stealing your customers from you. So, when starting any business, write down on a notepad many business names first that are best for your business. Then go on a domain platform where you can purchase domains from, such as GoDaddy.com, and play around with ideas from many domain names that come to mind. Then you can base your decision on what is available and the price of it. Once you find the domain name that you like best, don't purchase it yet. Go to Google and see what comes up with that name to also base your decision off checking the first of your possible competition. Then, once you find the right name to purchase that domain, go to your country's website to purchase your business name. Revision tips for making your prototype design and for building your platform. While building your platform, you will have to pass on your feedback to the prototype designer and to eventually to the computer programmers the changes in line with your own creative vision, and to pass on feedback of your own creative imagination of what you think looks the best to you. Just expect for them to always be drifting off into another direction, and it's up to you to steer them back in line with how you would like it to be. It's best to take your time and not rush the process, as you may regret it later with further costs being added to the build for making further changes, and will also take extra time to change and fix to be aware of. I always like to use a mobile app on Android and Apple called Adobe Spark Post, Graphic Design and Story Templates. There are many other similar apps out that you could use, but this is the one I regularly like to use as my first preference. For when making revisions, it's best to simply take a screenshot and then go to the app and put in the following if required. Number 1, arrow icon and make them the color red and as many as required. Number 2, add all the required details of all changes to the end of the arrow or in the email. Number 3, you can add more than one photo if required, so you and them can have a comparison. Number 4, there are many other features to play around with and also can be a useful mobile app for social media photo editing as well. Furthermore, I have found that sleeping on it and then to send off all revisions the following day is best to do on each stage of the build, as then you can fully take it all in and will then have adequate time to deeply think about it, and will also have the aid and the help from your subconscious mind too. Moreover, in the photo to label in red numbers at each location that needs changing, and in the email list of the checklist of all of the revisions, say for example list 1 to 12 revisions, and in the email to fully describe what you would like changed, and with more technical modifications on one section, say put A, B, C, D, and so on. You can use the Adobe Spark Post mobile app to play around with ideas, sizes, colors, and so on before committing. It's best to always come up with at least 2 designs on nearly everything to have something to compare to. Don't worry if some choices aren't great, you can always change them. Especially over a good period of time, you will fully be able to decide if you still like your choices. Some selections you make will be a no-brainer, and can easily move on and not need to change. With building a mobile app, acknowledge that there will be many decisions to make. Say, like with building a house, of choosing the entire design inside and out, or even with writing a book.
so previous decision-making skills will help you much more if you have previously had experience in doing a lot of decision-making. That's why most people don't get their first go correct, but the second or third time will be more likely to get it right. Testing your mobile app build before the launch into the App Store. Testing your app is an integral part of the app development process. By running tests against your app consistently, you can verify your app's correctness, functional behavior, and usability before you release it publicly. There are many mobile app testing platforms to choose from, but most developers will use that platform that they regularly use. The test platform for Apple is called TestFlight. It's an online service for over-the-air installation and testing of mobile applications, and only offered to developers within the iOS developer program. Developers sign up with the service to distribute applications to internal or external beta testers, who can subsequently send feedback about the application to developers. The TestFlight SDK additionally allows developers to receive remote logs, crash reports, and tester feedback. Storage clouds. There are many storage clouds to choose from to store all your data content such as text, photos, videos, audio, statistics, and so on. Do your research of each storage clouds for what you would like to choose. The top 2 storage cloud platforms, in my opinion, are called AWS, Amazon Web Services, and DigitalOcean. What is filing for an IPO? IPO means initial public offering. It is a company's first sale of stock to the public. When a company files for an IPO, it plans on selling stock to the public, which means the company goes from being privately owned to being publicly owned. If your mobile app goes public, the information is something to review first. With private companies, sometimes they can't afford such options, potentially losing out on top-quality talent or to bigger companies. Staying private limits liquidity for existing investors. Going public makes it harder for them to sell their stake in the company, making the only potential buyers other existing owners. One of the major disadvantages of an IPO is the founder or founders who may lose control of their company. While there are ways to ensure founders retain the majority of the decision-making power in the company, once a company is public, the leadership needs to keep the public happy, even if other shareholders do not have voting power. Make sure that you fully understand the contract so you don't get more than you bargained for with the contract ripping you off. Best to read it many times until you know fully of the cons and pros. Also, get a lawyer involved to double-check everything, and they can also educate you on any questions you may have that may arise. Terms and conditions. Concerning the private policy and terms and conditions for your platform, it's best to study other similar platforms to your own, so you have a basic understanding of what you should put into your own, and read as many as you possibly can. You have the option to hire a lawyer or do it yourself. If you read a lot or have good writing skills, then it will not be that difficult to do yourself. Even though most of your users will not read them, it's still best to cover your ass. If you play by the rules and obey the law, you're invincible. So, as soon as you get big and wealthy, expect the seagulls to fly in wanting to eat some of your food too, trying to sue you in a court of law. But if there's no food, they don't want to know you and will fly somewhere else. That's just the way success is. Registering your business name. It's best to go straight to your government website to register your business name and logo. If you go through other websites, they will charge you a fee for their service in uploading your business name and logo to register the IP, which means intellectual property. They can charge over twice as much, and upon renewals will add up in the long term. So best to go straight to your government's website.
Note that a lawyer may be required to work on your behalf, and you need to also decide whether to register your IP in other states and countries as well.
Common business problems relating to all types of businesses that you should aim to avoid and why they fail. Number 1. Ignorance, the lack of knowledge or information or insufficient understanding on what to do. Number 2. Lack of parking. Number 3. Overpriced. Number 4. Not affordable to the average household or consumer or affordable to be purchased regularly. Number 5. Misleading claims or the using of false advertising. Number 6. Unsatisfied customers never returning. Number 7. Poor quality. Number 8. hard to navigate, understand, or use. Number 9, not learning and improving from customers' buying behaviors. Number 10, bad memory of the previous use of the service. Number 11, understaffed and providing slow service. Number 12, too many steps in the process making it difficult and time-consuming. Number 13, disrespectful to the customers. Number 14, having a negative, impolite attitude. Number 15, poor self-discipline in managing the business. Number 16, poor management of all expenses. Number 17, too small or too big. Number 18, too heavy or too light. Number 19, poor design. Number 20, outdated design. Number 21, lack of sales. Number 22, lack of website traffic. Number 23, customers prefer your competitors. Number 24, having very high overheads that when a quiet period was to happen will cause a struggle to afford to maintain operational. Number 25,
Thin profit margins causing to not afford to grow the business and not able to afford to remove yourself from the business and outsource your role.
Number 26, theft from a worker or workers, customers, or both. Number 27, weak need or demand in that niche, suburb, or both. Number 28, lazy or stupid employees. Number 29, not growing an email list. Number 30, not advertising. Number 31, not starting up an account on social media networks and uploading content on a regular basis. Number 32, the lack of funds to keep the business alive. Number 33, not having the habit of getting problems scheduled in to be resolved as soon as possible. Number 34, failing to provide a similar layout of the business in each location for customers to then easily locate items quickly and easily. Number 35, not providing any promotions or referral codes. Number 36, the business is only open for a small amount of hours. Number 37, the business is not busy in the peak periods of the day. Number 38, no reviews left by customers or users. Number 39, customers leaving many negative reviews. Number 40, not seeking customer feedback for improvements to implement for better customer service and experience. Number 41, completely not true testimonials or reviews. Number 42, no website or internet presence. Number 43, not appealing or attractive. Number 44, unprofessional or unqualified. Number 45, not answering phone calls, emails, or both. Number 46, slow or delayed delivery of the service. Number 47, failed to deliver the service. Number 48, website or mobile app full of bugs and problems. Number 49, not easy to locate the phone number and business address location on a website or wherever been advertised. Number 50, too many competitors or one major one taking all the work. Number 51, once fully into the business in the beginning and subsequently finding many unforeseen problems. Number 52, being ripped off or very lazy outsourced workers or by staff. Number 53, customers not coming through with the payment agreement when the job is completed. Number 54, taking on too much work yourself and not being able to afford to outsource the workload. Number 55, business causing too much stress. Number 56, lack of motivation. Number 57, unreliable. Number 58, tired all the time and feeling burnt out. Number 59, gambling. Number 60, drugs, alcohol, or both. Number 61, health reasons. Number 62, legal battle. Number 63, business owners fighting and arguing. Number 64, more focus on another business. Number 65, major problems outside the business operator's life carried back into the business. Number 66, not growing the business with feeding profits back into the business to grow bigger and bigger via the power of scaling. Number 67, major crisis such as global financial crisis, wars, recessions, and COVID-19. Quote from Mark Randolph, the co-founder and the first CEO of Netflix. When everyone tells you that will never work, the reality is most of the time they're going to be right, but not always, and that I can speak from personal experience that sometimes it actually does work. Quote from Evan Williams, the founder of Twitter: "Any big idea is going to take a while to get there. By definition, if it's big and no one has done it before, it's not going to be 1, 2, 3, we got it. There's going to be a dark period in there because you don't know what the key to getting there is. You have to be willing to be in some murky territory and be prepared to invest if you really want to do something very different." Chapter 33. When Shit Makes Sense. We all start off as a child making sense of the world, but as we grow older, it's our turn to choose our own fate. I'll tell you straight up to go for it when shit makes sense. That it's time to act. It's time to pounce like a wild tiger. Just go for it. Say when you've fully weighed up your grand idea and even drawn up information on a whiteboard or notepad, mobile phone, laptop computer, or whatever, that you just know that you're got a hunch of having a great idea and also from all the reasons why on the scale of life is tipping down, and you have done that much research and could probably write a book about it, then go for it. I have also learned that the quicker you fail, the quicker you will get it right. Rather than ummed and ahed for many years trying to come up with a decision on what treasure map to pursue, by then you could have failed many times and learnt a shitload through the hands-on experience. And each time and experience could have just been simply a bridge to get to the next step on your journey to the mountain of success, to eventually get up there. With many things in life, you will learn way more when you are forced into a situation fully, rather than from just thinking about doing it. We all learn better when we desire and are forced to learn to get where we desire to go. Also, when you fail that next time around, you will think, gee, I'm not going through that headache again, and really think things through deeply as if everyone is going to laugh at you if you get it wrong and say, gee, you are a stupid son of a monkey. Another tip I've learned is that when I tell my mom about an idea I have, it turns into a massive argument and I get pissed off. It turns into a big loud debate that I have to prove all the reasons why I think that it's a rock-solid idea. But I know that she means well and doesn't want me to be remorseful down the track when it is too late. So, I recommend having a debate with someone who fully gives a shit about you. On big decisions in your life, this can be a huge wake-up call to the reality of, what if this is really just a shit idea with icing on top? Be warned that most successful people don't get it right the first time, but maybe on the second, third, or 10th time do. But they had to endure those failures to eventually get it right. When all the facts are available and they completely make sense, that's when it's time to take action. But also, a winner knows when to walk away when all the facts and figures state to do so. An idea either can be a pirate ship that sinks to the bottom of the ocean, or a brilliant idea can take off like a spaceship to the moon. But that pirate ship could have still been filled with sunken treasure, so it's not always bad news. My motto is this: you are in a game called financial freedom, and until you clock that game, you will have to keep playing that game until you win. But to change the game you're currently playing, you first need to change your mindset first. Chapter 34. Treasure Map Success Stories. Hey Justin, can you tell me some short rags to riches stories to gain inspiration and ideas from that many people that are extremely rich now but were not always wealthy? Sure, okay, I can do that for you. Aim to search for the many clues of the telltale signs of their secrets to achieving great success. Cool, will do. Thanks, Justin. Acknowledge the fact that success sure does leave clues and that you can use all the clues in your life to increase your likelihood for success too, once you know as many of them as possible off by heart. Many people in many different industries achieved their success by simply putting themselves or their handiwork out there. Then, either the world decided that they really liked their born talents and acquired skills with them, becoming popular very quickly, or the other way was someone selected them or their handiwork to be useful for something bigger and better. For example, Daniel Radcliffe was first found at the age of 10 years starring in a BBC production called David Copperfield back in 1999. Then, when selecting the Harry Potter movie cast, he came to mind and was given an opportunity to star in the movie and turned out to be selected to do so. Well, here are 18 rags to riches stories to get inspired on your long journey. Andrew Carnegie. Often described as the quintessential rags to riches tale, the story of steel magnate Andrew Carnegie's rise begins in 1835 in a small, one-room home in Dunfermline, Scotland. Born into a family of destitute laborers, Carnegie received little schooling before his family immigrated to America in 1848. Arriving in Pennsylvania, the 13-year-old soon got a job in a textile mill where he earned only $1.20 per week. Carnegie went on to become a messenger boy and a factory worker before eventually winning a job as a secretary and a telegraph operator at the Pennsylvania Railroad. By 1859, the enterprising young worker had become superintendent of the railroad's Western Division. Carnegie invested his newfound wealth in a variety of businesses, including a bridge work company, a telegraph operation, and most famously, a steel mill. By the turn of the century, his Carnegie Steel Company had blossomed into an industrial empire, and Carnegie became the richest man in the world after he sold out to J.P. Morgan for $480 million, proclaiming that the man who dies rich dies disgraced. Carnegie spent his later years donating his fortune to charitable causes, eventually giving away some $350 million. Dolly Parton. Arguably one of the biggest and richest names in country music, Dolly Parton has a net worth approximately of $500 million, but her past tense wasn't always this way. Dolly grew up in poverty. In fact, one of her best-known songs is Coat of Many Colors, which chronicles her early life as one of 12 siblings in the rural mountains of eastern Tennessee. Appalachian poverty forced Dolly to grow up in a house without running water, gas, or electricity. She and her siblings slept on beds made of straw. But by age 12, Dolly appeared on local television, and the rest is history. Dolly's achievements include 8 Grammy Awards, including a Grammy Lifetime Award, a Country Music Achievement Award, and much more. Do-Won Chung. Chung is the famous face behind the company called Forever 21, who much earlier immigrated to the United States from South Korea in 1981. Before he founded Forever 21, he worked 3 jobs simultaneously as a gas station clerk, a janitor, and a coffee shop employee. That period lasted for 3 years before he founded the company and opened its first clothing store in 1984. This family business grew quickly by taking advantage of the benefits of fast fashion. Forever 21 is now a multinational and has around 480 locations across the world. It has also managed to ring in $3 billion per year, and the next generation has been taken into the company, as Chong has brought his 2 daughters on board. Ed Sheeran. Ed had next to no money and moved to the United States trying to make it in music, and somehow Jamie Foxx saw one of his performances at a small bar. Jamie saw something in him and told him he wanted to help him. Ed slept on his couch for 6 weeks as Jamie did his best to help him in his pursuit of his dream. Jamie got him a gig at the Apollo Theater in New York, and if you don't know the Apollo, it is a mostly black theater, so having white musicians and stand-up comics is fairly uncommon. Ed goes on stage with a ukulele in front of a full crowd and performs. Got a standing ovation and an encore. The rest is history. Howard Schultz. Starbucks' Howard Schultz grew up in a housing complex for the poor, but approximately now has a net worth of $2.9 billion. In an interview with British tabloid Mirror, Schultz says, "Growing up, I always felt like I was living on the other side of the tracks. I knew the people on the other side had more resources, more money, and happier families. And for some reason, I don't know why or how, but I wanted to climb over that fence and achieve something beyond what people were saying was possible. I may have a suit and tie on now, but I know where I'm from, and I know what it's like." Schultz ended up winning a football scholarship to the University of Northern Michigan and went to work for Xerox after graduation. He then took over a coffee shop called Starbucks, which at the time had only 69 shops. Schultz became the company's CEO in 1987 and grew the coffee chain to more than 16,000 outlets worldwide.
Oprah Winfrey. Born into poverty and sexually abused at a young age, Oprah became the first African-American TV correspondent in Tennessee. Oprah was born into a poor family in Mississippi, but this didn't stop her from winning a scholarship to Tennessee State University and becoming the first African-American TV correspondent in the state at the age of 19. In 1983, Oprah moved to Chicago to work for an AM talk show that would later be called The Oprah Winfrey Show. That became very popular quickly and ended up making her a huge fortune, and now she has over $1 billion net worth. Sarah Jessica Parker. Sarah and her family lived on welfare for many years. Growing up in Nelsonville, Ohio, Sarah stated in an interview that her family seldom celebrated Christmas, birthdays, and other family occasions. She vividly remembers living with no electricity and their phone lines cut because they couldn't pay the bill. Sarah's role in the TV show called Sex and the City brought her quickly to fame and fortune. Today, Sarah's net worth has risen to approximately $90 million. Steve Jobs. Steve was given away for adoption by his biological parents, and he became interested in electronics after his foster dad showed him the joys of technical tinkering in their garage. He had to drop out of college because his education was costing his foster parents a lot of money. He used to return Coke bottles for money and lived on free meals at the Hare Krishna temple. A hippie who used to trip on LSD, Steve went from a technician for Atari to becoming the CEO of Apple Incorporated. Del Vecchio. The manufacturer of Ray-Ban and Oakley lived in an orphanage. Del Vecchio was one of 5 children who could not be supported by his widowed mother. After growing up in an orphanage, he went to work in a factory making molds for auto parts and eyeglass frames, where he lost part of his finger. At 23, he opened his own molding shop. That eyeglass frame shop expanded to the world's largest maker of sunglasses and prescription eyewear. Luxottica makes brands like Ray-Ban and Oakley, with approximately 6,000 retail shops like Sunglass Hut and Lencrafters. His net worth has now grown to billions of dollars. Jim Carrey. Jim was born in 1962 in Canada, Newmarket. As a child, he liked performing for anyone who would watch and even mailed his resume to the Carol Burnett Show at age 10. In junior high, he was often granted a few precious minutes at the end of the school day to do stand-up routines for his classmates. At 12 years old, Jim was homeless and living in a van for a while after his dad lost his job. At 17 years old, Jim worked up the nerve to move to Los Angeles. He finessed his way into a regular gig at the Comedy Store, where he impressed Rodney Dangerfield so much that the veteran comic signed him as an opening ace for the entire season. Jim started off being a comedian, then became a movie actor, but before that, he had many turndowns at applying for acting roles. In 1985, Jim was 23 years old when he decided for motivation to write on a blank check the sum of $10 million for acting services rendered. He dated it 10 years into the future and kept it in his wallet. Jim kept persisting to not give up on his dream and kept thinking, not never, just not yet. Called a coincidence, but in November 1995, Jim found out he was cast in the movie Dumb and Dumber for $7 million. This was his first high-paying acting role, but many years of hard work in other stand-up comedy and movie acting roles had led to this blockbuster movie. Jim went on to make many other well-known films and gets paid millions of dollars per each movie. Shania Twain. Country pop star Shania kept her past and private life to herself until a 2011 Nightline interview, in which she revealed that she grew up desperately poor and in an abusive household in Canada. In 1987, her parents died in a car accident, which left her responsible for raising her younger siblings. She went on to a groundbreaking career that culminated in 5 Grammy Awards and 18 nominations. Shania's career has brought her net worth to approximately $450 million. Marshall Bruce Mathers III. Marshall was born in 1972 in St. Joseph, Missouri, United States. Eminem's nearly over 20-year career has stoked controversy, endeared legions of fans, outraged an equal number of critics, bridged racial divides, and earned the rapper a net worth of approximately $230 million. Eminem is a self-made man, and he was raised in a poor and racially charged area along 8 Mile Road. Detroit's symbolic poverty dividing line. "I would change schools 2 or 3 times a year," the rapper told Anderson Cooper in a 2011 interview while reflecting on how his unstable home life affected his education. "I got beaten up the bathroom, in the hallways, shoved into lockers, for the most part just for being the new kid." At age 14, Eminem began rapping with high school friend Mike Ruby, and they adopted the names Mannix and Eminem, later of which stood for his initials and evolved into Eminem. At high school, he enjoyed the subject English because he knew that he would have the knowledge of words at his disposal if needed. He also read the dictionary and wrote his own rap lyrics. He sneaked into neighboring Osborne High School with friend and fellow rapper Proof for lunchroom freestyle rap battles on Saturdays. They attended open mic contests at the hip-hop shop on West 7 Mile, considered ground zero for the Detroit rap scene. Struggling to succeed in a predominantly black industry, Eminem was appreciated by underground hip-hop audiences. When he wrote verses, he wanted most of the words to rhyme, and he wrote long words or phrases on paper and underneath worked on rhymes for each syllable. Although the words often made little sense, the drill helped Eminem practice rhymes. He worked odd jobs until Dr. Dre was looking for new talent, and Eminem was recommended to him. Dre was so impressed that he signed Eminem to his Interscope Records label. In February 1999, after 2 years of working with Dre, Eminem finally released his album called The Slim Shady. The album went multi-platinum, gathering 2 Grammy Awards and 4 MTV Video Music Awards. And on to huge success then afterwards, with playing at many venues, concerts, other albums, and even having a movie made up about his story of elements from Eminem's life to success called 8 Mile in 2002. The movie budget was $41 million and made over $249 million in the box office. J.K. Rowling. Born from a lowly, poor English family, Rowling battled depression, suicidal tendencies, and poverty to become one of the most loved British authors in the world for her hugely popular Harry Potter series. Highly imaginative as a kid who thrived on stories, she drew from her surroundings and the people in her life as inspirations. In Rowling's later life, she was a single mother barely getting by on unemployment benefits when she decided to write her first novel about the boy wizard in a cafe in her hometown in Edinburgh. After the first Harry Potter book was published in 1997, Rowling went from being unemployed to becoming a millionaire within 5 years. Her series has now become one of the biggest movie franchises. In 2017, she was worth a cool $650 million, thanks to her best-selling series about Harry and his friends. She earns about $95 million a year, or $1.6 million per day, making her the world's richest author. Ruslan Kogan. His first business was at the age of 10, finding lost golf balls and reselling them at a local golf course. At the age of 23, he started Kogan Technologies in his parents' garage. Ruslan made electronics cheap again by cutting out the middleman retailers and selling many types of electronics, such as Kogan brand televisions. His business has now grown between 200 to 300% annually ever since. The Wall Street Journal estimates the business to be worth around $400 million. You can check out his website called Kogan.com. Carolyn Cresswell. Carolyn was working part-time for a muesli company when she heard that a business was closing down. She decided to buy the owner out for around $1,000 and planned to run it herself and call it Carmen's. She started the business as a university student with not much money. Carmen's Muesli now exports to around 32 countries and is in many leading supermarkets. The business has an estimated turnover of $50 million a year. Simon Clausen. Simon developed an anti-spyware software company with no investors. Simon had just finished high school when he started his anti-spyware software company called PC Tools, bankrolled by nothing more than his credit card. In 2008, he sold the company to U.S. giant Symantec for $300 million. The self-confessed computer geek has since dabbled in property, investing in buying over $45 million worth of property in Australia, Sydney's Harbourside. Hezi Leibovich. Hezi and his older brother had humble beginnings, selling clothes at a Melbourne market before founding online retailer called Catch of the Day.
The site offers new discounted deals each day. He says that it was tough going originally, with the business relying on word-of-mouth advertising. The business has now grown to turning over around $300 million per year. Travis Cordell Kalanick. Born August 6, 1976, Travis Cordell is an American businessman. He is the co-founder of 3 companies: Scour, a peer-to-peer file sharing application; Red Swoosh, a peer-to-peer content delivery network; and Uber. Red Swoosh was sold to Akamai Technologies in 2007. Cordell Kalanick launched Uber with the other co-founder named Garrett Champ in San Francisco in mid-2010 with just a few cars on the road and, in late 2010, managed to raise $1.25 million in venture capital to get Uber off the ground. Kalanick is the co-founder and former CEO of Uber, a position he held from 2010 to 2017. He resigned from Uber in 2017 after controversy over the company's reported unethical culture, including allegations that he ignored reports of sexual harassment at the company. In the weeks leading up to December 24, 2019, he announced that he would resign his board seat effective December 31st. Kalanick sold off approximately 90% of his shares in Uber, making him a billionaire. The end. Gee, Justin, great short stories that gave me heaps of inspiration. If you're interested, there are also many other Rags to Riches stories to check out on YouTube, and you can also do a Google search on the internet for Rags to Riches stories for inspiration on helping you gain ideas for creating and achieving your own success story. Great, I'll do that when I have the spare time. I'm interested to check out Tiger Woods' full story. I heard that his parents chose his main purpose of being a successful golfer at birth, and he started practicing his golf skills at a very young age of around 11 months old. Tiger started swinging a golf club according to his father, Earl Woods. That his skill compounded over time and also being trained by many professionals to become a professional golfer and a champion of champions. Justin says you can Google many famous people's name and Wikipedia for gaining information about them. By the way, I've noticed that many now famous movie actors originally started off as comedians or in theater play roles or musicals. Now these days, the internet can be used for extra leverage and by using the social media platforms. Hey, at my house, I've got a book that I have written that I would like for you to read when you get the chance. Cool. I'll catch up with you, Justin, another time, and I'll check it out. Justin drops you off back at your house. Okay, Justin, I'll keep in touch. See you later. Bye.